Am I good? Hello, everyone. I'm Ian Nicholas coming to you live from my basement where NCTV, for the first time ever, is going to be doing live draft coverage of the NFL draft. The 2020 NFL draft is completely virtual this year. And I am Ian Nicholas, joined by some amazing co hosts in this one: Dylan Pescatore, Austin Platt, Cortland Parrott, and New Canaan's best IT man around, Shane Smith. So, to say the least, we got a loaded crew who is here to break down every pick in the first round from pick 1 to pick 32. We will be starting it up with the analysis. The draft is at 8. We'll be starting at 7:55 p.m. Eastern Time, so in about 7 minutes, we will have the entire crew, and we will be going live. Again, NCTV's draft coverage of the 2020 NFL Draft coming in 7 minutes at 7:55. So stay on the live stream, comment all you want about your analysis. We'll try to get to the comments, stuff like that, and we'll see you soon. We are back here, the entirety of the NCTV draft coverage crew, live from our basements, our homes, all across the country. Well, for Dylan Pescatore is in Florida, everyone else is in Connecticut. Regardless, this is the first time NCTV has done live draft coverage of the NFL draft, so we will be breaking down and analyzing picks 1 through 32 of this 2020 NFL Draft. Make sure to subscribe and like down below on this video if you like what you see from NCTV. Follow us on Twitter at NCTV78 and Instagram at the same at NCTV78. So, guys, this is going to be a very interesting draft, the first virtual draft ever for the NFL. So, a big question. Well, not really a question, but what are the team you're looking out for tonight? What's a team that can make a surprise move or a team that the fans at home should be looking to make a big move?
I'll start it off, boys. I'm in Florida. I'm going to choose the Florida team, Miami Dolphins. Everyone's saying Tua's going to them. I believe he does. I don't think they trade up for him. I think they stay at that 5 spot. But they have 3 first-round picks. They're going to pick at 18, and they're going to pick at 26, I believe, after a trade with the Texans and the Steelers earlier in the season. I believe Miami is a team on the rise. They went 5-4 in their last 9 games after a tough start of the season. In that week 1, everyone clowned on the Dolphins because they got killed by the Ravens 57-10. And they had a great end of the season. I believe they're, honestly, in my opinion, they're the favorites in the AFC East. I love what Brian Flores has done in his first year. I believe he can only get better. And those 3 first-round picks, I believe they make every pick, and they win the first round this night tonight.
I give you credit for saying that, Dylan, especially because you're a Jets fan and you have them favored to win the AFC East. Austin, what about you? Who's the team to look out for tonight in the first round of the NFL Draft?
We talked about in the last episode. I'm going with the Lions, a team that we think is starting to break it down. Obviously, they've had their issues. Matt Patricia calling out some guys. This team has their franchise quarterback in Matt Stafford, but there are rumors they might take a quarterback with the 3rd pick, which is just absolutely ridiculous. I think if this team is going to do something, they're going to trade down with all the quarterback rumors to maybe a team like the Dolphins, as Dylan mentioned. They could obviously the best guy out there probably is going to be Jeff Okudah from Ohio State to replace the recently traded Darius Slay to the Eagles. But I'm thinking if there's going to be a team that could trade their pick given the talent, I'm going to go the Detroit Lions. I really think they break it down, even though they do have Stafford, and they hit the reset button.
Well, Detroit has been in talks with the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Miami Dolphins, and the Los Angeles Chargers. All of those teams are in the top 10, and all of them could trade up to that 3rd overall selection to take their potential quarterback of the future. And the Lions drafting with Bob Quinn, the general manager, with the Winnebago parked in his parking lot so that the IT guys can make it work. Cortland, our own tech guy. He's not in the Winnebago, but he's at home. Cortland, what's your team to watch out for in the NFL Draft?
Well, my team to watch for, obviously, my Patriots. We had Tom Brady leave, but, no worry. We got Bill Belichick. He's one of the best, probably the best head coach of all time. It will be interesting to see if the Patriots maybe trade up for a quarterback or what they're going to do because they need someone at that position that can carry them over for a year or 2 until they get someone that's more developed or maybe develop the player they're drafting tonight. I want to see if Belichick and Kraft are on this page for quarterback this year because in the past there has been rumors that they're not on the same page. But I think the Pats is a team to look out for.
So the obvious successor in the building to Tom Brady would be Jarrett Stidham, the 4th-round pick out of Auburn last year. Reports coming out that the Patriots won't panic to draft a quarterback early this draft, I should say. But if a quarterback prospect slides, maybe Jordan Love out of Utah State or Jacob Eason out of Washington, they could nab him or one of those guys as a successor of the future. And finally, our IT man in New Canaan, repping the New Orleans Saints gear, Shane Smith, and the gloves. Shane, who is your team to watch? Is it the Saints or is it somebody else?
Ian, thanks for having me tonight. I appreciate the invite. The Saints, we need some receivers. With Michael Thomas, the newly signed Emmanuel Sanders, we need to make a splash. We need to score a nice receiver prospect to develop under Michael Thomas. He's got Drew Brees probably for this year only. And that's where we need. We need the offensive weapon.
That's a good point. Michael Thomas, arguably the best receiver in all of football last year. Emmanuel Sanders made some big plays for the 49ers in their Super Bowl run. Well, they add another weapon for Drew Brees and potentially one of his last, if not his last year in the NFL. I'm going to also pick a team in the NFC South as my team to watch in the draft. The Atlanta Falcons were one of the NFL's best second half teams last year. They were 5-2, 6-2 over their last 8 games after an abysmal start. And look, they're a win now team. They have Matt Ryan, who is a veteran quarterback who's not getting any younger. Julio Jones isn't getting any younger. They have great pieces on the offensive side of the ball. Todd Gurley is not a move that is going to last very long. They signed him to a 1-year deal because he has a lot of injury history, and that's a short-term solution that could pay off big. So the question is, what are they going to do? They need defensive players. Their defense was abysmal last season. They could trade up into the top 10 from 16. C.J. Henderson, the cornerback out of Florida, is a name that should be watched out for to bolster in the secondary and replace veteran corner Desmond Trufant, who was cut. Or maybe there's even a report they could trade up to as high as pick number 2 with Washington, but that's probably not going to happen. Washington has already kind of come out and say they are not going to trade the pick. So that is where we are at right now. The NFL draft should start momentarily, where the Cincinnati Bengals will be on the clock with the number 1 overall pick, where they will most likely select Joe Burrow, the superstar Heisman Trophy winning quarterback out of Louisiana State University. But let's talk about some players who aren't beginning their careers, but ended their career and then restarted it because of Tom Brady. Rob Gronkowski is back in the league after 1 year of retirement, arguably the best tight end of all time, even though he's had a pretty short NFL career, dealt with some major back injuries, retired from the game after their Super Bowl win against the Rams 2 years ago, and now relinking with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady. Rob Gronkowski and a 7th-round pick head to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in exchange for a 4th-round pick. So, guys, what do you think of this move, and does this move potentially push the Buccaneers over the top as the favorite in the NFC South? I'm going to go to Shane first on this one. What do you think? Do you think this is an impact move, Shane, bringing Gronk to Tampa Bay, and what will it do for the Buccaneers?
I saw the video of the great one summoning the Gronk and Gronk him running through the woods. I think it's going to be a positive thing. He's down on the weight. He's going to try to get up to the playing weight a little bit. He's still got the hands. He's got the athleticism. He's been healthy for a year, and having him and Brady together again, I just think that they're going to excel in that offense. I'm looking at if Gronk stays healthy, 10 touchdowns, maybe 1,000 yards. I think he's going to do well.
And Cortland, the former Patriots fan in the chat. I mean, it's been a tough offseason for you. And, I'm not even the biggest Patriots fan, but it really does stink that you've lost these players. But what do you think? I mean, for a guy who watched Rob Gronkowski for years dominate New England, what kind of player is Tampa Bay getting? Are they getting Gronk, or are they getting semi-Gronk? What are they getting?
I don't think they're getting Gronk. I think it's going to be not as dominant as he was a bunch of years ago. Yes, he'll have an outside target that you can throw to. He's going to be running all over the field. He won't have the speed he's had. He won't have the strength he had. I think it's going to take him a few weeks just to get back into the rotation in the season as he's been gone for a few. It really takes a toll on a player's body to go through that season. And I think in the middle, he'll do well, but the beginning and end, I think he'll have to tap out, and he's not going to be as good as he was a few years ago.
And now we got Dylan. Dylan, you're also a Jets fan, so you've seen a lot of Gronk over the years. What do you think? Does this move make Tampa Bay the favorite in the NFC South?
I've definitely seen Gronk a lot, and it's been in the end zone against my team. It's the worst. Anyways, Rob Gronkowski is a great tight end. You called him the best tight end of all time. I wouldn't go there just yet, but he's a great tight end. He's huge body. And I agree with Cortland how there's no training camp this year, most likely. OTAs, they're going to have to learn the playbook over something like this, like a Google Meet or a Zoom. So it's going to be a little bit different. But I think the Bucs can definitely handle it. They have Cameron Brate right now in their roster, another amazing tight end. And right now they do have O.J. Howard, a player that I expect to be moved before the season, maybe even tonight. But anyways, I do believe that the Bucs are the NFC favorites, but not by far. The Saints are still a very good team, and a pickup that I like them. We touched on it earlier, Emmanuel Sanders. Guy's so clutch. He played with the Broncos earlier in his career, had a lot of playoff experience there. Then he went to the 49ers. He's been on a winning team for a lot of his career. I believe that stays true this year. The Bucs could be a division winner, but don't be afraid to call them a wild card candidate.
So Roger Goodell is now from his basement where he's got a big draft set up. The Bengals not on the clock yet, so I'm going to go to Austin here. Austin, any other comments to add on the Gronk to Tampa Bay move and what if a Buccaneers NFC South?
To be honest, Ian, this is not a surprising move at all. Last August, I talked about this earlier. Gronk had an interview with Michael Strahan and ABC on Good Morning America, and it was the first meeting since his retirement. And this kind of got swept under the rug because right after Andrew Luck retired, and kind of the whole football community was so disappointed to see that, given he was so young and how well loved he was around the league. But with Gronk and that town hall he said that he missed the game of football, and it really looked like tears were coming out of his eyes because he was just so disappointed because he loves football so much. And obviously we know about the injuries. Since he's such a big target and such a force, guys are going to go after him, and he's had injury problems, as we know. He talked about in that Super Bowl 53, when obviously the Patriots beat the Rams in that low-scoring game, how he was actually crying in his bed that night after he wins the Lombardi Trophy. I mean, that's ridiculous. One of the greatest achievements you could ever have as a football player. And Gronk is in his bed crying because he's so disappointed how injured he was. And obviously we know you guys have talked about the threat he poses as a tight end. Brady and Gronk will probably go down as one of the best quarterback tight end pairs in history with the Patriots. Both Brady and Gronk could obviously be busts. And we know with teams that win the offseason, like per se the Browns last year were kind of a laughingstock of the league halfway through. They finished, I believe, 6-10. They really weren't. Many expected them to be an AFC favorite, let alone the AFC North, and they didn't even do much. So I'm expecting this team and the Buccaneers to kind of be that same way. I expect them to actually finish in third place in that division behind Shane, your Saints, and maybe even the Falcons. You talked about them. And the other thing that kind of got swept under the rug, the fact that when Gronk was in the Patriots, there was a rumor that he got traded to the Detroit Lions, and he went to the front office. He went to Bob Kraft, and he said, "No, I'm retiring," because it goes to show you how much he loves Brady and the fact that they are really best buddies, and the fact that he wanted to step away from football because the Patriots were splitting him up with Brady goes to show you that he wanted to be with Brady. And this is obviously, I don't think we saw Tampa Bay as his optimal spot, but here they are, and this team could be winners of the offseason so far, and could be, if they make a move tonight in the draft, this team is going to be exciting, but I don't trust this team. Third place is my prediction.
Well, before we get to some of the quarterbacks in this draft class, I just want to say about Tampa, was a sneaky good team before Tom Brady and Gronk got to town. Mike Evans to Chris Godwin is the best receiver duo in the league. I don't think there's much question about that. You already got O.J. Howard. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my thing, and then we can debate the receivers. Come on, Dylan. Dylan, I know nobody watches the Buccaneers, but both of them had over 1,300 yards. And then this defense.
Michael Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, I picked those two.
I like Emmanuel Sanders a lot, but Emmanuel Sanders is past his prime, Dylan. Now, what I'm getting to here, Dylan, he's in his mid-30s. Come on.
He had an amazing season last year with the 49ers. He carried them to the Super Bowl.
Emmanuel Sanders carried them to the Super Bowl?
He was a very big piece.
He was a very big piece. Very true. But
hot takes, and you haven't even started yet.
Hot takes? I don't think that's a very hot take, Dylan. Both of them were Pro Bowlers, but whatever. The point is Tampa Bay, they have a terrific offense in store. And defensively, Levante David, Devin White, their rookie out of LSU last year, Ndamukong Suh, Vita Vea, a big defensive tackles, a very good young player. And they have a lot of underrated players in the secondary, from Jamel Dean to Sean Murphy-Bunting, guys that the casual NFL fan might not know about. And I didn't really know about them as of a few weeks ago, but I've been doing some research on the Buccaneers. These guys had great rookie seasons, 2 rookie corners for Tampa Bay that did great work there. And Todd Bowles, the former Jets coach, is a great defensive coordinator, and he knows what he's doing with that Tampa Bay defense. Now, Dylan, you wanted to talk about the quarterbacks, and we can open this up to everybody, but I'm going to go to Dylan first because he is eager to start some debating. Dylan, your favorite quarterback in this class is not Joe Burrow out of LSU, the Heisman winner. It is Tua Tagovailoa out of Alabama. Despite the many injuries, you are a big fan of Tua. Why do you like Tua so much? I mean, obviously he's had such a great career at Alabama, but why do you have Tua number one?
Joe Burrow is an amazing quarterback. Let's start off with that. He had a great year last year. Amazing. Probably one of the best college seasons of all time for a quarterback. He's really up there with that 2010 Cam Newton Heisman year when he was at Auburn. But Joe Burrow played 1 year. One. Tua Tagovailoa is a great quarterback. And I know he's a lefty, and we don't see that many great lefty quarterbacks. We think of maybe Steve Young or another quarterback that's a lefty that I can't think of right now. But you don't see many of the lefties. I think Tua is such a special talent that he can get over that. And he's played 2.5 years. He was thrusted into the national championship. That was his first game as an Alabama quarterback. The national championship. Everyone's eyes on you. And what did he do against Georgia? He won the national championship with a 40-plus yard bomb down the left sideline. That's poise. I mean, the guy's played for 2+ years. He's insane when he's on the field. Yes, I see the injury issues. And he's had some ankle injuries, had some hip injuries. Doctors have cleared him. If I'm the Bengals, and I'm not the Bengals GM, I know that you guys might have thought I was the Bengals GM. I'm not. But if I was.
You're not Duke Tobin? I thought you were Duke Tobin.
I would take Tua over Joe Burrow.
All right. Well, we have the hot take from Dylan. You think I'm having hot takes. That's a pretty hot take. Even though Tua is a winner, both of them are winners, Tua and Joe Burrow. There's no doubt about that. Tua winning it a few years ago and Joe Burrow winning it this year over Clemson. Definitely the guys have winning pedigree. So we are just moments away. The national anthem sung by Harry Connick Jr., New Canaan's own, just a few moments ago on ESPN. Roger Goodell is in his basement ready to make the picks. The Bengals have already announced they are not going to be trading out of the first overall selection. They've pretty much told teams in the NFL they are going to take Joe Burrow, even though Tua Tagovailoa is there. So, guys, I'll open it up to the rest of you, as Dylan just did. Do you think Joe Burrow is the slam dunk selection, the man who had an FBS record for the most touchdown passes in a single season with 60? Is he the guy to revive the Cincinnati Bengals? Austin, you are shaking your head in agreement. Why is he the man?
I mean, come on. This is the SEC. This is probably one of the toughest conferences in college football. Not that Tua's not a bad quarterback or anything, but there's no reason why they should take him. Yeah, he only had one season, but he had an unbelievable season in the SEC, 5,600 yards, 60 touchdowns, and in the college football playoff, he was even better, 63 points against, I don't care if it was Oklahoma and a Big 12 team. We know the Big 12 games are always shootouts. He dropped 63 points, Peach Bowl record. And then he beat a Clemson team, a team that beat Ohio State in the semifinals. He scores another 42. There is no way. You look at what he has done in only 1 year. This is the guy. Tua's got injury problems. And we know that Burrow outplayed Tua when they played in Tuscaloosa last year. So, I mean, come on. This is no-brainer. I mean, I would be shocked if it is anyone else other than the LSU man.
And I'll go down to Shane. Shane, you're a big Saints fan, obviously LSU. Down there in Louisiana. What makes Joe Burrow so special when you've watched him? Why is he the guy for the Cincinnati Bengals, if you believe he is the guy?
And before I get in on this, I just want to say that your little spat with Dylan about the Bucs before, Brady already has 2 strikes against him, all right? He's breaking an entry, 1, okay? Trespassing, 2. He broke into the dude's house, the wrong house, to meet his coach, and then he trespassed on a park and got kicked out. So, I don't know, guys. Just 2 strikes. There's 1 more to go. But I do think Joe Burrow is a real deal and the clear-cut number 1 QB in this draft. He's got it all. He knows how to win. He's a game manager. If the Bengals pick somebody other than him, that's a big mistake, and it's going to ruin their franchise for years to come.
The Joe Burrow story is one of the more interesting ones we've seen in the NFL drafts over the past few years. He, coming out of Ohio at high school, did not get a lot of big offers. He tried to walk on at Nebraska, not Ohio State. He didn't make it there. So then he walked on at Ohio State, rode 3 years on the bench, didn't play much. He threw just 2 touchdowns to no picks over 3 years. And then he goes to LSU, transfers, joins Coach Ed Orgeron there, His first year, 16 TDs, 5 interceptions, nothing special. If he went out as a junior, he probably would have been a mid to late round pick. But then all of a sudden this year, he sets the FBS record for most touchdown passes and the highest pass rating of any quarterback of all time. If you're watching ESPN right now, you see Bengals second-year coach Zach Taylor is texting viciously. So let's see. Maybe he's texting in the pick for Joe Burrow. Who knows? It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. We know it's probably going to happen at pick 1, and we also know it's probably going to happen at pick 2 with Chase Young. Cortland, I'll go to you on this one. Chase Young, the Ohio State megastar, many people consider him the best player in the draft. Do you think the Redskins should take Chase Young to add to their already strong front 7, or should they trade out?
I think they should hold their ground, stay at number 2, take Chase Young. He had 16 and a half and a record almost. The kid is an athlete. He is dominant on the football field at 6'5", 260. He's a guy that will take your defensive line and just take it up a notch, which is something the Redskins need. Defense wasn't the best there. Neither was their offense, to be honest. But still, they need someone on that line to get to the quarterback and put pressure. If you put pressure on the quarterback, it leads to bad throws, which an ordinary defensive line could – they're not defensive backs could pick up. You don't have a bunch of good players. You need one person to pressure on the quarterback, and that is Chase Young.
Anyone else want to talk about Chase Young and the player that the Redskins could potentially be getting?
I think Young is a great talent. The Redskins, they already have a very strong D-line, but some have called Young a generational talent that they can't pass up, and I agree. I mean, he had a great season at Ohio State. The Big Ten is always a tough conference when it comes to offensive line. You're battling with the big boys, 6'5", 320 pounds at Michigan. Iowa is a great source for offensive tackles. I feel like they have about 3-4 first-round picks every year, those big boys out of the Hawkeyes team. Mm-hmm. I think Young is just a generational talent. He's a bit small, but he's very fast, and he can just get past the tackles. He uses speed. He uses his hands. He's just a great talent, and I feel the Redskins are making the right move if they draft him at 2.
Well, Chase Young, as Cortland mentioned, he was a record setter at Ohio State for the Buckeyes, 46 tackles, 21 for loss. He led the FBS with 16 and a half sacks. That was also a school record. He had seven forced fumbles last season alone, 30 and a half sacks and 9 forced fumbles for him in his 3-year career. So the Bengals are officially on the clock with the first overall selection. They have 9 minutes to make the pick. And all three relatives in the Burrow family have went and played football at Nebraska. The former Ohio Mr. Football back in 2014, Joe Burrow, threw just 39 passes during his time at Ohio State, and he could be returning to Ohio to play with the Bengals. Obviously, that would be big for them. But guys, I know it's not a draft topic, but what do you think is going to happen to Andy Dalton? Anyone want to open us up there? Maybe Cortland, as a Patriots fan, you think Andy Dalton should be in the Patriots' radar?
I said this a while ago. Andy Dalton would be a perfect fit for the Patriots. The Patriots aren't looking for a guy who's going to take over the team, throw big passes down the field, and drop dimes. They need someone to complete those 8-yard or less throws and let the receivers run. Julian Edelman, what a great wide receiver he's been for the Patriots, and Tom Brady. You've seen so many times he just dumps that 5-yard pass off to Julian Edelman and he runs for a first down. Andy Dalton would be perfect at that. And we saw a video a few weeks ago, or last week, I believe, where his kids were working on, and he looked pretty good. He had some zip on the ball. He looked like he was moving around well and with good accuracy. So I think he would be a good fit for the Patriots.
I mean, people forget Andy Dalton brought the Bengals to the playoffs for a ton of years in a row to start his NFL career with some great Bengals teams. The team has fallen apart over the past few years, and a little bit has Dalton's play, but definitely a guy who could come in and provide some good snaps for a team. So the top 5 of this draft includes the Bengals, the Redskins, the Lions, the New York Giants, and then the Miami Dolphins, who, as Dylan mentioned earlier, own 3 first-round selections, the most out of any team in this draft. Shane, if you are the Miami Dolphins, are you trading up or are you staying where you're at and, sticking to your guns?
Ian, I think they need a QB, and I think their QB is Tua. How they're going to get that, I don't know. There's a lot of talk, a lot of discussion, but they have Ryan Fitzpatrick, who Fitzmagic will run out sooner than later, and they're gonna need someone like Fitzpatrick, who's an experienced NFL vet. He's been on many teams. He knows how to win. He knows how to also manage games to shape Tua into be a good NFL QB.
Fitzpatrick had a solid year last year, 20 TDs, 13 picks, but he's not getting any younger. 37 years old for the former.
The beard is just getting longer. That's it.
You know, when will he run out of gas? Who knows? But the beard is not running out anytime soon. So, Austin, do you have the same sentiment? Do you think Tua is the guy for the Miami Dolphins at pick 5, or do you think it's Justin Herbert, the quarterback out of Oregon, who's also probably going to go in the top 8 at the very least?
I agree with Shane here. I think definitely with a veteran guy in Fitzpatrick, I think you want to develop a guy who we've seen his ups and downs in Tua, who can certainly have those times where it looks like he's really not there. I mean, we saw he was playing while injured last year. I think that when you look at Justin Herbert, I think LA with the Chargers is the right spot for him. We can discuss that later as that pick comes up. But certainly Miami, you want to go for a quarterback. As we mentioned, this team is certainly a talk around the AFC East with what's happened with the Patriots. I think you go with the quarterback, a safe bet into who you know is going to have that clutch factor. Obviously came in and won that national championship a couple years ago for Alabama while Jalen Hurts struggled in that first half against Georgia. So this is certainly the guy you want. Yeah, they could go after, you mentioned the Oregon guy and Herbert, who's a little bit bigger, but I certainly think Tua can certainly make an impact from year one. This team is can certainly has what it takes. They can be in a win now mode, but they can also develop younger guys over time. Go with Tua. He can go right in there and win some games. And if not, Fitzpatrick is right there, and we know what he can do. Obviously beat the Patriots last year in week 17, which made them bump down to not having a bye, and we know what happened there, Cortland. So yeah.
Whoa, that's a strong finish from Austin, taking a shot at the Patriots. Still 4.5 minutes left for the Cincinnati Bengals to make their pick. And let's go maybe to some prospects who won't be flying off the board immediately. But Cortland, you wanted to talk about an Oklahoma prospect because you're a big Oklahoma fan, in Kenneth Murray.
Yeah, Kenneth Murray, you may think, oh, an Oklahoma prospect, he might go late first round is something I want to look with. He's ranked second in his position at linebacker. He's 6'3", 240 pounds, but this guy is smart. He plays smart football. You can see him move around the field a lot. Alex Grinch just came in with Lincoln Riley to kind of revamp the Sooners defense, and he was a major statement this year. He's only was a junior, but he's entering this draft, so I would be interesting to see. He isn't, the most athletic or outstanding player, but he's smart, and that's what you need at the linebacker position. So I think he might go late first round if a team's looking for a good linebacker, or maybe early second.
I remember, Dylan, you and I were joking last night, an Oklahoma defensive prospect, how could that possibly exist? But Cortland is right on this one. Kenneth Murray is regarded as one of the best inside linebackers in the draft, right behind LSU's Patrick Queen. And Murray, with over 100 tackles in each of his last 2 seasons, 8.5 sacks as well. He's a good interior blitzer and a great leader is what we've heard about him off the field. So, Dylan, I'm going to go back to you here. You really started to get fired up when we were talking about the NFC South, and you want to take our focus back to them and the big things that can be happening down there this season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Carolina Panthers, who are in somewhat rebuild mode, but still an exciting team, the Saints, and then obviously the Bucs.
You know what, Ian? I do want to talk a little bit about the NFC South, but then I want to move back to that AFC North because I have a few things to say about them. Quickly to end on the NFC South, I believe the Panthers are the worst team in the division. Can't really say anything about that. They got a lot of things to figure out. Who's their quarterback? Kyle Allen. Now they signed Teddy Bridgewater to a big deal, a guy who really hasn't proven himself since 2015 with the Vikings. So I think that the Panthers are the last team in that division. But I really think the top 2 spots are up for grabs with the Saints and the Bucs. Atlanta, that's a team no one really knows about. They think they're in win now mode with Matt Ryan. But ever since that Super Bowl, they just haven't looked right. You talked about them earlier. They have a first-round pick. Will they take another offensive tackle? No, because that won't help them. And they have Julio Jones. They have Calvin Ridley. that defense needs work. They're playing against Drew Brees. They're playing against Tom Brady. You got to stop these guys, okay? You play them 4 times a year. Those are 4 big games. And if they want to get out of that 3 spot or maybe even 4, I mean, they could fall all the way down to that last spot in the NFC South. They're going to have to make a move on defense. I believe C.J. Henderson out of Florida, as you said, a cornerback, would be a great pick for them. But I want to go back to that AFC North.
Hey, Dylan, before you get to, I just want to cut you off for a second. The Bengals pick is in. Just wanted to announce that. Obviously, we expect it to be Joe Burrow. Dylan, you can continue on your point, but there it is. The Bengals are not trading out. They're not doing anything too crazy. Joe Burrow's on the phone, so he's probably going to be the pick. He's even holding the Bengals hat right now. So, yeah, we know it's the pick. Dylan, back to your point.
Burrow will be going to the Bengals, but I want to give a little look at that division. So we got the Steelers. We got the Browns.
Oh, actually, their pick is coming in.
I'll stop.
Oh, and the shocker of the world, Joe Burrow, the Heisman-winning quarterback from LSU. He's got the headphones on for some reason. Maybe he's video chatting with Zach Taylor, and you're all clapping here. Joe Burrow with his 2 parents in Ohio. He is staying in Ohio. Look, Austin mentioned it earlier. The Browns are trying to get back with their quarterback, Baker Mayfield, trying to get back into relevancy in Ohio. And the second NFL franchise from Ohio is getting their man. The Redskins now on the clock, expected to take Chase Young. They have 7.5 minutes to make the pick, but it's the 6'3.5", 221-pound Joe Burrow, the megastar, former Ohio State man, now LSU, and now Cincinnati Bengal. Dylan, you wanted to continue on your point about his new division.
It's great that they picked him. They didn't mess up. The Bengals, they have a history of messing up, okay? They haven't won much in their entire franchise. Everyone remembers the Bengals, that Vontaze Burfict hit on Antonio Brown. That's what people remember when they think of the Cincinnati Bengals. So let's go back to that division. Everyone knows the Browns. Everyone knows the Steelers. Everyone knows the Bengals. Now we talk about the Ravens. The Ravens, I feel, are in a different class. Okay, they're getting that number 1 spot in the division. Who's number 2? Who's number 3? The Browns, I feel, have an interesting situation tonight. I feel like they can make a few moves. You know, they signed Jack Conklin on the offensive line. They signed Austin Hooper for that tight end spot, who's competing with David Njoku, who I don't really like that signing of Hooper. I really like Njoku. His athleticism is really off the charts, and I liked his game. Their issue, which happened for the Giants, Ian, is Odell Beckham Jr. Okay? I don't want to be too mean on the guy. You know, he's a great talent. He played in his rookie and second season for the Giants. Victor Cruz had a lot of great impact on him. But Odell Beckham Jr. is that issue. The Browns need less noise. They need less people to talk about them. Everyone's talking about Odell, and everyone's talking about Baker because everyone's like, oh, if Odell looks him off one time, everyone's like, oh, Odell, Baker, and done. They're done. Okay? The Browns need less noise, and they need to get rid of Odell Beckham Jr. They should have known that wasn't a good spot for him. Baker's a big name. Cortland, you watched him at Oklahoma. He planted the flag on Kansas, I believe, after the game. He's talking trash. That's just his personality, and I don't mind it. I like a guy who shows a personality, but you can't have 2 big personalities on a team when none of them want to code together and fight for wins. Odell needs to get out of there, and the Browns really – I don't really know what you can get for Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe a 4th rounder, maybe a 3rd rounder. No one really wants that guy.
Good point, Dylan. That's going to be an underratedly very competitive division this year in the AFC North. So Joe Burrow, the Heisman winner, becomes the 3rd straight Heisman winner to be selected number 1 overall and the 23rd Heisman winner all time to go number 1. Obviously, Kyler Murray last year, the Oklahoma man, got drafted by the Cardinals number 1. And then speaking of the AFC North, Baker Mayfield, also the Oklahoma man, the former Texas Tech man as well. He, a Heisman winner. So I'm going to go to you here, Austin. Burrow has a lot of weapons to work with in Cincinnati, to say the least. And also the Washington Redskins pick is in. They are not trading out of pick 2. But Austin, I'll go to you very quickly. Tell me about some of the weapons. He's got A.J. Green, Tyler Boyd, Joe Mixon. How much success should we expect from Burrow in his rookie season?
I certainly think that this team can certainly make an impact. Just 2 wins last year. I don't know if they can sneak in, obviously, with the new playoff format. You get that extra team. This this AFC North is so competitive. Feels like if this new playoff format was in the last couple of years, the Steelers would be in there. But this Bengals team can be very competitive. I expect them to be 500. You mentioned A.J. Green. They have Joe Mixon, a good running back, John Ross as well, Mike Thomas. So this team has the weapons, and this team, Tyler Boyd as well, is probably their best receiver, knowing that Green's a little bit older. So this team certainly has what it takes. I'm glad they kind of got rid of – they have their second-year coach now. They finally got rid of their old one after their disasters in the playoff, and every year I felt like they choked. But this team offensively, what they have in a division that is very offensively minded. If you look at the Ravens, everything is about Lamar Jackson in that offense, and the Steelers as well. Doesn't really matter what quarterback you put on for that team can make an impact. And same with the Browns, Dylan, as you just mentioned, with Baker Mayfield and code. Don't forget Jarvis Landry as well. So with an offensively based division and what this team has, this team can make an impact. And I'm not going to say they're going to make the playoffs this year, but in a couple of years, this team is definitely going to be a very good team and can't compete with the Ravens and a young quarterback there in Lamar Jackson.
Good point, Austin. Can Zach Taylor, the second-year head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, use Joe Burrow correctly, use this team correctly, and get the Bengals back to the playoffs? We see one of the ESPN reporters is meeting with Burrow right now. Good for Joe Burrow, the underdog, finally, kind of like Baker Mayfield in a sense, getting his shot at LSU 2 years ago, and now he's the number 1 overall pick. Now, Shane, I know you like to do the occasional sports bet here and there, so I'm going to give you a prop bet right now. Very simple. Joe Burrow, is he the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year for this next season? Why or why not? Do you believe in him?
Ian, I would bet for him. He's got the talent. If A.J. Green comes back healthy and they implement the offense that's built around him, they got their running back, Joe Mixon, who's highly skilled in his position. I do think he will be the Offensive Rookie of the Year, without a doubt.
Well, it's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of big offensive playmakers. Obviously, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland, C.D. Lamb well out of Oklahoma, Henry Ruggs, another Alabama receiver, and then the running backs, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, all those guys could be up for the award. But again, Joe Burrow, the number 1 pick, the number 2 pick, probably going to be Ohio State's Chase Young, the superstar edge rusher. The pick is in. The Redskins are not trading away the second pick, even though there were some rumors that pick could go flying. So, guys, what about pick 3? Because that's going to be a wild card. We got Jacksonville, Miami, and maybe the Chargers. All might want to move up for that pick. And we do see Chase Young is getting a phone call right now, so it looks like Chase Young is going to be a Redskin. And he is from the D.C. area, so good for him. But, guys, what team the most needs to trade up for a quarterback? Dylan, I'm going to go back to you here. If Miami, the Chargers, or Jacksonville, who needs that guy the most to be the face of their franchise?
Ian, I'm not going to answer your question because Detroit is not going to trade their pick. Everyone's saying, number 3 is going to get traded. Everyone's saying Miami or LA are going to trade up. They need their quarterback. I don't think they get traded. I think it's the right move that the Detroit should trade it, but Detroit, how many Super Bowls have they won?
How many
games have they won? I mean, every year I feel like they go 5-11, or now it's going to be 5-12 next year. I believe they make the pick, and I believe it's going to be Jeff Okudah. I've watched so much film on this guy that I feel no one can complete a pass against him. He's so good in man coverage. He can tackle, even though he's a 6'1" body. And I just feel he's such a great player. Jeff Okudah will be a Lion with the 3rd pick. I don't believe we get the trade that everyone wants.
That's a very good point. The Washington Redskins are on. Roger Goodell is on the screen, I should say. And let's see if it's Chase Young. And it is Chase Young, the man who set the Ohio State record with the most sacks in a single season with 16.5 last year. He's on the phone with the new head coach of the Washington Redskins, Ron Rivera, the former Carolina Panthers head coach, gets his man. And boy, what a scary front 7 that is. You got Chase Young, 2 Alabama guys, and Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen. And then also on the other end, the guy they drafted last year in Montez Sweat, who had 7.5 sacks out of Mississippi State as a late first-round pick. So, Cortland, was this the right move, or should they have traded out?
I think this is the right move. It's kind of obvious. He is, like I said before, the most athletic guy in the draft. He's going to really help their defense, put pressure on the quarterback, make them throw, make the opposing quarterbacks make bad throws, which will maybe lead for turnovers and 3-and-outs, which will very, very help.
Not going to lie. As a Giants fan, I'm scared to see Chase Young coming around the bend, especially if we don't pick an offensive tackle at 4 or trade back. Anyway, the Detroit Lions are on the clock, Dylan, and there's just under 4 minutes left there, so maybe you're right. Maybe they do take Jeff Okudah, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, to build with that defense that Matt Patricia runs. In Detroit, I mean, hey, Stephon Gilmore is the best player on the New England Patriots defense, a sticky man-to-man corner. Austin, do you think they should stick with Okudah and build their defense around the secondary in Detroit and replace Darius Slay?
Unless they get a perfect trade, which is probably not going to happen with all the potential quarterbacks out there. I don't think they're going to get a good deal. They have their quarterback already. This team needs to rebuild, as we've mentioned so many times before. And even though it feels like every year they think they have a chance and then they just blow it. I mean, it feels like every year on Thanksgiving they play a great game for the fans and then they always just blow it the next couple of weeks. This team needs a defensive guy in Okudah. You got some aging quarterbacks. Obviously, got Aaron Rodgers and some other guys in that division who maybe are a little bit older, are seeing the end. And not as a great offensive division, you could certainly see a guy in Okudah make an impact in year one and really change this Lions team around, which has struggled in the past couple of years.
So it's so crazy to see that the first two picks are both going to hometown teams in a sense. Joe Burrow from Ohio goes to an Ohio team in Cincinnati, and Chase Young grew up just 10 miles away from FedEx Field, which is now where he will be playing on Sundays with the Washington Redskins. The 6'5", 264-pound edge rusher, he's getting compared to Jadeveon Clowney, who's surprisingly still a free agent, but a superstar pass rusher for the Texans and Seahawks over his NFL career, the former number 1 overall pick out of South Carolina, the home of Cortland Parrott next year. So, pick 3, still just 2 minutes left to make the pick, is not been traded, so maybe Dylan's going to be right, and they will take Jeff Okudah. The pick is in. So, Dylan, I guess you are right. Even though they were engaged in trade talks with numerous teams, it looks like it could be Okudah. It also could be Derek Brown, the defensive tackle out of Auburn. Apparently, he has a lot of supporters in the building in Detroit among Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. He's a superstar defensive tackle, the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. But is defensive tackle too high at pick 3 for a guy who's not that great a pass rusher, guys? Or would you be willing to take a defensive tackle with the 3rd overall pick in the draft?
Ian, I want to give myself credit that I once got it right. Number 2, defensive tackle is not a pick for number 3. You know, I'm thinking as a Jets fan, past 15 years, I feel like we've taken a defensive lineman every year, and they've been off the team in about 2 years. You know, Mo Wilkerson comes to mind, then Leonard Williams, who's now a New York Giant because we couldn't take his contract. But defensive tackle, it's an interesting situation. You know, you could have the best defensive tackle in the league, Aaron Donald, with 3 other guys and no names, and he can't do anything because he's getting triple teamed. So I think Jeff Okudah is the pick here. You know, Darius Slay, he left the team. He's now a Philadelphia Eagle. He got traded because of his attitude, and he didn't like what Matt Patricia was putting down over in Detroit. I feel like they got to fill that hole. And Jeff Okudah is the perfect guy to be that number 1 cornerback for the Lions.
And if you're watching ESPN right now at home, you see the 2 men running the Lions organization, Matt Patricia with his son, and then Bob Quinn also there, the GM. Let's see Roger Goodell to announce the pick. And it is Jeff Okudah, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, with 9 pass breakups and 3 interceptions last season from his home in Grand Prairie, Texas. The Ohio State Buckeye, the best corner in the nation last year, is heading to Detroit, replacing Darius Slay, who got a contract extension and was traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. So now, Austin, our team, the New York Giants, is on the board. So, if you are the infamous Dave Gettleman, are you taking Isaiah Simmons, the superstar versatile linebacker prospect out of Clemson, or are you taking an offensive tackle, either Jedrick Wills, the right tackle out of Alabama, or another right tackle out of Iowa, Tristan Wirfs?
you got to go with the Clemson linebacker. I mean, there is no question about it. Even though I just said, Ian, a couple hours ago that we know Gettleman makes some offensive picks the last 2 years, but this defense for the Giants has been so incredibly bad. They need that linebacker in Simmons to make an impact. Feels like every year watching them, the run defense is just awful, and they can't protect guys on third down. Feels like every year in the last couple of years, they just unloaded guys, from Eli Apple to, any other veteran. They just get Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie, for example. They just unload, and they can never get that right guy. But Simmons is the guy proven out of a great Clemson team. Obviously, what he's done in the past 4 years is really remarkable for Coach Dabo Swinney out in Clemson. Cortland, I know you're not going to be a fan of them the next couple of years, but he's the guy. And yes, you could go for an offensive lineman to protect Daniel Jones, who obviously has his ball control problems, and get holes for Saquon Barkley, who can turn nothing into something so easily. We know how good he is. But even though you're Gettleman, certainly we know as Giants fans, we can get a little irritated with picks he's made last year. I bet everyone heard me after I was yelling after they got Daniel Jones. But I think this year you want to go for a linebacker. Defensively is where you want to build it. You have some offensive pieces. I mean, some Giants can't quite stay on the field. Golden Tate, Sterling Shepard, you name them. They're probably injured right now. So you go for Simmons, the guy out of Clemson, who hasn't proven, as we are still getting a look at Matt Patricia for some random reason. But as a Giants fan, Ian, as long as they just don't really trade down, I mean, they're here, they're at the 4th pick. I mean, I was pretty disappointed they couldn't get the 2nd pick and lose a couple games to maybe get that guy in the Ohio State man now with the Redskins. So, but Chase Young.
So, yeah. So you think Simmons is the guy? I'd love to bring Isaiah Simmons to the Giants organization. That'd be awesome to see him playing in Big Blue on Sundays. The former safety turned linebacker was the best linebacker in the state last year, the ACC Defensive Player of the Year, a unanimous All-American, and the Butt Kiss Award winner as the best linebacker in the nation, racking up 104 total tackles, 7 sacks, 8 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, a forced fumble. He did it all for Clemson, and obviously the pièce de résistance. The man ran a 4.38 40-yard dash as a linebacker at nearly 240 pounds. So that would be a great pick to see. They already got Blake Martinez in free agency. Will they add another linebacker here, or will they go offensive line with Wills or Wirfs? 4:39 left for the New York Giants to make the pick at number 4, or will they trade down with another team? They have been in talks with teams. Dave Gettleman says they are open for business, even though Dave Gettleman has never, ever traded a pick down the draft board in his career as a general manager. So I'm going to go back to you here, Shane. If you're the Giants, what do you think makes more of an impact day one, a linebacker or offensive lineman for this Giants team?
Ian, I know the Giants are all your Sundays. That's every Sunday you look forward to it. So, you know what? I won't be surprised if they absolutely just ruin the start of your season this year and just take somebody not even on the draft board.
Oh,
but with Simmons, he's an elite position player. He has explosive qualities. He's a true 3-down linebacker, hybrid defender. I honestly think that if they choose somebody other than him, it's going to put a wrench in the whole draft from this pick on.
It's going to be very interesting. Hey, look, last year, Austin and I were both a little dismayed about the Daniel Jones selection because no one saw that coming. But look, Daniel Jones had a pretty solid rookie season for Big Blue. Dave Gettleman, he hasn't said a lot of crazy things. He's done a lot of crazy things. But to his credit, he got the franchise offensive talent in Saquon Barkley, the franchise quarterback in Daniel Jones, and maybe he will take somebody to protect those two guys, or maybe he'll go with Simmons. Dylan, did I see your finger up? What do you want to say something here?
Yes. Boys, I have been correct so far, and I'm going to prove you guys all wrong for this one.
Okay.
Jedrick Wills will be a Giant right here. Okay.
All right.
Dave Gettleman has been he's been told as maybe not a tech wizard, maybe not a guy who really knows what FaceTime is. We don't even know if he has an iPhone. But I believe he's smart enough to take the offensive lineman. He takes the quarterback last year. And trust me, I am a Daniel Jones fan, but if the guy fumbles one more time, I'm going to believe he puts butter on his fingers before the game. I mean, every time he gets hit, I feel like the ball's on the ground. Okay, and you know how to stop that? You don't let guys get to him. Jedrick Wills is going to be the pick here, and he's going to be a New York Giant for the coming future.
So Wills, the 6'5" offensive tackle from Alabama, still just 20 years old. He'll be 21 next month. Was a national champion, obviously, with Alabama in 2017. At right tackle, he was a first-team All-SEC selection this season, and we all know the SEC is one of the best conferences in college football, so he's dealing with some big athletic players in that conference. And, people have said that he can move over to left tackle. He has those traits. NFL.com has him ranked as the best offensive tackle in the class. So it's a deep tackle class as well. We got guys like Andrew Thomas out of Georgia, Mekhi Becton out of Louisville, and Tristan Wirfs, who could be the pick here as well out of Iowa. So Dylan thinks it is going to be my man Jedrick Wills. Everyone else seems to think it's Isaiah Simmons. Cortland, do you have an opinion on this one? Simmons, Wills, somebody we haven't mentioned yet?
Wills, he is Alabama bred, so Nick Saban's going to shape him into, an NFL-ready offensive lineman. So he might be a good choice. Who knows? There's really everyone's been talking about those top picks, those top players, CeeDee Lamb, Tua, Simmons, all these players. But, those mid-level guys, maybe not the best, maybe the 7th, 8th best guys in the draft, maybe 9 or 10, they're not really talked about. So we're going to have to see where the Giants go with this. It'll be interesting to see who they do. Wirfs and Wills, they're both around 6'4", 6'5", 320 pounds, very similar. We'll see the difference between the two. One's from Iowa, one's from Alabama. Iowa does have a lot of good players in the draft, so we'll see what the Giants go with.
So it is official. The New York Giants pick is in. They are not trading down. Dave Gettleman is not known to do things that are outside his comfort zone, and he sticks to his guns, and he said he'd trade back maybe, and he doesn't trade back. So the New York Giants, new head coach in Joe Judge, the former New England Patriots special teams coach, and he also used to coach at Alabama alongside Nick Saban. He worked at Alabama for 3 years as a special teams assistant. So he has that connection. And there's also another Alabama connection in the Giants building. Burton Burns is the new running back coach. And he was a running back coach at Alabama for a very long time. So those two Alabama connections in the building with the Giants. So they could very well take the Crimson Tide player in Jedrick Wills. Momentarily, we should see the New York Giants and Roger Goodell pop up on our screen once again to see who the Giants will be taking. We see Joe Judge in a really big room. That's a big room, not going to lie. I don't know. It's like black and white. You got Dave Gettleman, the one and only. He's got the sweater vest, the Giants pride towel. I mean, what more could you ask for from Dave Gettleman? Anyway, guys, the pick is in pick 5. I mean, we were expecting a trade, but we haven't gotten one yet. So pick 5 is probably going to be the domino effect pick of this draft. A quarterback that goes off the board, most likely, unless it's an offensive tackle, that will set ramifications for the rest of this draft. So Dylan thinks it should be Tua. Anyone else have an opinion on who Miami should take at 5?
Ian, I won't be surprised if also the Giants just pick a wide receiver.
Really?
Pair up with Sterling Shepard. Why not?
Let's see. The commissioner is on the board. The commissioner is on the screen, I should say. I'm really excited for this one. Oh, it is Andrew Thomas, one of the best offensive tackles in the class. Born and raised in Georgia, and it is Andrew Thomas. Thomas is a guy who, over the past few weeks, there have been rumors that he could be the first tackle selected because he's a left tackle from the SEC, which means he's dealing with star players. So it's not Wirfs, it's not Wills, it's not Simmons, it's the natural left tackle, Andrew Thomas, born and raised in Georgia. When high school coach used to be an NFL player, he played the drums when he was in high school. Very good for him. But regardless, this is a guy who's 6'5", 315, solid athleticism. A lot of people thought he might go to Cleveland or Arizona, but in the end, he's going to be a New York Giant. And not going to lie, guys, not the flashiest pick, but Nate Solder was god-awful last year, left tackle for the Giants. He gave up 11 sacks. So you get the Nate Solder replacement and Andrew Thomas. So you look, is it Isaiah Simmons? No. Am I going nuts right now? To be honest, no. He's a solid offensive lineman. You really can't miss on Wirfs, Wills, or Thomas. So they get Andrew Thomas. And Dylan, you are officially wrong for the first time tonight. So tell us about what you think about the pick.
I'm not wrong. I got a half credit point out on that, boys. You said defensive player. I said offensive tackle. I don't even think I said the name Wirfs, Wills. I don't even think I said it. You could check the tape. But I really think this is a great pick for the Giants. You know, you talked about Nate Solder, how you paid him a lot of money. He didn't perform. All right, 11 sacks. And what's the most important thing when you're developing a rookie quarterback?
Give him protection.
Protect his blind side. Okay, you can't even see to the left of him because he's throwing. You got to have someone there to protect him. All right? Great pick for the Giants. As a Jets fan, I think it's another great pick for us because more tackles off the board means more Jerry Jeudy to the Jets. But we'll get to them at pick 11. Coming up is pick 5, as you said, Ian. I fully expect Tua to be the pick here. If it's not, it's a mistake from Miami.
Whoa, strong words there. So a little info on Andrew Thomas, as we see on ESPN, Joe Judge making his first selection as New York Giants head coach, and he takes Andrew Thomas. He had the Alabama connections, but he goes with the Georgia man instead. So the unanimous All-American this year, Thomas was in 2019. He was a freshman All-American in 2017, and he was a first-team All-American as well in 2018, and as well a two-time first-team All-SEC selection. So this is no slouch of a pick. This is no shocker of a pick like Daniel Jones was last year. They're getting a very decorated tackle in the 6'5", 320-pound Andrew Thomas, the junior, coming out of Georgia. Austin, quickly, what do you think of the pick?
Well, certainly, once again, it's not the guy, maybe the flashiest or sexiest pick out there, but, you know, you need a guy to protect your quarterback, and obviously with the blind side and what we know with Daniel Jones and his tendency to fumble the ball, that's perfectly okay. Obviously, we know Nate Solder, who, as a Giants fan, I was so excited to get him from the Patriots, obviously what he could do to Tom Brady, and he was, man, one of the biggest busts I've ever seen as a Giants fan. So to kind of replace him, to go for a younger guy on this younger team that is going to need a couple of years to develop, this is, I think, the right pick. I mean, it's not an Alabama guy, but, you know, Georgia, Jake Fromm, they've had some success. So certainly in an SEC, you go for a lineman there who's going to protect your quarterback, give holes to Saquon Barkley. Once again, it's an offensive-minded team. Obviously, with the new coaching staff, very offensive-minded staff. Obviously, Jason Garrett, OC, and Joe Judge as well. It's kind of new coaching you need to rebuild, and maybe going after that guy who not many teams would have selected as pick number 4 is maybe the right thing. So hey, gotta give him a shot. I mean, as much as, you know, we lash on Gettleman for making bad choices, gotta give him a couple months here, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, it's hard to evaluate. I mean, you know, we see the pre-draft grades on these players, but you really can't. You really don't know what this. You can't grade them until they're on the field, is what I'm trying to say. And you really don't know what they're going to be like as NFL players until you see them protecting Daniel Jones' blind side. NFL.com compared him to Jawan James as a 3-year starter. He can play either tackle spot, so expect him to probably play right tackle his first year with the Giants. Then they'll probably try to get rid of Nate Solder and eventually move him over to the left side. The Miami Dolphins at pick 5. The pick is in. We're pretty much thinking Tua Tagovailoa, but there have been a ton of reports recently that Justin Herbert is going to be the pick here. Maybe not the right pick in Dylan's mind and in my mind as well, but Justin Herbert, nearly 6'7", big arm, ran a sub-4.7 40-yard dash. He's got all the intangibles of a classic NFL quarterback, but can he put it together after a storied 4-year career at Oregon? Also, shout out to our crew. Obviously, all my anchors here, Cortland and Shane, with the technical work. Thank you guys so much for that. And Andrew Galois off somewhere, I don't know where, at his house, help us make the graphics for this. So just wanted to shout everybody out there because we're doing a great job so far, and I could not do this without their help. So anyway, Shane, you nodded when I said the name of Justin Herbert. So what do you think? Is Justin Herbert a guy who could potentially bring the Miami Dolphins franchise back to relevancy out of Oregon?
Well, I'm high on Tua here. I do like Tua, and like I said before, the having Fitzmagic as his mentor for, say, a year, it could really mold Tua into a NFL caliber quarterback. Whether it's him or Herbert, Fitzpatrick will be the starter for the year just to show him the ropes, show him the playbook, teach him how what it's to become an NFL quarterback. I just want to go back to that Andrew Thomas pick, Ian. I will mail you a box of tissues.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. My buddy's been texting me. He's a big Giants fan. He brought up a good point that they have no defense. They should have maybe gone a defensive player there. But, we'll see come Sundays. Thomas, he's an early round pick, so whether they got him now or whoever got him later round, you can't go wrong with it. He's got a Pro Bowl ceiling caliber career, so we'll see. He's got tremendous lower body strength to, like you said, protect the blind side. But
you're very right, Shane, and you're right. Not the most exciting pick, but a solid one. And the Miami Dolphins do take Tua Tagovailoa out of Alabama. Dylan, you want to break him down for a moment before I dive in on his career?
Once again, boys, 4.5 out of 5. I'm keeping track. Tua is the best player in the draft, in my opinion. Best player in the draft. I mean, Miami is getting such a dominant quarterback. I am scared as a Jets fan to face this guy for years to come. I can just see him dropping back and throwing 20, 30-yard bombs down the field past Jamal Adams if he's still on the Jets. Okay? Tua Tagovailoa is so accurate when he's on. Now, yes, injury issues, but it happened in college. He's gotten through it. Doctors cleared him. He's 100% now. And now with Brian Flores and Ryan Fitzpatrick, a guy who's been in the league for what seems like 30 years out of Harvard, he can teach him so many things about the league. He's going to travel with him. And I don't think they should start Tua, Shane. As you said, they should start Fitzpatrick. I don't think it should be for the full season, though. They should make sure he's healthy, make sure he knows the playbook. But the Dolphins can't give up a season like this. It's a once in a 20-year opportunity. The Patriots are finally out of their dominance as the division leaders. Miami and Buffalo are now the top 2 candidates, I'd say. And Miami can't give up a year. I'd say you give them 5-6 games before you start Tua.
So like an Eli Manning-esque thing where you start an older guy and see where it goes. Is that what you're saying, Dylan?
Absolutely, Austin. It's the KC model, I like to call it. Patrick Mahomes, he stayed on the bench for a full year as Alex Smith was the quarterback. But in that time, Kansas City was still a contender, which they lost in the playoffs that year. Miami doesn't have that type of attitude. They're not a contender yet. They don't know if they're a wild card candidate. But with Tua, they can definitely get to that position.
Yep. So Tua has drawn a lot of comparisons to be maybe the lefty Drew Brees. Who knows if that's too lofty a goal to achieve for a former Alabama quarterback, but he's definitely accomplished a ton in his career at Alabama. He's undersized at just 6 feet, but NFL quarterbacks have proven over the past few years you don't need to be the biggest to be the best, and Drew Brees would be a great example of that. A second-team All-SEC selection this year. He was the Heisman Trophy winner frontrunner, or one of the frontrunners, before going down with his injury, his hip injury, the College Football Playoff National Championship Offensive MVP back in 2018. The number 1 player coming out of Hawaii way back when he grew up in Hawaii. He was the Gatorade Player of the Year. SEC Offensive Player of the Year, first team All-SEC and an All-American in his healthy season in 2018. But again, the injury history is huge. A broken posterior wall back injury, which required surgery, hip problems, ankle problems, wrist problems. But can he put that in the rearview mirror and become the savior for the Miami Dolphins? It will be very interesting. Heck, his father forced him to throw lefty as a child. So we know this kid's got motivation. In Alabama, Nick Saban, they produce great players, not necessarily great quarterbacks over the past few years. But can Tua Tagovailoa buck that trend with the Miami Dolphins?
Quick point. I just saw this online. I wanted to bring some point, not to bring Cortland down even more like he needs it. But everyone thinks of the Patriots. They think of Tom Brady and the quarterback. I looked through that AFC East. Patriots are the other team without one.
Oof. Okay, Dylan. Okay, we can calm down. We have Bill Belichick. Do you see how calm I am? Bill Belichick. We have Bill Belichick. We will be fine. We will be fine. We have Bill Belichick, best coach in the decade.
And Jared Stidham, Dylan. Jared Stidham. Can't forget about the 4th-round pick out of Auburn last year, who was a star quarterback in high school in Texas, where football is like.
My neighbor just texted me. He's a big-time fantasy player. He's a big-time Dolphins fan. He actually won 3 leagues in 1 year.
Oh,
but I don't want to be a high horse, but he just texted me and goes, I'm nervous. It's just the injuries. It's concerning. And like you just said, you listed all those injuries. It is concerning. Playing down in Florida. I mean, one hit from an NFL player is much different now than it is taking one from a college player. But it'll be interesting to see how he develops. Being a lefty quarterback, catching a pass from a lefty is way different than catching a pass from a righty.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, can he be Mike Vick 2.0?
Who knows?
I don't know.
He is mobile, and he might not want to run a lot in the NFL to keep himself healthy. Again, he has had surgeries on both his ankles and his hip, but also a 2018 national champ thrust into the spotlight when they needed him the most, benching Jalen Hurts at halftime, putting Tua in the game and winning, and the 2018 All-American. The Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock. No longer, actually. The pick is officially in. So, a huge question mark here. Maybe this will be the domino effect pick. Will the Chargers take an offensive tackle? We've heard maybe they can bolster that offensive line for Tyrod Taylor in the Chargers offense, maybe Jedrick Wills or Tristan Wirfs. Or do they go with a potential successor to Taylor / Phillip Rivers, now with the Colts? Austin, you're pointing at me. Do they take Justin Herbert here or Jordan Love with pick 6?
Absolutely. Now, Herbert is the guy. Obviously, played for Oregon in the West Coast. He knows how to win games. I really think that this Oregon team kind of got the short end. Obviously, lost to Arizona State. Dylan, you're now college soon, if you even go back to school with this COVID-19. But I certainly think that this guy is the man. I thought Tom Brady was a perfect fit for the Chargers. What they have, Tyrod Taylor, certainly we know he can have his ups and downs. Obviously, had it with the Bills. I mean, Cortland and Dylan, you would watch all the time, obviously, AFC East fan. So he's definitely the guy. And, even if he goes down, Tyrod Taylor could be somewhat of a mentor, not as much as Fitzpatrick out in Miami, but I'm going quarterback here. Dylan, I think you're going to agree with me.
Austin, I'm a little bit torn on this pick. I'm a little bit torn. I think Herbert will be the pick. That's my thoughts. But in terms of do I think it's the right pick? I do not. Because everything coming out of the Chargers camp has been Tyrod Taylor's the guy. Anthony Lynn, Tyrod Taylor is the guy we're going with. Now, it could be smoke for the draft, and maybe it's trying to throw teams off. But I do believe they think that Tyrod Taylor could be the guy. Seen him play with the Bills, as you said. He has some experience. He's a Super Bowl winning – he didn't win the Super Bowl by himself, but he was a backup. He's got a ring. Let's say that. He's got a ring with the Ravens. And I don't know how much the Chargers believe. The Chargers got to think like this, okay? You're facing Patrick Mahomes for 12 to 15 more years.
Okay, we got the Chargers pick coming up, Dylan. I'm going to cut you off for a second. Let's see if the pick is Justin Herbert, the quarterback out of Oregon. And it is the successor to Phillip Rivers. Is going to be staying in the West Coast, the biology major at the University of Oregon, the 4-year man, born and raised in Eugene, Oregon, stayed with his hometown team for college ball. He's a massive 6'6", 237-pound prospect, a Pac-12 champ this year, Rose Bowl champ, did it all, put up some very interesting numbers this past season, 3,500 yards, 67% completion rate, 32-5 touchdown interception ratio, and he also had 4 rushing touchdowns as well. And before we break down Justin Herbert and what he means for his Chargers franchise, we do want to mention that we will be adding a 6th guest to our panel. Joining us very soon will be John Colandro, who is a NCHS custodian and a legend in the NCTV studio. This man knows sports better than I think everybody in this room combined. He knows everything about every player. He's got relatives in the MLB. He's got connections out the wazoo, and he will be joining us very shortly. Also, a very big Minnesota Vikings fan. They have 2 first-round picks later in this draft. And Shane, I know that brings back memories for you, with the Vikings and the Saints.
And if you told me he was coming in, I would have declined Cortland's invite. But we'll have a civil conversation. I'm sure I'll get a Vikings dig and a Stephon Diggs dig. It's all right. I got to take it. But that was good. That was a great pick with the last pick. That was a sure safe pick to take for a successor from Phillip Rivers. He's got good mobility in a pocket. He can make the play with his legs if the defense locks down the receivers. So it was a safe pick. It's going to be fun to see him play.
So Herbert definitely has all the tools to make the big plays in the NFL. Over his 4 years at Oregon, went 29-14, completed 64% of his passes for 10,500 yards, 95 TDs, 22 interceptions. And I think one of the most important things, guys, even though I'm not a big Justin Herbert fan, when he got there, they started 2-6. When he left, they went 12-2. He was able to single-handedly revive the Oregon college football program after Marcus Mariota left for the NFL. So give him credit. He was a winner in the college level. He's got all the tools. Some people think he could be the new Carson Wentz because of his size and his arm talent and his ability to run. I don't know. He kind of reminds me of Brock Osweiler, Paxton Lynch. And I don't want to be down on the guy, but when I see Justin Herbert, I see a big kid, big-time arm, big-time athleticism, but not the most accurate. He can hit the deep shot when it's open, and he can extend plays, as Shane mentioned. He can do it all. But the question is, when the pocket starts to break down, what's going to happen? And this Chargers offensive line is just not that good right now. So I think he will need some support on that offensive line in the future. If Anthony Lynn can build a good system for him, though, I think he could be a very solid player for a long time.
I agree. And I was talking about how they had to face Patrick Mahomes for the next 12, 15 years. They got to have their own Patrick Mahomes, and they think that Herbert's that guy.
So the pick is in for number 7. The Carolina Panthers will be on the clock with first-year head coach Matt Rule, the former Baylor coach and Temple head coach. He was able to revive 2 college football programs. Well, this will be his first NFL head coaching gig. He used to be a Giants assistant O-line coach a few years ago, but that was his only NFL job. So now also joining him in Carolina, Joe Brady, the former offensive coordinator or one of the offensive coaches for LSU, who has been credited so much for helping give Joe Burrow that system, LSU that point in offense, and he also joins the NFL for the first time. So Cortland, at pick number 7, if you're Matt Rule, Isaiah Simmons is still on the board. This is a game-changing defensive player. do they not take him?
There's a toss-up there. Isaiah Simmons, I'm shocked he fallen this far. He was the 3rd-rated person coming into the draft. He's the best linebacker. He's a great player out of Clemson, 6'4", 240 pounds. But they did lose Luke Kuechly in the offseason. He did retire. So they need a big spot to be filled there. They also need some offensive linemen. So Wirfs and Wills are both on the clock. Iowa and Alabama, we talked about them a little earlier with the Giants. So maybe they go there, or maybe they build up their next superstar on the defensive side of the ball.
You got to think that coming out of a college game and seeing so many different kinds of spread attacks and how receivers and tight ends are mismatch nightmares in today's day and age, you got to think that Matt Rule is looking at the board and thinking, Isaiah Simmons can come in, he can play slot corner, he can play safety, he can play inside linebacker, he can play outside linebacker, he can play anywhere you want on the defense. He is a former safety. He can rush the passer. He had 7 sacks. You need that kind of versatility in today's NFL. You got Derwin James with the Chargers, very versatile player. Jamal Adams is a superstar, versatile player for the New York Jets. Isaiah Simmons, I think, is the next one of those guys, only bigger, faster, and stronger. And as my good friend Ethan Chown continues to text me, an NFL player, a football player for the New Canaan Rams, he says he's a dog and he's a diehard Clemson fan. So we got a Clemson's fan opinion on Isaiah Simmons too. And whoever getting him is probably going to be getting a dog in Isaiah Simmons. Will he be the pick here, pick 7? Any other need the Panthers need to address, really? Or do they stick with what? It's Simmons.
Simmons is the pick. Cortland said it all. Kuechly out. Simmons in. We saw it with the Lions. Slay out.
Okuda.
Okuda in. I mean, it's simple as that. I got nothing else to say.
So the Panthers, you see Christian McCaffrey on your screen right now. If you're looking at ESPN, got that big 4-year contract extension. They got a couple really good young receivers, including Dylan's least favorite player, Robbie Anderson. You got Teddy Bridgewater.
Or Mr. Anderson, okay? I just hope the Jets pick his successor with their number 11 pick.
You got Teddy Bridgewater, your new quarterback. The defense is a big question mark, and the question is, do they fill that need with Isaiah Simmons? Looking at the next 2 picks on the board, Arizona picks 8th. And then at pick 9, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They were rumored to be trading up for a pick at quarterback, but will they stick with Gardner Minshew, the Washington State quarterback from last year? Or, guys, I'm going to throw it to Austin here. Austin, after the season that Jacksonville had, what are you doing if you are Doug Caldwell, the GM? Are you taking Jordan Love, the Utah State quarterback? Or are you sticking with Gardner Minshew and taking a defensive lineman, maybe Javon Kinlaw or Derek Brown if he's on the board?
I would go probably with Derek Brown. I trust Gardner Minshew, if you can believe it. I think Jacksonville is really an interesting position. I mean, they were good in the last couple of years. Everyone expects them to be good, and they've been god-awful. So I would go defensively here. I'd take a guy, and Gardner Minshew, I think, is going to be that guy for the future. Had his struggles earlier in the year, but I think you go defensive. As you see here, Carolina's pick is in. I would go, hey, with the defense and with the picks that probably some of them have surprised us, the fact that Simmons is still on the board is pretty funny to me. Is Roger Goodell going to pop up on the screen, and I will let you take over. Defense for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Thank you, Austin. And you see the Carolina fans are booing Roger Goodell in the background as he announces it is Derek Brown. So this is a pick that some people have talked about. Derek Brown is not going to go at number 9. He's going to go at number 7. A lot of people consider Brown one of the best overall players in the class, even though defensive tackle is not, I guess, the flashiest position. But he was a superstar player coming out of high school in Georgia. He was a 5-star recruit across the board, 6'5", 318-pound, 22-year-old defensive tackle, nicknamed Baby Barack because he's got political aspirations. So who knows? Maybe you could see him running for a political role after his NFL career, but a unanimous All-American, the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and he racked up 49 tackles, 3.5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks in 12 games starting last season. Guys, what do we think of this pick for a rebuilding Carolina Panthers team? Shane, you're going to have to play him. The Panthers 2 years in a row, 2 games a year for, the eternity in the NFC South. What do you think of this pick?
Ian, at 6'5", 318 pounds, I would hate to be a Saints player to face this guy 2 times a year. that is frightening. I can't, and I'm 5'8". This dude's 6'5".
Yep.
If he tackled me one-on-one, I wouldn't be able to work for a year.
Oh my gosh.
So if I was
maybe 2, Shane, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. I mean, just call Principal Egan right now and tell him he's going to have to outsource for his computer needs because it's not going to happen if I get hit by this dude. So as a Saints fan, it's not good. It's a good fit for that rebuilding Carolina team. Well, I like the pick. I can't complain about it.
NFL.com said he's a defensive tackle with rare combination of size and disruptive traits who frequently bludgeoned inferior competition across from him. So can he do the same in the NFL? If you're watching ESPN, you're watching some of his film now. He can play everywhere alongside the defensive line. And in Carolina, they'll ask him to do a lot playing opposite Kawan Short on that defensive line. So, Dylan, they did not go Isaiah Simmons. What do you think of this pick with Derek Brown?
I'm a little bit confused by this one, boys. All right. So we're talking NFC South. We're talking Falcons. We're talking Saints. And we're talking Bucks. Saints and Bucks, passing teams. All right. They like to put the ball in the air. Falcon just picked up Todd Gurley. Maybe they're thinking of stopping Todd Gurley. But it's just tough because if I were the Panthers, I'm not thinking this year. All right. I'm not thinking next year. Maybe I'm thinking 3 years down the line. This team isn't there yet. There's a lot of new turnaround. You got the new head coach, new quarterback, new wide receiver. Everything's new, and there needs to be a gelling period that could take 1 year, could take 2 years. But it's just a good piece to add to this D-line.
Looks like Carolina just went best player available to add some talent to a team in rebuild mode in the post-Cam Newton era. Now, the Teddy Bridgewater era in Carolina. Again, Derek Brown, the defensive tackle out of Auburn, is pick number 7, a unanimous first-team All-American and the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. The Arizona Cardinals, they were rumored to be trading back. We've seen no trades so far. Very shocking. We were expecting a lot of moves, and we've had none. But they are going to be selecting, even though they were rumored to trade back. And I'll go to Cortland here. Cortland, what do you think of this Arizona team this upcoming season, and what's the need for them that they got to hit at pick 8?
It's a young team. You have Larry Fitzgerald, the veteran there. He's going to bring whatever person that comes in, take them under the wing, no matter what side of the ball. And you also have, Kyler Murray. I don't know if you heard of him. Heisman winner last year. But
I've heard of him.
I feel like you would. You're a football guy. But he's going to, no matter what it is, if it's an offensive player, they're going to help Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray's going to help them. They have Hopkins from the steal, I guess, of the offseason.
Excuse me, to cut you off, Cortland is not an offensive player. The pick was in. The pick is in. It's Isaiah Simmons, the outside linebacker out of Clemson. No one really expected Simmons to fall all the way to 8, and he falls to 8, and they take him because when you have the ability to bring in this kind of player, you got to take him. As Cortland mentioned, a top 3 player heading into the draft, the Butkus Award winner, born and raised in Kansas, just a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. You see him there. Used to be a runner in the Junior Olympics, and then he hit the gym and he got massive and he converted to linebacker. John, welcome. We got John from New Canaan High School in here. How are you doing so far in this NFL draft night, John? John, you got to unmute yourself. Click the bottom of the screen on the microphone. And then
John, call your IT guy.
Call your IT guy. That would be Shade. So John got to figure out the technical there. John, just got to go to the bottom of the screen and unmute yourself on the mic, and hopefully we can get you up and running here. But as you see here, Isaiah Simmons played over 200 snaps at 5 different positions for Clemson's defense last year. The definition of a Swiss Army knife at 6'4", 238. Austin, what do you think of this Cardinals team heading into next year with the addition of Isaiah Simmons, an impact player day one? Do they have a chance to make an impact early on?
Okay, here we go.
Oh, there's
100%,
John.
100% there, Ian. I mean, this team, obviously the steal of maybe the decade. I mean, getting DeAndre Hopkins for a used napkin and a spoon was something nobody saw coming. Yeah, they lose a running back, but, I mean, here you go. You have your linebacker who's going to be all over the place in a tough division. It's a very tough division. I mentioned it before. I love the NFC West. I mean, you got Russell Wilson, Jimmy G, and Jared Goff, who's due for a bounce-back year. So he's going to terrorize those guys. This team offensively, we mentioned it. Kenyon Drake, who, with Miami was decent, was not that bad. So he'll certainly offensively. And then you got Jordan Phillips and Devin Kennard on defensively. This team's going to compete with that extra team now in the playoffs. This could be that team. And to be honest, I could see all 4 of these teams in the NFC West making the playoffs. Maybe not this year, but in the short future.
So, John, welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. How are you doing?
Thanks, Ian. Doing well. What's up, Austin? What's up, Shane? What's up, Cortland? How you guys doing? I'm clueless here because I don't know how to hold my phone because I'm doing it on the phone.
All right.
So I'm not, I'm not.
You're doing great, John. You're doing great. Making me proud.
John, buddy, I didn't realize flip phones had that quality camera. That's amazing.
Listen, I got a Samsung. Okay, I'm not
okay.
But yeah, I'm doing well, guys. I'm missing you guys, man. It's boring at school.
We miss you too, John. We always love running into you on Thursday afternoon when we're ready to do the Friday broadcast, and you're just willing to talk sports with us for however long you can. So let's talk sports now. Jacksonville, the pick is in. What is the biggest need they need to address with this pick, John? If you're the Jaguars.
Guys, I'm not even really positive. I'm not sure. Why is he telling me to turn my camera horizontally? If I turn it like that, am I okay? Like that? You see me?
No, the other way.
No, the other way.
I got it up like that. Roman, Go away, Roman. Go away. Okay.
Uh-oh.
You're bothering me. You know what? I'm not too sure. That's why I should have waited to the Vikings picks. I know a little bit more about the Vikings. I'm not like you guys, looking at Jacksonville. I don't even know who they're picking, to be honest with you. I mean, I know they need a running back. They need some stuff. So I'm not too sure.
You got a good point. So, John, you do have the Minnesota Vikings hat on, so you probably know more about the Vikings' need and what they need to address. You have 2 first-round picks, your own, and then Buffalo's first-rounder from the Stephon Diggs trade, both of them in the mid-20s. So, what are the needs Minnesota has to hit later in this draft?
Well, we need O-line, definitely, and we could trade. Trent Williams is out there.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't get that trade, I'm looking at Anton Winfield, D-back, father played for the Vikings.
Yep.
He would do well. And then I also like Mims from Baylor as a receiver.
Yep, Denzel.
Tall guy, not super speed, but good hands. Minnesota's in a tough spot right now. They lost a lot of people, and we're gonna have to see. But I'm hoping for some big action. I'm still thinking maybe Odell Beckham might come my way.
John, I fully agree. Odell should be a Viking, and I'm telling
definitely,
you,
Dylan.
they don't even have to give up that much. Maybe a second rounder, maybe a third.
No, I think they're going to want more than that. I put up a trade in one of my sites, and I said Odell Beckham for. Actually, I said Odell Beckham and Kareem Hunt for Dalvin Cook and a 4th rounder, and they were flipping out, going, "We're not giving up a 4th rounder." I go, "Well, what are we going to get? We're getting Odell Beckham." Everybody thinks he's not good. He had a terrible year last year, and he still came up with 76 catches and over 1,000 yards. With him and Kirk Cousins, oh my God, it would be.
You want that type of attitude from Odell on your team, though?
Odell,
you know what? His attitude's not that bad. He doesn't do anything that bad off the field. We had Randy Moss, and Randy Moss did a lot of stupid things on the field, but he was great. He's a Hall of Famer. Odell Beckham's a Hall of Famer already, and I'll take him, no doubt.
Hold up.
Famer.
I'm out.
Yes.
Yes.
First charge timeout.
Listen, easy on the timeout. I can't even time out because I have to hold my phone. But definitely, look at the numbers the guy possesses. Why not? Why not? Listen, Dave Gettleman made a big mistake by letting him go. A huge mistake. He's a terrible GM in my book. But hey,
whoa! Now you take it shot to the team. Now I got to get involved there.
He's doing his job. I know you're a Giant fan, but you cannot tell me that Odell Beckham. I mean, the guy's a stud.
He is a stud. And did we get an Odell Beckham caliber player in return? No, but you already see it after 1 year in Cleveland. There's so many trade rumors about him that there's got to be some problem. He doesn't love Baker Mayfield. Those are the reports. He wants a high-quality quarterback throwing him the ball, and I guess he didn't love Eli. He didn't love Baker. Hopefully he loves Kirk Cousins. Not a lot of people love Kirk. Hopefully he'd love Kirk Cousins if he headed to Minnesota. The Jaguars put this in, by the way.
Dumpster fire.
Whoa. That's true.
No, I think it's bedtime. Odell is not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, listen. All we can do is wait. He's been in the league 6-7 years. He's only got 4 more to go, maybe if he's lucky, 5 max, and then we go from there. If he comes out and does his stuff that he did with the Giants, he's definitely going to be a Hall of Famer. Why not? How could you not? 90 catches, 100 catches, 1,500 yards.
The Jaguars are selecting. Roger Goodell's on the screen. And CJ Henderson is the pick. The cornerback out of Florida, stays in Florida. They got rid of Jalen Ramsey in a trade. They got rid of A.J. Boye in a trade. They need corners. They have a lot of needs. Born and raised in Miami. He played running back the majority of his high school career. He actually switched to corner in his senior year due to injuries on the team. He had a running back scholarship from Auburn and West Virginia. So you're getting yourself an athlete, but he's a great corner as well. He's a lanky guy at 6'1" and a 2019 first team all SEC selection. Cleveland's pick is already in. That was fast. Wow. So thank God we finally have a team that's not taking 9 hours to make a pick. So guys, what do we think of Jacksonville adding this lanky young corner to the mix?
I love that pick.
I agree, John. I think Jacksonville made the right move. You know, they could have got a quarterback, but they would have to trade up. And I'm not a believer in Minshew, which means that they could have got a quarterback. They could have traded up. They didn't. They decided to play a little conservative. They're in a tough, little grinded out AFC South division. They take the corner now. And I'm telling you right now, Browns and Jets, next 2 picks, O-line. Book it.
Really? You think the Jets are going O-line, huh? Wow.
O-line for the Jets. You know, I thought that the top 4 O-linemen, the players everyone's been talking about, would be taken. But now with all these offensive players coming off the board, Brown, Henderson, Simmons, it's just clear. Jets need an O-line. They could have went wide receiver. You know, they could go wide receiver here, Ruggs, CeeDee Lamb, something like this.
Very Judy.
Jalen Reagor.
I think they go to round 2. They pick up a guy like Mike Pittman.
I like Michael Pittman.
Michael Pittman, his father, a great NFL player in his own right, played at USC, very good player. Michael Pittman is. He'll probably go in a 2nd or 3rd round, and he could end up in Gang Green. But, yeah, your good point, Dylan. A lot of those offensive tackles we expected to fly off the board are still here. Jedrick Wills, still here. Tristan Wirfs, still here. Mekhi Becton, who a lot of people had mocked to the Jets, still here. But everyone assumed that Wills and Wirfs would already be gone by now. Cleveland is probably going to go offensive tackle here. There's been Trent Williams rumors for it seems like a year that he could go to Cleveland. But who knows if Washington's ever going to let go of him. Austin.
Well, yeah. Yes, sir, Ian. He's gone. And Cleveland's one of the teams. There's 4 teams, Cleveland, Philly, Minnesota, and I believe the Jets were in there that they were talking trade for him.
I heard more of the Raiders.
Could have been the Raiders. I love him. I think he's great. You know, he's a beast. And he would fit very well in Minnesota.
Seems like the Browns are about to make the selection. Actually, a young man, 12 years old, a patient at St. Jude's Children's Hospital, a good partner with the NFL and a great cause, helping to announce the pick. And now they'll kick it to Roger Goodell, and he will say who is now a Cleveland Brown. It will just be in a moment. Probably going to be offensive lineman. And then after that, I'm going to kick it to Austin, then Cortland for a breakdown of what this pick will mean for a struggling Cleveland Browns team. And it is Jedrick Wills, the Alabama offensive tackle, the 2019 first-team all-SEC selection, who played right tackle in college, but a lot of teams believe he can transition to left tackle in the pros. Regardless, Greg Robinson got arrested for having a little bit too much weed down in Mexico. So that happened earlier this offseason. That was a crazy story. He's not the guy anymore, obviously. They bring in Jedrick Wills, born and raised in Lexington, Kentucky, a top-ranked recruit in Kentucky by all accounts, and he finished his Alabama career with 28 consecutive starts. So unlike his teammate Tua, he's durable. Austin, what do you think of this pick for Cleveland?
I mean, this was a no-brainer. I mean, we saw it. I mean, right as I believe the Jaguars, whoever the pick was right before them, I mean, right as their pick went, we saw Brown's pick is in. So this was a no-brainer. I mean, you got a great guy, Alabama. You know, as Cortland said, Nick Saban produces the best of the best every single year, protecting Tua on his blind side. I mean, this guy is so big, 6'5", 320, and I mentioned this Browns team. Yeah, they're kind of a laughingstock with all the OBJ trade rumors, but Baker Mayfield is a guy who can prove himself. I mean, he's got the guys around him with OBJ if he stays there, obviously, and Jarvis Landry. We got a guy to protect Baker Mayfield, and this team, I'm not a big Browns guy. I never believed in them from day one, but with a great guy like this, he'll slide right in there, be a perfect guy for Mayfield. I could see this team, but it's such a deep. I mean, this division, AFC North, is so deep. I don't know what to tell you. You got to play Ravens twice a year, Steelers. You got to play now Joe Burrow twice a year. But It's going to be a tough division, and that's what I'm excited about as an NFL fan.
So again, Jedrick Wills, the Alabama offensive tackle, is now going to Cleveland, the first team All-SEC selection. NFL.com's Lance Zierlein compared him to Eagles' great left tackle. Well, he's currently a free agent, but still a great tackle over the last decade, Jason Peters. So if they're getting a Jason Peters-like blindside protector for Baker Mayfield, that is a win. Pick 11, the New York Jets are about to select Dylan. He said they were going to go offensive line. They have 4.5 minutes left to make that selection. I'm going to kick it to Shane. Shane.
Out the Jets first.
Sure. I'll give you a minute. When they hit 3:15, I'm going right to Shane.
Let me give you a rundown on what I'm thinking as a Jets fan, okay? I like offensive line here. It just doesn't sit well with me. I need a wide receiver. I need some talent. I need some
There you go.
as a fan. We're picking defensive line, offensive line every year. I need some excitement. I need a Henry Ruggs. I need a Jerry Jeudy to pair up with Sam Darnold after we lost Robbie Anderson. I need a wide receiver. I don't think it will happen, sadly. I do think they go for Lamb. But I need a Lamb. I need a Jeudy. I just need some talent. I need some excitement.
I think Darnold is screaming the same thing, Dylan. Shane, do you agree, or do they go offensive line?
Dylan, they have to go receiver. Jerry Jeudy, 77 receptions last year, over 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns. How can you not draft a dude? He's the purest route runner in the draft.
Yeah.
He's the best route runner in college. How do you not take him right now?
And then let's go to Cortland. You're a big Oklahoma guy. If you're Sam Darnold, who do you want? Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, or CeeDee Lamb as your number one receiver?
There he is.
Here, I would take CeeDee Lamb. Yards after catch. He's the guy that you want. You got the yards after catch. Sam Darnold, he'll dink it off to 10 yards, 15 yards. CeeDee Lamb is also a great route runner. He can make space for himself in case the pocket breaks down if they don't have a good offensive line this year, per usual. But CeeDee Lamb will catch the ball. He will make a move in an open field. He will pad Sam Darnold's stats, as long as he doesn't get mono again. But, that's another story here another day. But CeeDee Lamb, he is a good route runner. He is a guy that can make space for himself in the open field, and he will run through basically half the defenses.
So Joe Douglas is the new Jets general manager. He's been there for a little while, but this is his first official draft as the GM. Still 2 minutes left for the New York Jets on the clock in the first round. If you're just joining us, I'm Ian Nicholas, joined by the rest of the NCTV crew we have assembled. Dylan Pescatore, Shane Smith, John Colandro, Cortland, Parrott. We have everybody here in this one, in Austin Platt. Of course, yes, I didn't see you on the side. I see you now, Austin. So we are breaking down the NFL draft, picks 1 through 32. We are currently at pick 11, so we still have 21 picks to go. The Jets are on the clock. Just under 2 minutes left for them to make the selection in round 1. Will they go wide receiver? Will they go O-line? Will they go, who knows? Maybe they'll go somewhere else with it. But who's a guy who you're interested, who is going to go off the board very soon, not a lineman, not a receiver? Who's your guy's favorite prospect left on the board? Who's not a lineman, is not a receiver, who could be available and will be a great pick for years to come? Anyone's names come up to mind?
I have to think about that one.
Well, the pick is in for the Jets. That's big news. The Raiders and Niners are up with 12 and 13.
And Ian, it's interesting to me that the Jets took this long. Joe Douglas is a big offensive line guy. They took almost every little second of that 7-minute clock. Maybe they were thinking, maybe wide receiver. I'm just trying to give myself a little hope here.
Good point, Dylan. Last year when Josh Allen, the pass rusher, fell to the Giants, I'm like, oh, it's got to be Josh Allen. It's got to be Josh Allen. And then they took Daniel Jones, who, in my mind, hey, look, good pick from Gettleman. I think he's a quarterback in the future. But I know what you feel. I know what a lot of Jets fans feel right now. So the pick is in, and we could see a run on receivers. Jerry Jeudy is the best player left on the board according to Mel Kiper's board. He had him ranked as the 8th best player in the draft. Tristan Wirfs, Javon Kinlaw, the South Carolina defensive tackle who Cortland loves because Cortland's going to South Carolina. in the fall. CD Lamb, another Oklahoma man, a big Cortland, again, loves CD Lamb. And then Xavier McKinney, the safety out of Alabama, the consensus #1 safety in the draft. And then there's also Antoine Winfield Jr. From Minnesota, the son of a great NFL player. So the Jets pick is in. We should expect that momentarily. And we could see 3 receivers in a row, guys. I mean, would that make
a prediction
from the Jets, Raiders, and Niners to go top 3? Hold on. Dylan, what do you want to say?
I think the Jets are taking Becton.
You do? Your inside source?
No, I'm just having a feeling. I think Becton's their guy. You know, I've heard a lot from Jets reporters. I think the Auburn O-lineman is going to be a Jet.
I don't want
That'll be a big mistake.
I don't want to.
I agree. But, I mean, I don't see Joe Douglas as a guy who likes to go for star wide receivers.
I don't want to correct Dylan, but Becton, great player, actually a Louisville man. A little bit of college. Just one, but at the massive man, Dylan, 6'7", 370. You're getting the big player to protect Sam Darnold. Good point.
Let's give a little love to Lucas Niang, by the way, boys, because if he gets drafted at 6'6", 320 with the foot speed that he has, somebody's going to get a good tackle. I can tell you that in the later rounds.
And good point, Lucas Niang, John alluding to a former New Canaan High School grad, played at Texas Christian University, and didn't allow a single sack in his last year as a starter in 2018. He should go in rounds 2 to 3, maybe a first-round selection. Who knows? Oh, Dylan, you're right. It is Mekhi Becton.
Wow.
That is what we like to call a big man. He is the man in white on your screen. He's very nervous and probably very excited that he's getting a call right now from Adam Gase in his home in Plano, Texas. And look at that. He is very, very excited to be a member of the Jets, Jets. Played left tackle and right tackle during his time at Louisville. Born and raised in Virginia. His mother is a caterer, specializes in soul food. And there's actually a crazy draft report that he likes food too much. But hey, you're an offensive lineman. You got to like it. 2019 ACC Jacobs Award winner. You're getting a big man in Mekhi Becton. The Raiders are now on the clock.
Ian, you're giving me nightmares now. You're giving me stories that he likes too much food. Come on, man.
I'm just
feeling negative.
I'm the
I
messenger.
feel for you, Dylan.
Anyways, guys, I got another prediction since I'm so right on my predictions today. I'm just on fire.
Don. And
Raiders are up next. Am I correct?
You are correct.
And then it's the Niners.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wide receivers for both of those guys.
All right.
The Niners just lost Sanders. Now they are going to actually, John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, he told reporters today that he wants to move Marquise Goodwin. So, I mean, moving out a wide receiver, bringing in a wide receiver. Raiders and 49ers go wide receivers here.
Good point, Dylan. And also, John, continue.
I think Jerry Jeudy's going next to the Raiders. I think that they need a receiver, and I think he's the best one on the board. You know, CD Lamb's great too, but we're going to go with the best one, and they need a receiver.
Good point, John. And before we continue talking about the draft, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you like what you see so far tonight and what you've seen maybe in the past from us at NCTV 78. Make sure to like and subscribe and follow us both on Twitter and Instagram at NCTV 78. So the Raiders still have 5 minutes to make their selection. And you guys are right. You know, Derek Carr's gotten a lot of hate over the last few years. He might not be the guy in Las Vegas. But who has he had to throw the ball to since Amari Cooper and Michael Crabtree left? Hunter Renfrow, Darren Waller, who I love, but this guy was a late-round pick. He was not a high-premium pick. He doesn't have anyone to really throw the ball to. A banged-up Tyrell Williams, they need a #1 weapon. And hopefully they can get that in a Jerry Jeudy, a CD Lamb kind of player. We see Mekhi Becton pushing a truck. He's a big man, Dylan. So you're getting the guy who's going to move people in Mekhi Becton in the New York Jets line room. The pick is in for the Raiders, by the way.
This has to be receiver. This will make Coach Albano very, very happy if it's CD.
Coach Albano, the secondary coach at New Canaan High School for the New Canaan Rams football team. a big Jets fan, as Shane alluded to, Shane's colleague at New Canaan High School, and also the former Brian McMahon high school football coach. So that would definitely be big. Or I believe, Raiders fan, I should say.
Raiders fan.
My bad.
He still has his 1980s starter jacket he still wears in the wintertime. You got to check him out on. It's pretty interesting.
That's diehard right there.
And Ian, we see it here that the Raiders picked pretty quick. They knew that Judy fell to him, and they knew who's the guy.
Well, maybe you will be right there on the picks. We got Vegas, San Francisco, Tampa Bay, our favorite Mr. Cebulski's Denver Broncos at pick 15, the Falcons, Cowboys, Dolphins, Raiders again, and Jaguars again at pick 20. We'll round out the top 20. John Gruden's got his war room with 4 to 5 people there. His whole family's excited that he made the pick. And Mike Mayock, the former NFL Network analyst and Boston College player, the new general manager in his second year drafting for the Raiders. He took Cleveland Ferrell with his first pick last year out of Clemson, the defensive end. Austin, do you think we're going to go receiver here? Is that the move for Derek Carr and his team?
They have to. All right, Derek Carr, guy who you mentioned, he has received a ton of criticism. Say what you want about him, but when you got a guy in Josh Jacobs at running back, pretty sure offensive rookie of the year and what he can do, and then you add a guy in what I think will be I think it'll be CeeDee Lamb, actually, my mistake. I think it's going to be the man from Oklahoma, as Roger Goodell's going to make the pick. Wide receiver, no.
Let's see. John Gruden, his third year at the helm in Oakland after unretiring from coaching.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs.
And it's Ruggs, the shocker.
Wow, they are crazy.
Whoa. The first receiver off the board is not Jerry Jeudy. It's his college teammate, Henry Ruggs, who ran a 4.27 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. Born and raised in Alabama, from Montgomery, Alabama, ran the fastest 40-yard dash at the Combine. He's got the genes from his mother, who was a track athlete in high school, and he actually set the Alabama Class 7A state record in the 100-meter dash. So you're going to get an absolute blazer in Henry Ruggs, but he was the third best receiver on his own team, John. What is this pick for Las Vegas mean?
That is got to be the worst pick, but that's the Raiders for you, because Henry Ruggs, all he is a burner, and he's not big, and I'm in shock right now. I'm not a Raider fan, thank God. My neighbor's a Raider fan. He's probably going crazy right now. Aggravated, but that's the Raiders for you. Raiders and Jets, they pick.
Yeah, like you
can
said,
hear Chad
John.
a mile away yelling.
Like you said, John, Ruggs is undersized. He's only 5'11", 190 pounds. For a wide receiver, he's fast and shifty. But you see receivers nowadays, they're 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", getting up there. A guy that can burn you with his speed and also can just jump over you and get the ball. Ruggs is undersized. I don't know why he picked him off the board that soon. A player I liked, who was ranked a little less, was T. Higgins from Clemson. He's at 6'4", 220. He's a great guy. We saw him in the national championship. He was the only Clemson player to get really much of going for the start. But he is sharp on his route running. I don't really understand Ruggs, but, I'm not a GM in the NFL.
So Ruggs, an explosive player and a productive player at Alabama as a sophomore back in 2018. 46 catches, 741 yards, and 11 touchdowns. And this past season as a junior, 40 grabs, 746 yards, and another 7 touchdowns. And he also has a huge vertical leap. If you're watching NFL.com, ESPN, the live draft coverage, you saw he was dunking basketballs at an insane vertical. And back in high school, at just 5'11", he had a 42-inch vertical jump. So he might be undersized, guys, but he's got the leaping ability and the speed to not only make deep plays and get open and create separation, but he can also maybe win a couple 1v1 balls for Derek Carr. He is the pick at number 12.
And reminds me of Tyreek Hill a little bit, just the fast.
Yes, drawing Tyreek Hill comparisons, yes. What do you think about this one, Shane? Do you think, even though Jeudy and Lamb were the 1 and 2, do you think Ruggs could work in Las Vegas?
He could work. Derek Carr's he's no Tom Brady, Cortland. I'll give you that. But Derek Carr does have a good arm. And he's also got Marcus Mariota lurking in his rearview mirror.
Yep.
He knows how to throw a ball. Both of them know how to get the ball to receivers, and just with speed like that, he could just burn the defense, and he's running into the end zone for 6. So, do I like it? No. Do I hate it? No. It's a solid pick. Especially with Jerry Judy's recent news saying he's getting he had some injury. There's a little injury concern on it. Maybe that's it.
A meniscus problem for Judy a few years ago, but a doctor okayed him at the beginning of this month, so he should be medically A-okay. Dylan, obviously you know a lot about this wide receiver class, as the Jets will definitely take a wide receiver some point in this draft, even though they go Mekhi Becton with their first pick. You're praying on it to get Sam Darnold a weapon. So the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers, the 13th pick is not theirs. It's the Indianapolis Colts pick from the DeForest Buckner trade earlier this offseason. So, Dylan, you know so much about these wide receivers. If you're John Lynch and you want to go wide receiver, do you want to go Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb?
You know, Ian, I was looking ahead a bit. All right. So I'm thinking Jeudy goes here. Judy's going to go to the 49ers. They're going to boost up that offense with Jimmy G. But then the next pick is probably the pick that could turn around the draft. All right. Buccaneers on the clock. They got Brady. They got a whole new system. Could they trade the pick? Could they get a little bit more? Could they get a little greedy? They know that either Jeudy or Lamb are going to get picked here, and those teams below them are going to be calling. They know that guy, either Lamb or Jeudy, shouldn't be there at 15, but they have a chance to trade up and get that guy. They're going to be taking a lot of calls in their pick as they're on the clock after this pick by the 49ers.
And Cortland, I want to go to you here. They also have a need, the 49ers, at the defensive line.
49ers. But I actually have breaking news.
Breaking news.
Ian Rappaport has just reported that the 49ers are trading back. And they're going to trade with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
One pick?
That one pick is all he says. Just wanted to let you guys know.
There, Adam Schefter is confirming the news. They are moving up a pick. So there's 2 minutes left on the clock for
San Buccaneers. I just heard it, and they're trading with the Buccaneers 13 and 14.
Yep, we got that, Austin. We now understand that Tampa Bay will be moving up. Thank you there, Dylan and Austin. So we have our first trade of the night, finally. So Tampa Bay, this new Tampa Bay team, led by the one and only Tom Brady. They're going to move up a pick, and it's probably going to be for, we assume, a wide receiver. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. They actually, I don't know.
Expect a wide receiver here. I'm going to be honest. Why do the Bucs need a wide receiver?
Yeah, they
don't need a wide receiver.
They don't. They just got a tight end. That is
Tom Brady. Tom Brady is in the draft room, and he wants another weapon.
When you got Mike Evans, Gronk, Mike Evans, I mean, they got people. O.J. Howard. Who's the slot beast for Tampa Bay?
Chris Godwin or Mike Evans?
Chris Godwin. They do not need a receiver. They got two great running backs. They got everything. Mm-hmm. I would. You know what, Shane? Shane, watch out because the Saints, are they in Tampa's division?
Yes.
Watch out for Tampa Bay, bud.
Uh-oh.
I can tell you that. Watch out for Tampa Bay.
The only thing I could see Tampa Bay taking here is defense. Only thing.
Offensive line.
Offensive set.
Or Tristan Wirfs.
100%. John is right. O-line.
Tristan Wirfs right now.
And
he's still a great tackle. They have a glaring need at right tackle. They did not re-sign veteran DeMar Dotson, who's been there for a very long time. They have Donovan Smith, the veteran at left tackle. So right tackle is their biggest need. The question is did they trade up for a tackle? Did they trade up for a wide receiver? Did they trade up to make an improvement on defense? The pick is in. Bruce Arians, the former Cardinals head coach, now Tampa Bay head coach in his second year with the Buccaneers. He could not fix Jameis Winston, but could he get a good player here? Also, Jason Light, who has had the offseason of the millennium, to say the least, pretty much bringing in all of the New England Patriots group to his team, bringing in some excitement to Tampa Bay for the first time in years. And Shane, are you concerned that this pick could put Tampa over the top in your division in the NFC South?
that last minute trade with God, like we were just talking about, with Godwin, with Mike Evans, now Brady, now Gronk. I mean, I just don't know what they're going to do here. They're going to have to go O-line to protect Brady from getting hit. I mean, his career is based around a great O-line, so why not keep it going in Tampa? Why not mirror what New England did for all these years?
Good point. So after that, we got San Francisco, who is very interested in both a receiver and maybe a defensive lineman to plug in there and replace DeForest Buckner. That could be maybe Javon Kinlaw out of South Carolina. He's a great player left. And then we got Denver at pick 15, who knows where they're going to go with their pick. They could also be in the market for a receiver to put opposite Cortland Sutton, who had a breakout year for them.
Ian,
so, yeah.
I have the official trade information.
Dylan, please let it rip.
Yes, so Tampa will be getting this pick currently.
Yep.
They will also be getting a 7th-round selection.
Uh-huh.
San Francisco gets the 14th pick and the 117th pick. So I believe that's a 4th-round pick.
So just to reiterate that, thank you, Dylan. So Tampa Bay had the 14th pick. San Francisco had the 13th pick. It was Indy's pick that they acquired earlier in the offseason. So they trade up just one spot, and they give up a 4th-round pick to do so. And then San Francisco also gives up a 7th-rounder in the process. They get the 4th. So let's see. Tampa Bay, a big pick. They move up a spot. Roger Goodell is here on the screen. And they will go with, drumroll please, Tristan Wirfs to protect Tom Brady. It is the O-lineman, the very athletic offensive lineman out of Iowa. You know, Iowa has kind of become lineman U with, Brandon Scherf went there a few years ago. Great player for the Redskins. Now you got Wirfs, who ran a 4.85 40-yard dash at the combine, the fastest among offensive linemen. I'm pretty sure you guys know who Joey Bosa is, the superstar defensive end for the Chargers. He is faster than Joey Bosa, 40-yard dash time, which is insane.
320 pounds. That's fast.
In the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. Also has wrestling in his background, so he's got a lot of good technique there. A natural knee bender, which is very big leverage-wise for offensive linemen. He could play right tackle, left tackle, maybe even kick inside the guard. And then, as you see, if you're watching ESPN, there he is during his career at Mount Vernon High at Iowa. He was a state champion in both wrestling and track and field. So a freak athlete, well-coached at Iowa. Guys, I'm leaving it open. What do you think of this pick in this trade-up from Tampa Bay?
I love it.
I'll start here, guys. Or John, you want to go ahead? You predicted it.
No,
so
go ahead. No, go ahead, Austin. Do it, bud.
All right, so certainly offensive line. What's the move here? But this is where it gets to like mind games, because if you are the 49ers now, why wouldn't have you gone with a wide receiver to replace Emmanuel Sanders? You have Jimmy G, who has experience and obviously just led the team to the Super Bowl. Why would you trade that pick back? I don't think the 49ers were going to pick an offensive lineman. I think they were going to go after a receiver. So this is a little confusing. It's the right pick, however. I think he's going to move over to guard. I think he's had that trouble on the outside protecting the guys, linebackers from the sacks. And with Brady, an older guy who we know is certainly on the downward spiral, I think he's going to be great. He'll protect him, get that running game working just in case Brady is not himself. It's still a good move, but why would they trade back the pick? Because I don't think the Niners were going to take an offensive guy.
Good point. Well, the Niners, they could go with a wide receiver, though, Austin, which that could happen, or they could go maybe with a defensive lineman or a corner, even though there aren't a lot of great corners left on the board with both Henderson and Okudah off the board. But, you're getting the powerful guy in Tristan Wirfs, the guy who broke the hang clean record at Iowa in his sophomore season, breaking Brandon Scherf's record, a 450-pound hang clean. This man can really do it all, and he's got the size, athleticism, and speed to play anywhere on the offensive line. So what about...
Did you see that clip of him jumping out of the pool?
Yeah.
Did you? That is absolutely amazing.
You can truly do things.
Can you not do that, Shane?
Oh, gosh.
No. maybe out of my kid's kiddie pool, maybe. Okay? But no, that strength is that What a trade! What a pick for Tampa Bay. They're going to be the real deal this year.
Shane,
They
you
are.
seem concerned.
I am.
You seem a little concerned.
He shouldn't be concerned. The only thing is with Tampa Bay is that they remind me of the Cleveland Browns. They're star-studded everywhere, and sometimes that doesn't work. You know, they have too many people. You mean they have Gronk, they have Evans, they got Godwin, they got Ronald Jones, they got so many people. Where do you go?
Exactly what
And
I
they
said
got
earlier
Brady.
in the draft, John.
Where do you go?
Yeah, but John, this isn't Baker Mayfield's team. This is Tom Brady.
No, I get that, and also Tom Brady's 44 years old. I'm gonna
One hit and he's done.
wait for him. I want to see what he can do. I'm as Cortland knows, I'm not a Baker Mayfield fan, but I could tell you one thing: you can guarantee this: he's going to have a way better year than he had last year. Way better. He can go for over 30 touchdowns easily.
All right. It's a very good point there. A lot of chit chatter back and forth between you guys but I'm pretty sure we've all come to a consensus that Tampa Bay pick was a good one. Who knows? Maybe we'll have some Tampa Bay bandwagon fans coming along very soon. But this is a team that looks like they're making a lot of the right moves this offseason. Maybe too many cooks in the kitchen, as John said. But when you got a veteran head coach and a guy like Bruce Arians, who knows? Maybe he's the right guy to bring everyone together. He's a very good leader and a very good guy. San Francisco still on the board, even after trading back a pick with 2:22 left. Maybe they're debating wide receiver or defensive player. So who do you guys think? I'm going to go down the row, starting with Shane. Offense or defense for San Francisco?
I'm going to go offense on a whim. You know, Deebo Samuel, that's about it they got.
And George Kittle, but that's about all receiving threat-wise. John, what about you? Do they go O or D?
Oh, definitely offense.
Austin?
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. I mean, defensively was the reason why I would say this team lost the Super Bowl. But you had a guy and CeeDee Lamb or Judy, whoever it is, this team's gonna be still so good. Could easily get back to the Super Bowl.
Good point. And remember, no one can really stop Patrick Mahomes when he's rolling. Cortland, what about you? Offense or defense if you're John Lynch and the 49ers?
I want to say offense. I want to say they will go for wide receiver. But, like you said, defense lost them the Super Bowl. So I think they might either go cornerback, maybe get a good cornerback, someone to help Sherman out on the other side, maybe rotate in, or they might go Javon Kinlaw from South Carolina, of course, defensive lineman, to help Joey Bosa put pressure on that quarterback. Because as I said before, you put pressure on the quarterback, they're bound to make mistakes.
Very good point. And lastly, Dylan, what about you? What do you think? 50 seconds left. They still haven't made the pick yet. Don't think they're trading back again. O or D if you are the 49ers.
Cortland, you took the words out of my mouth. I see Kinlaw going to the 49ers right here. You know, D-line is always big, and people forget how the 49ers even got this pick. They traded DeForest Buckner. He's a big player on that defensive line, and now you trade him away. I'm going to keep bringing it up. D-line out, D-line in. It's going to be Kinlaw.
So the pick is in. You see Kyle Shanahan, his beard, and his 3 kids behind him looking to make the pick. The former Atlanta Falcons offensive coordinator has worked wonders, especially last year, with the 49ers. And John Lynch, the NFL Hall of Fame player, former NFL analyst with Fox, I believe. Now the GM. He has built an awesome team. The question is, who will be the next pick? Is it CeeDee Lamb? Is it Jerry Jeudy? Is it Javon Kinlaw, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina, who's a massive 6'6", 310-pound man who was a first-team All-SEC selection last season? He was actually had a rough upbringing, was homeless for parts of his childhood, and if he goes here, wow, what a storybook way to a story of triumph if Kinlaw goes. I mean, he will go in the first round, but if he goes here to a great organization, even better. Kinlaw racking up 35 total tackles and 6 sacks last year for the Gamecocks. What about pick 16? Atlanta will be on the board, and C.J. Henderson is not there. So if you're in win-now mode, you're Atlanta, you don't trade forward. Where are you going to go now, guys? What side of the ball? What do they need to add defensively to get back in the NFC South race?
They need a bunch of stuff on defense for Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think they're going to go D. I think they might go for a running back.
Oh, maybe get a compliment Todd Gurley.
And I know running backs don't usually go off the board early unless you're a star stud, but they don't have anything. I mean,
John, did you forget Todd Gurley's on that team?
you know what? Todd Gurley is not Todd Gurley.
You're right.
Just say that.
Yeah,
He's got arthritis. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully he does great. But I'm not too sure about him.
So the pick is
Why
in.
would the Rams get rid of him for whoever they have? I mean, that's insane.
It's going to be Javon Kinlaw, though, for the 49ers.
There it is. You called it.
They fill that big need at defensive line. They add Kinlaw, 10.5 sacks over his last 2 years, from being homeless early in childhood to being the 14th pick in the NFL draft, going to the Super Bowl runner-ups in the NFC. From South Carolina, as it says there, some of his youth when he was homeless. He committed to South Carolina in 2015. There you see him, born and raised South Carolina, went to become a Gamecock, was a great disruptive player for them. Really, again, another guy, I think he's the Tristan Wirfs of the D-line. I know you can't really compare O to D-line, but man, this guy is an athletic freak. It's 6'6", 310. If you saw him coming across from you at full speed, I'd say watch out. It's a great player.
Ian, I did it again.
You did. Yes, you did. You're on fire tonight, Dylan.
Giving me credit here.
Hey, me too, Dylan. Give me some credit.
Come on.
They boost that D-line for the 49ers, and now I'm looking wide receiver. Lamb is still out there. Judy is still out there. And a team that I'm looking here is Philly. That's a team that needs wide receiver help. I mean, you got guys dropping the ball left and right. It was week 14. They're playing with players on the street the day before the game. I'm telling you, there's no other team that could trade up right now, get Lamb, get Judy, help out Wentz.
So NFL.com compared Javon Kinlaw to Michael Brockers, the former 14th pick in the draft back in 2012 out of LSU, as a guy who can clog the run but also do some good work as a pass rusher. And ESPN is comparing him to a longtime Raider and New England Patriot legend and maybe a future Hall of Famer in Richard Seymour. And they're saying he can play all 3 downs for the 49ers. Day one, you add a guy to play alongside Arik Armstead, replace DeForest Buckner, and another weapon for Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator of the 49ers, to use. So Denver is up at pick 15. The Broncos, they have their quarterback and Drew Lock. They have great players on the defensive side of the ball. But who would know that both Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb would be there for the taking at pick 15 to pair opposite Cortland Sutton and Noah Fant in this offense? Do they have to go wide receiver with this pick, guys?
I would. I would. They had 2 great running backs. Pretty solid on D. Got a good quarterback. Sutton's the deal. They got Deshaun Hamilton, too, but he really didn't pan out. But, they need a burner. And they're there, right there. CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy are there. They got to be salivating on who to take. I hope,
John, I agree. They should go wide receiver. I'm not feeling wide receiver here. My senses, they're not telling me wide receiver. I'm feeling maybe an offensive lineman, maybe a defensive back, something like that. But I feel like these wide receivers are going to fall a little bit more. Broncos, let's say they don't pick a wide receiver. Then you go to the Falcons, they're going defense. Cowboys, I don't believe they go wide receiver. I mean, what if the Dolphins pick Tua and then they get a number 1 wide receiver in Lamb or Judy?
Oh, that would be insane. I hope Minnesota has that chance, too.
Well, I would say Miami's going Judy if he falls just because of that Alabama connection.
Yep.
He's already used to the lefty, so there's not much for him to do, really.
I mean, the question is, will the top 2 receivers that we thought were the 2 best receivers heading into the draft process, Lamb and Judy, obviously Ruggs went first in the receiver rankings, will 2 of those guys, or one of those 2, be available at pick 18 for the Miami Dolphins? They have to get past the Denver Broncos, the Atlanta Falcons, and the Dallas Cowboys. And 2 of those 3 teams have a needed receiver. Denver and Dallas has been rumored to be in the receiver market. Although they have Cooper and Gallup, there have been reports that they are interested in a big receiver.
Dallas is a wild card for me, guys. You know, I haven't really thought of what they need. It's like they need defense. They need an offensive back. It's very cloudy over there. It's not really a team that shows their heart.
Good point.
It's always very cloudy in Jerry world there, Dylan.
There we go. There was a report, Shane, earlier today that Jerry Jeudy wants to make the pick alone and doesn't want any of his scouts calling him during the pick. So imagine Jerry Jones alone in the draft. He might try to draft Johnny Manziel again.
He's going to be reaching out to the XFL commissioner trying to land some XFL players.
Oh, my gosh. Well, there's John Elway, the legendary Denver Broncos quarterback and the best friend of our TV teacher, Mr. Cebulski, the idol of Mr. Cebulski, we should say. And then the Denver Broncos head coach, Vic Fangio, the former Bears defensive coordinator. He had a solid first year in Denver, going 7-9, a great second half of the year there with Drew Lock. You guys believe Drew Lock is the guy in Denver? Well,
no, I think the Denver Broncos are an absolute train wreck. Okay.
Uh-oh.
And that's just not from walking into room 119 every day and hearing it from Mr. C.
Judy is
I'll give him Philip Lindsay. That's about it.
Well,
Train wreck. Wow, Shane. That's pretty rough. Train wreck. They got a good squad too. They were improved last year, big time. Got a great team.
Excuse me, everyone. Jerry Jeudy, the man for Denver, Colorado, out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, the Alabama man. He got straight A's his senior year of high school. That's a random stat, but we like our student athletes. And he dedicated his football career to his sister, who passed away in his senior year of high school. So he's a motivated man who's put some troubles in his past to find behind him with his family, a tragic loss, and now looks to dominate in the Mile High City. He won the Biletnikoff Award in 2018 as the best receiver in the nation, a consensus All-American in 2018, a 2-time first-team All-SEC selection, in back-to-back seasons with over 1,100 yards receiving and 24 touchdown grabs over the last 2 years. And as Shane mentioned earlier tonight, an epic route runner. He is a technician. He knows how to get open. And that's what you need as a wide receiver.
I think that's a good pick, Ian. He's going to succeed, especially playing in Denver. He's going to have a lot more opportunity to get to the ball, make long plays. He's going to be a good receiver for many years to come. That's a good pick.
Well, you guys, listen. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Unfortunately, I would love to stay, but I know Minnesota's pick's not coming for another 40 minutes, so I don't think I can make it. But I want to say thanks for having me. I miss you guys. You know, I know it's good being home, but you know, I'm sure you guys want to get back. But maybe next year. We'll see.
First of all, you don't want to be too negative.
I know I'm going to get to see a couple of the guys. I might not get to see Cortland anymore. He's going to be gone. I mean, Ian,
I make him back.
I'll be back.
Well, I mean, you know, you're graduating. You're going to South Carolina or TCU, one of those two.
South Carolina.
Officially,
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
But anyway, listen, I want to thank you guys for having me in. It was fun, phenomenal as always. You guys are the best, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Later.
John,
Bye, boys.
You have your analysis for Vikings picks. You email it to NCTV, and we will tweet it out with the expert analysis from John Colandro about the awesome Minnesota Vikings. See you later, John.
Will do. Thanks, Ian. Have a good one, guys.
Bye. All right, so we are back down to 5. Shane,
going back to Denver. They could be sneaky though. I mean, getting Melvin Gordon. I mean, he wasn't good last year, obviously, because he came in late for the contract dispute. But the year before that, he was a wrecking ball. There was multiple games he was getting 2-3 touchdowns. I know this why, because he was on my fantasy team, and he made my team succeed when I needed it the most. And I think with Jeudy, Gordon, it's gonna be a well out team that's pretty covered on all ends. So
I got a question for everyone.
Please,
Shane, you are big in fantasy as well as the other guys. So far, who are you looking to get fantasy-wise? I mean, Judy is a great choice. I mean, there isn't many offensive players. Do you like Justin Herbert? Do you like Tua in fantasy? Who do you guys like in fantasy?
In a keeper league, you're taking a quarterback. You're taking the number one pick, Joe Burrow. You're gonna take Jerry Jeudy in a keeper league earlier than you would say in a redraft league. Redraft meaning it's just one draft a year. Keeper league, you keep your players for as long as your league allows it, whether it's for their career or say 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. There's all sorts of rules, but Burrows, Jerry Jeudy, those are, in my opinion, the top two keeper picks to have on your team.
As a guy who dropped Lamar Jackson for Jameis Winston last year, before the start of the regular season, a fantasy expert, you would say. Still won double-digit games, though. I would say definitely Jerry Jeudy is in a good spot. Drew Lock likes to throw the deep ball, and Jerry Jeudy likes to go deep with that 4.45 speed. Again, Justin Herbert is set up really well to succeed whenever he gets to start in L.A. Joe Burrow, great weapons with the Bengals. Very underrated weapons. Tua, I love Tua. I think he could be the next Drew Brees. But outside of Devontae Parker, that team does not have a lot offensively. Hopefully, with their next 2 first-round picks, they can continue to add support there. Dylan and Austin, what do you think? Who are some guys who haven't been drafted yet? Maybe CeeDee Lamb or one of the running backs who could be big fantasy players this year?
So everyone listening, Ian is not a fan of Tua, which means Tua might win MVP next year.
I am.
We're in the books. Tua's going to win MVP. No, I'm kidding, boys. Love Tua. You know, I've talked about him for about half the draft already. But I wanted to bring up a little bit of a statistic here with Jeudy. You know, everyone's talking about the AFC West and how they're going to have to score points. So a tweet here that I've been reading to the other 3 AFC West teams that I've picked already. Been a quarterback, Herbert, a wide receiver, and another wide receiver to the Chargers and the Broncos. So, and the Chiefs, another side here. Keep in mind, guys, the Chiefs play these teams 6 times a year. How many points do you think they've given up? I'm going to give an over-under. Over-under 100 points that the Chiefs have given up in those 6 games last year. I'm asking for your over-under, Ian.
My over-under on the game.
Up in those 6 division games.
How many division games the Chargers are going to win? Sorry, you broke up there for a second.
How many points the Chiefs gave up in those 6 division games last year, total?
You have a number?
I have it.
In 6 games? I don't know, 300 points? No, not 300.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm going to go 210. 30 games.
Oh, no, Ian. I'm saying it's much lower. I'm saying like 110.
120.
The Chiefs allowed 66 points in those 6 games.
I mean, they are the Super Bowl champions. So.
Weapons, and now you know why.
I think you got to check those numbers, Dylan, but maybe you're right.
I'll quote the tweet. This is from Adam Titcher, a verified source on Twitter. 66 points.
All right. Well, good point there, Dylan. Atlanta Falcons. The pick is in. You see Arthur Blank on the screen, the owner. Dan Quinn, the former Seattle Seahawks defensive coordinator, brought them to the Super Bowl earlier in his career. The Falcons head coach. They haven't been great the past few years. And Thomas Dimitroff, regarded as one of the better GMs in the league, a lot of people thought he'd trade up in this draft. They don't. A team that needs to win now. I don't know. Did Goodell put on a sweater? I don't know. This new look for Raj? I'm not sure.
He did change his outfit.
He'd change it. Confirmed.
Arthur Blank. Those are some nice Home Depot cabinets he's got there, huh?
A.J. Terrell is the 3rd cornerback off the board. The Clemson man, a good player, and he is the pick. They needed a corner. They might have reached a little bit on Terrell, but born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. He was a top 10 cornerback recruit coming out of high school. and he's a winner, even though he's not a quarterback, but he was a big part of the reason why Clemson was a winning organization over the last few years in college football world. They lost just one game. They were in one with A.J. Terrell as a starter. So what do we think? Atlanta adding a corner.
Has to. It's a must. It's a no-brainer. It's as easy as it was, the Bengals picking Joe Burrow. You needed defense for this team. We mentioned their second half success. First half, that team didn't even look like a team. I think maybe the New Canaan Rams could have beaten the Falcons in the first half of the year.
Oh.
The Falcons were just not a great team. But you need a guy who's going to protect, who's going to defend. We know that division, and we got big arms. Obviously, Breeze can still throw the ball. Brady, yeah, but he's still got plenty of weapons. You need someone in this division to lock down the big names, the big receivers. He's the guy. You needed a defensive guy. No brainer.
Boys, I agree. I think it's a great pick. Everything Austin said was correct. They need a defensive back. They need to guard all those big wide receivers in the NFC South. Now, I don't want to move on too quick to the Cowboys pick here at 17, but I almost have a feeling now that CeeDee Lamb will be in Dallas.
I think Jerry Jones is shutting down all the phone lines. Mike McCarthy's not getting in. Nobody's getting in. You could be where he is. He's all alone.
Very relaxed.
I saw a tweet earlier that Jerry Jones has told the scouting department not to tell him anything.
Yep.
No one is going to stop him. So whatever he wants, which may or may not be the best thing, I'll just leave that one up to discussion.
CeeDee Lamb might be the best player left on the board. Is he the best fit for the Cowboys is the question.
Or does he want who Jerry Jones wants?
That's the point. A.J. Terrell, again, the 16th pick in the draft, the former Clemson Tigers corner, now an Atlanta Falcon, staying in his hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. He was a first-team All-ACC selection last year for the Clemson Tigers, and won the national championship back in 2018. And this past season, racking up a pick against Tua Tagovailoa, Dylan's best friend. So he can make big-time plays in big-time moments.
Hey, is Jerry Jones drafting from a submarine? Did you see that setup?
This is Jerry Jones' experience. His house probably is a submarine. Who knows? Look at Mike McCarthy.
We keep talking about Cowboys, and we talk about teams that need a wide receiver, and what comes to mind are the Eagles and the Packers. Those are two teams that I feel are a few wide receivers or some talent away from really being contenders.
Mm-hmm. The Eagles more so than the Packers. I mean, with Alshon Jeffrey, Deshaun Jackson, and aging Deshaun Jackson,
yes,
their priority should be a receiver.
I mean, I'm surprised they're not trading up here because after Lamb, you're going to a T. Higgins, you're going to a Pittman, or you're going to the I forgot his name, the man from TCU,
Jalen Reagor. You also got Brandon Ayuk, a big slot receiver out of ASU, Dylan, your new home. Another good player. Denzel Mims is a player John brought up earlier before he left.
T. Higgins, too.
T. Higgins. Denzel Mims is a big size speed prospect. T. Higgins is a big receiver who was a great player for Clemson. It's a deep receiver class, and it's surprising that in the first half of this first round, we have only seen two drafted so far. Both of them Alabama men. Henry Ruggs to the Raiders at 12. Their pick coming up at pick 19. And then Jerry Jeudy just went off the board a few moments ago. Jerry Jones is elated, even though the pick is not officially in yet. So we should be expecting a pick very soon. Miami, though, is back on the board for the second time in the first round. The next pick 18, they took Tua Tagovailoa to be their new quarterback of the future out of Alabama. The question is who do they take at pick 18? Do they go running back? Do they go offensive line? Do they address defense? What do they do?
Boys, I've been talking about Miami for a lot of time. And they have 3 first-round picks. They can do a lot of things, right? So they got 2 left. They got 18 now, and then they got 24.
Mm-hmm.
Or 26, one of the two.
26.
They're going to go defense here. Brian Flores is a defensive-minded coach. He was the DC over in New England. They already have a stacked cornerback crew. I think they go a little bit defensive line. I think they need an extra rusher. They need some skill over there on that defensive line to get after the quarterbacks in the AFC East, Stidham, Darnold, and Allen. And I think they go defensive line here after Judy, my pick. Lamb goes to the Cowboys.
You don't think they would go running back? I know they could go late, but taking the best running
A lot of running backs in this draft, Shane. You have Swift out of Georgia, and out of Wisconsin, but both of those guys could drop to round 2. And they have another pick at 26. I think they go running back at that 26 spot. It could be Taylor, who I think would be a great fit in Miami.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, package him with Tua. That's many years from now. They'll be good.
That would take a lot of pressure off Tua, a man who's got numerous 2,000-yard seasons under his belt. He could be a guy who takes the pressure off Tua Tagovailoa to make the play every play. Awesome. I'm going to go to you after this so you can help us break down whoever Dallas takes at pick 17. Roger Goodell with the sweater. Dallas, take CeeDee Lamb. There we go. Dylan is right again. And, of course, Jerry Jones was like, I got to get my star. And he gets a star in CeeDee Lamb. Austin, not going to lie, I'm kind of scared that I have to go up. Or not me, I don't have to go up. But the Giants, the Eagles.
You might have to go up, Ian. That's what the Giants are.
They're not. You're a funny guy, Austin. But now Michael Gallup, Amari Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb with Scott in there whenever he signs his franchise tag. Is this the best receiving core in the NFL? I'm just going to say it. Wow.
Well, you said earlier that the Buccaneers had a great receiving core, but it could be a protection pick against the Philadelphia Eagles here. We know the Eagles need a receiver. This could have been Jerry Jones's way of just, that could be a reason why he told the scouts to shut up, because he's like, you know what, I'm going to play it smart here. I'm just not going to allow my biggest competition to do anything. And with this move, it takes a lot of pressure off of Prescott and even, Ezekiel Elliott as well. So it's the smart move. You get the last big name receiver off the board. Simple. You protect it against your biggest opponent, biggest threat. It was simple. Good move.
So as Cortland mentioned earlier tonight, CeeDee Lamb is a great player after the catch, a lanky 6'2", 191. He's drawn comparisons to DeAndre Hopkins. He's got a massive catch radius, great hands, a consensus All-American, and a first-team All-Big 12 selection last year with Oklahoma after racking up 62 grabs for 1,327 yards and 14 receiving scores. Cortland, you've watched this guy a lot over the past few years. You've seen him catch passes from Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, and more recently, Jalen Hurts. And now he's going to get Dak Prescott throwing him the ball. Tell Dak personally what kind of player he's getting in Sedarian CeeDee Lamb.
He is the perfect player for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott plays a little bit more like a seasoned college player. He's mobile. He moves around the pocket, going out wide. And CeeDee Lamb is a player that can do that. Over Oklahoma, we've seen Baker Mayfield, we've seen Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts. They go outside of the pocket and they make plays on their feet. And CeeDee Lamb has been there for those guys, getting space in the open field. Paired with Amari Cooper, perfect. Another player, you guys were mentioning the Eagles earlier. Eagles are looking for a wide receiver. Another guy, Jalen Reagor out of TCU. My brother goes to TCU. He loves this guy. 5'11", 200 pounds, some more stockier guy. He's shifty, though. He can get into open space. He's a good pairing for the Eagles, which are in the same division as the Cowboys. So it'll be interesting to see if they take him, how that matchup will line up.
Reagor kind of reminds me of a player who haunts Philly dreams and Nelson Aguilar, only I don't think he drops as many passes. So he could be that guy they need. And the big reason why he might not go in the first round, but he has first-round talent, is because his numbers dropped off last year at TCU because the quarterback play was very shaky. They had injuries at the quarterback position. And the year before, when they had constant quarterbacks in the room and competent ones, he had over 1,000 yards. So good point, Cortland.
Well, one thing to do with TCU is last year they were dealing with quarterback struggles, and the year before that we saw Mike Collins come in. He was a big guy with an arm.
Yep. In grad.
Yeah, and Collins took over about, I want to say, halfway through the season.
Yeah.
And he really kind of cemented that team. So he's dealing with two quarterbacks and still put up great numbers.
Mhm.
But the past year, not really the best. The quarterback was mostly a runner. We saw the highlights on ESPN. He ran for an incredible score. I don't remember what game it was exactly, but it was an incredible score. He ran through the defense. So he was more running, not passing. So maybe that's why his numbers dropped off.
And Shane, pick 18 is next with the Miami Dolphins, and you were really liking when I mentioned Jonathan Taylor earlier. You think they got to go running back here with 4 minutes left on the clock for their pick? You think that is a selection that they should roll with to give Tua?
No, the safe pick is yes, but like Dylan said, they could get a running back. They could get numerous running backs that are still available where they have the 24th pick, right?
26 as well, yeah.
26. So they could go defense here, then wait a little bit to get a running back.
All right.
Given his injury problems, sorry to cut you guys off. Given his injury problems, you want to go for the offensive guy. Obviously, trading away Laramie Tunzel, who some say was a franchise lineman. You want to go for a guy who's going to protect Tua. We know the injury problems. He's got to be able to throw the ball. O-line here, you can wait. You can certainly wait. Given the way this draft has gone, you can wait till 26 to get a running back.
The pick is in for Miami. Dylan, what do you want to say?
Quick prediction is going to be Espinoza, the linebacker. AJ
Apensa, the edge rusher out of Iowa.
Yep.
Iowa player in the top 20. They do need a little juice to that front seven. There's really not a lot of players outside of Kyle Van Noy, a former New England Patriot.
My quick pick, Kenneth Murray, linebacker. He will cement this defense, help that defense. Even if Tua gets hurt, the defense can still be there.
Or they could roll maybe Patrick Queen as well would be a nice pick. Another linebacker, him or Murray, would be a nice leader for Brian Flores to talk on the mic to as a new Mike linebacker there in Miami. So the pick is in for the Dolphins. The Raiders have their second first-round pick at pick 19, and then the Jaguars have their second first-round pick at pick 20. And then Miami, obviously, pick is in, their second first-round pick of the first round. These teams dominating the first-round selections.
Now, Ian, I'm not sure where Miami slots in the second round tomorrow night. But if they are in that early top 10,
they do have some early picks.
Don't select a running back tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can wait. I mean, I don't see any running back needy teams in these bottom, what do we have, 14 picks left in the first round. I don't really see any team here that really is desperate for a running back. I think
Dylan, they have 2 picks in the second round.
Can you tell me how early in the second round it is?
If you give me just 1 second.
They have,
no problem.
I'm not sure the exact picks, but they have another 2 picks in the second round that are within the top 50. So that means they have 2 picks in the top half of the second round. So, yes, they have some early picks.
I think Miami can wait. I mean, they could get a defensive player here, or they can go offensive tackle, although the top 4 have been taken, and it takes a little bit of a drop. So I expect the edge rusher out of Iowa to go here.
So you got Brian Flores, who is well respected in the NFL for pulling a very talentless Miami Dolphins roster into a lot of big wins last year. And they got this first-round pick from Pittsburgh when they got a first-round pick as well as 5th and 6th-round picks for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And that's a great draft compensation, but Fitzpatrick was also one of the NFL's best defensive backs last year in Pittsburgh. He was the NFL pick leader. So, yeah, they got that pick, but they also gave up a good player. And then you also got Chris Greer, who is really just blew up the Dolphins and now has all these first-round picks to work with. Pretty much his job is on the line here. You know, if he's got to nail this draft with how he blew up the roster, and now he has a chance to make a star selection. And we got Roger Goodell. So let's go to him, and then I'll turn it back to the guys to analyze this pick as Goodell tries to pump up the Dolphins fans. And it's Austin Jackson. It's an offensive lineman out of USC. Tua Tagovailoa needs some offensive line help to say the very least. And they take Jackson. He's a bit raw, but he was a good player at USC. He actually donated some bone marrow to his sister, as you see, and helped save her life from a rare disease. So this is definitely a quality character you're getting in the building, a guy who has done some amazing things on the football field and off it, but a talented player and a guy they need, Austin Platt, Austin Jackson. What do you think of this pick?
Well, certainly for this team, I mean, Goodell just said it. Good news for Tua when he was looking at the Miami fans. You need to protect. You need to protect him. I mean, I said it all along. You have to protect him. You have plenty of more picks. I mean, they have. Pretty sure that stat earlier said they have like 5 picks in the next. They have 9 picks the next 2 years in the first and second round. I mean, this team is just can be so loaded. Looking ahead, go here. Go with the offensive tackle. Safe pick. You know, maybe not the flashiest guy, but Dylan mentioned it. You know, with the top 4 offensive guys gone, obviously only didn't even play his sophomore year last year. Didn't really play all that much. Just 1 game he played. So certainly maybe the inexperience could play a role. But you got Tua behind. You got Tua behind you. As long as you protect him, you know Tua's going to make the right play. So he can throw the ball. So safe pick. You have so many more picks that you don't have to, maybe go for a lot here. You can wait. You can certainly wait. And they have another pick here in the next half hour or so.
His dad, Melvin, his grandfather, Melvin, was also an NFL offensive lineman for 5 years, so he's got some family history. He used to block for Sam Darnold, so Dylan, there's a connection there. Still just 20 years old, 6'5", 310 pounds, a first-team all Pac-12 selection this past season, and he was a great player coming out of high school as well, a USA Today high school All-American. So, Dylan, you didn't get the pick right, but they do pick alignment this time on the offensive side of the ball. Tua's not his blindside protector because he's a lefty, but they get a left tackle.
Miami is such a smart franchise. I'm so jealous of them right now. I told you guys they would win the night, and they're going to win the night because they're not going to pick a running back with the 26th pick. You know why? Brian Flores is the defensive guy, and no way they go all 3 offense. All right, their defense is not that good to not pick a defensive player with that 26th pick. They'll go with an edge rusher, maybe a linebacker. I like this pick for Miami, though. They block for Tua. When you get the quarterback, you got to get the offensive lineman. It's tick and tack, okay? So Miami makes a good pick here. Now you go to the Raiders, and I'm a little bit worried about the Raiders here. They got to go to defense for sure. Maybe a secondary pick because I know I like that defensive line over in Oakland.
Shane, do you agree on has to here with all the top receivers off the board, or what direction do they need the most?
I think Justin Jefferson's still there.
Yes, he is.
The LSU product, I mean, they do need another receiver. I mean, I just can't see him going otherwise. But I just want to touch base on that Miami. Miami's going to be good for many years to come. And like Dylan said, they're very smart. They're managing the team very well. They'll be fun to watch.
Brian Flores is a very smart football mind.
100%.
They got their franchise quarterback, their franchise tackle. They already have a good receiver. They are starting to build foundational pieces in Miami. John Gruden.
Trust the process.
I'll tell you this. When you a leader like Brian Flores that people for, and now people are coming in, they're like, I'm so excited to play for Miami. You know what that means? Big names are going to come to that team in free agency in years to come.
We already got Byron Jones who came this year, and as you mentioned, Dylan, they have a lot of cap space to work with in the future. And the Raiders, now in Las Vegas. The draft was supposed to be held there this year. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we weren't able to see the beautiful sights and sound of L.A. Well, Las Vegas, LV, I should say. The new stadium being showed on ESPN. A beautiful looking stadium where the Raiders will be playing very soon. Austin Jackson again, the 18th pick in the draft, out of USC, born in Arizona, and they actually compared him on NFL.com to Arizona's left tackle DJ Humphries, who just got a contract extension. So that's a pretty solid player in the desert, so Miami should be getting a solid player as well. And Jackson. The Raiders will select Damon Arnett at the corner out of Ohio State. So I forgot who said they needed secondary help, but they do get the secondary help. Dylan, that is the man, the guy who played opposite Jeff Okuda from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And now he'll head to Vegas. He has a 3-month-old son named Tyson, who's nicknamed Ace for some reason. He's a 2019 second team All Big Ten selection. Good selection here from Las Vegas, Dylan, and Damon Arnett.
Love it. You know, John Gruden is no Brian Flores, okay? People don't want to go over there and get yelled at by Gruden in training camp. Luckily this year, the players on the Raiders don't have to get yelled at in training camp because there is no training camp. Anyways, Raiders made a good pick here at secondary. They're still building up, all right? So we talked about the AFC West teams picking offensive players. All three of them picked quarterback, Herbert, and then we had 2 wide receivers. So now they go defense. And I think that's a good pick. You know, they have they hope this guy is going to be like a Charles Woodson. You know, franchise safety. You got to go for him. Jamal Adams is a franchise safety if the Jets decide to sign him. But hopefully this guy could turn out well. I think the Raiders made the right decision here.
So Arnett again played opposite Jeff Okuda in college. He's the 19th pick. He'll head to the Raiders. Ran a 4.56 40, 6-foot corner. Some people thought he'd go at the top of the second. Others middle of the first, and he ends up going here. He had a 97-yard pick 6 against Indiana this year. He's a tough guy. He played through a broken wrist all season, so you're getting a player who embodies the Raider culture. You're adding perimeter players both on offense and Ruggs and defense in Arnett. Austin, what do you think of that pick for Oakland? Las Vegas. That's going to take a while to get used to.
It will. I think for everyone it will. But, you know, they got their offensive guy. Now they need this defensive piece. Dylan mentioned it. The AFC West is going to be so good offensively. Broncos, we know what they can do with Drew Lock and the pieces he's going to have. The Chiefs, Super Bowl champs, need I say more. And then, obviously, the Raiders now. And the Chargers, a team that obviously just got their man in Herbert, and they believe in Tyrod Taylor. So you need a defensive guy. I want to say this is similar to the Buccaneers pick where they got a corner. One of the teams in the NFC South got another defensive piece. So you have to think about what the other teams are drafting and adapt to that. It's exactly what they did here.
He's talking about the Falcons.
Falcons, I'm sorry.
When they drafted A.J. Terrell, another corner, a third corner selected out of Clemson. Jacksonville, their second pick of the first round is pick 20. They went, I believe, sorry, I'm having a bit of a brain lapse here. They did go defense with their first pick. So will they go again defense? They have a lot to build. They drafted C.J. Henderson. They kept him in Florida. So will they add more to the defensive line maybe? Epenesa's still there. Jordan Love, a quarterback, is still there. Who knows? Maybe they roll the dice with him.
Ian, don't get crazy over here with me. Don't get crazy with the quarterback. I think they like Minshew. All right, they like Minshew, and the Jaguars. I think they're gonna switch it up a little bit. I think they go offense, and I think they get T. Higgins.
T. Higgins. They already have a big receiver, the Shark. You think they add another guy who's 6'4"?
You need as many wide receivers as you can get. I mean, they hope to build a Mike Evans, Chris Godwin duo like you were talking about, Ian, with how dynamic those two are. I think Higgins here, they just want to boost that offense. They want to give Minshew some talent around him. You got to give him some confidence.
Good point. You know, he on the move this year. He needs some support colors. He put up some of the best stats out of any of rookie quarterbacks last year. I think a little more efficient than both Jones and Murray. Not saying he's a better player than either. Just saying people start buying into the Minshew mania legitimately in Jacksonville, but we will see at pick 20. Pick 21 is next. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles, Shane, you want to go Justin Jefferson?
You have to. The top receiver left on the board, I think they have no choice. I hope Dylan agrees with me on this one.
I like Justin Jefferson. Great wide receiver. They're going to pick receiver anyway. It's either going to be Higgins or it's going to be Jefferson, depending on what Jacksonville does right now.
Cortland, are you in agreement with the Eagles taking one of those two guys? What about T. Higgins? What do you like about his game?
Like I said before, he's a great route runner. Just a guy, he can cut on a dime. We saw it during the national championship. He's a big guy, too. He's 6'4", 220, I believe. And he was a staple last year for Clemson, and I think he'll be great in the NFL. He has good size, good speed, good route running. But if they want to go shifty, like I said before, Jalen Rigor out of TCU, he's also a nice option. Kind of almost like a Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley did it great for their division rivals, the Cowboys. So we'll see if they go for height or they go for small and shifty.
Ian, I have a prediction. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be going with Chason, the LSU D lineman.
Kevlon Chason.
Yes.
Been compared to maybe a DeMarcus Ware as an athletic freak who could bend the edge. He had one very good year, a breakout year for LSU last year. Who knows? Maybe he could be the pick to pair with Josh Allen. That would be a scary 1-2 punch for Jacksonville. Also, breaking news, Roger Goodell announced it, but I forgot to mention it. The Las Vegas Raiders, or I should say the city of Las Vegas, will be hosting the 2022 NFL Draft after missing out this year with the 2020 draft. So good news for Vegas and, you know, all the sights and sounds in Vegas, they will be getting that draft. So that will be awesome to see when we have the regular draft back and running. So Shane, we are getting closer and closer to the Saints pick. And looking at what there's on the board right now, I know there's still a couple picks away, but what are you thinking? What's in your mind right now?
So they love, obviously Drew Brees is going to retire most likely this year, is what he said. They got rid of Bridgewater. He went to Carolina. Signed Taysom Hill, who's just an all-around, just phenomenal football player, probably the best football player on the team. But do they draft the true successor to Drew Brees?
Definitely a good question, Shane. I was wondering about it because Brees signs a 2-year, $50 million deal, and we think he's got 2 years left. But Brees, let's say they go on a run. Let's say they win the Super Bowl. Now he retires. Next year, who's your quarterback? You're going to put Taysom Hill as your quarterback? No, sir.
Or do you have Jordan Love just sitting there waiting to be drafted?
I like Love here. I like Love with the pick.
I do.
Maybe Hurts. But that would be a very risky
Not
pick.
this early.
That's a reach.
Not this early, yeah.
Who knows? Jordan Love is the 5th best player left on the board according to Mel Kiper's rankings, and the best quarterback left at a Utah State.
I mean, you know,
starter there.
You know, Saints aren't going running back with my boy
Alvin Kamara, the dynamic player.
And then you got Latavius Murray. Look what he did last year when Kamara was out.
Very sturdy player.
Multiple games with multiple touchdowns.
Yep.
And Kamara had a down year last year. People who drafted him top 3 pick in fantasy didn't get that value back.
Jacksonville selection is coming in, and it is Dylan. Are you Raj Goodell? I don't want to inflate your ego more, Dylan, because it's been pretty high tonight. But that was a good prediction. They do get Kevlon Chason, the really athletic outside linebacker, pass rushing specialist out of Louisiana State University from Houston, Texas. He received an offer from LSU before playing a varsity snap. He was focused primarily on basketball as a freshman in high school. He's like Drew Pine getting the offer from Alabama before he played in high school. This is a guy who's been a good player for a long time, and this is a quote from him. When you hire somebody, do you want to hire somebody who speaks one language, or do you want to hire somebody who speaks 3? I speak 3 languages. I pass rush, I drop into coverage, and I cover anybody you want me to cover, and I can play the run. So he's a very confident player, Dylan. And what do you think he's going to bring to Duval?
LSU always has great defensive players. All right. They like churn them out almost like a factory. Okay, They have great defensive mind. They put it together on offense this year, and they were just unstoppable. But I just want to bring up another prediction correct. Austin, you probably have a checklist, probably like number 7, number 8. Doesn't matter. Chason, great player. He's going to go into Jacksonville. He's going to cause some noise on that defensive line along with Allen, and he's going to play some zone as well. I think they could use him a little bit more as an outside linebacker. They don't need that rush inside. Now, a player that Jacksonville got rid of, Calais Campbell, and they're about to get rid of Ngakoue. People forget that. Yannick Ngakoue is on the trade block, and he's going to get moved imminently. Okay? It's just a matter of time. It's not if. So they got rid of Ngakoue. Campbell's in Baltimore. They need young players to step up. Jason's the pick. I like it.
I completely forgot about that, Dylan. I'll kick it to Austin in a second. Good point. And they run a 4-3 defense, which means you have 2 defensive ends playing on the tackle. You already got one of them in Josh Allen, and you're probably going to slot Chase in on the other end when you get rid of Yannick Ngakoue. Ngakoue, a Pro Bowl defensive end who's had double-digit sack seasons for Jacksonville, but unhappy. They won't give him a contract. He's on the franchise tag. He wants to get out of there. I'd love if the Giants got him, but that's a story for another day. Austin, what do you think of this pick? Chase a potential successor to Yannick Ngakoue on the edge.
It's certainly the right move. Let's not forget, this Jaguars team can clown as much as we want. They won 6 games last year. And with the move that they have, a couple wins here and there, this division, I don't remember the last time this division had a 12-win team that won the division. It's been a while. It feels like every year it goes down to the last game where the winner is like 10-6 or 9-7. As we see here, the Eagles pick is in. I would be shocked if it's not a wide receiver. Anyways, this team is going to be a close division where we obviously know what the other teams did. Obviously, the Colts have made some moves. So certainly with 7 teams now, don't forget, 7 teams make the playoffs. I know it's just 1 extra, but with this Jaguars team, with this division that's always so close, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a team you wouldn't expect sneak in there.
If you're watching ESPN right now, I mean, look at the Eagles' depth chart. At the end of the year last year, they were bums playing wide receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles. Greg Ward's a great story, a former quarterback turned wideout. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, a second-round pick, did not play very well down the stretch. And Deontay Burnett and that other guy, Robert Davis, were 2 guys they signed off the practice squad. I went to that Week 17 Giants-Eagles game in the rain. I didn't know anybody playing wide receiver in that game. So
it must have been an electric game. Week 17, Eagles-Giants fighting for the playoffs.
It was not as electric as you would think. It was a good game for 2.5 quarters in typical Big Blue fashion. They blew it up dramatically. Anyway,
so I got
something to look out here.
Or Cortland, sorry, I'm going to bring up just a quick point. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Shane, you brought up how Jerry Jones looked like he was on a submarine. He's actually drafting from his $250 million super yacht.
No, he's not.
Wow.
I'll show you guys the tweet.
Look at
Oh my gosh. Absolutely nobody.
I mean, not bad digs, but you know.
Shane, you're right again. Wow.
It's basically a submarine.
You're in the stream.
Waving from the boat. Dylan gets that reference.
But moving ahead back to football and away from yachts, we'd all like to have one day. It's interesting to see. Minnesota's next. It's kind of predicted they'll probably take either a wide receiver, maybe a cornerback, or maybe someone on the line. But it's interesting to see the Patriots sit at number 23. They need a quarterback. I do have to say it. We need a quarterback. Jordan Love, still on the board. 6'4", 220. He's a great pick, and I feel like that could be something the Patriots are keeping their eye on.
You know, that's a plan. All right, they got a plan. Right now, they honestly scare me. Okay, they scare me at this pick just because of how good they've been drafting. O-line's not an issue for them. It could go defense, defensive line. They got that secondary already cramped up with McCourty and Gilmore and Patrick Chung, I believe, is still over there, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So defensive line could be their pick, or they go quarterback. But in Patriots fashion, I don't see quarterback. I see defensive line.
Yeah, you haven't been alive last time the Patriots needed a quarterback because Tom Brady has been here. So, I mean, we've seen them draft Jimmy G, but like that, but they haven't needed anyone.
Philly, we're going to see that New England pick in 2 picks. Philly's on the board, though. Pick is in.
They could take Rieger.
Jalen Reagor, Justin Jefferson. Brandon Ayuk is a big slot receiver out of Arizona State who should go in the first round. T. Higgins. There's a lot of guys that they could go with here. Which one do they like is the question if it's a receiver.
I go Jefferson.
And it's Jalen Reagor. Cortland's man is an Eagle. Cortland has predicted this pick for actually a while. You've been banging the table for this guy. And, you know.
I do have to say, I do give a little credit, not that much, though, to my brother. He was, after dinner, we're kind of talking about the draft, and he saw my prep boards, and he saw Jalen Reagor, and he goes, that's my guy. He's going to make some damage in the NFL, and the Eagles are a great pick.
So he originally committed to Texas Tech. He wanted to stay close to his grandmother who was dealing with health problems. He got offers from all across the nation. but the 5'10" receiver decided to stay close to his grandmother. His dad was an NFL defensive tackle, Monte Rager, for 8 seasons. You see his highlights there on ESPN. But Jalen is a very shifty player, 21 years old, explosive with the ball in his hands, the Big 12 Offensive Freshman of the Year back in 2017, and a 2-time second-team All-Big 12 selection. He racked up 1,067 yards and 9 touchdowns in 2018 before a drop-off last year, 611 yards and 5 touchdowns. So they don't go with Justin Jefferson, but they get a very athletic playmaker in Jalen Reagor to put opposite Alshon Jeffrey and Zach Ertz.
Hey, like Dylan said earlier, Austin, can you check me off one that I got one right? And
Yeah, you're still pretty behind. Last time I checked, I haven't looked at my list.
Okay, Austin.
Rates.
Well,
Now,
I've been predicting it for a while. That's some bonus points.
Cortland, I have an idea for you, okay, as a Patriots fan. You got Jefferson on the board. The Vikings are about to pick. We don't expect a receiver pick for them, even though Diggs left.
They could. They did another guy off the deal.
We do know that Diggs got traded to Buffalo. I don't believe they take a wide receiver. So Justin Jefferson's on that board. T. Higgins is on that board. I believe the Packers will take one. Who will take the other? Do you think the Patriots could take one?
No. We need a quarterback. Dylan, I don't think you understand this. In order for the wide receiver to catch the ball, you need someone good throwing it.
No.
That's how football works. We have Julian Edelman.
You got to give Stidham a shot.
You got the other guys. Andy Dalton, I could see going over there.
Edelman will be going to the Buccaneers very shortly. Okay.
Jared Stidham cannot make Chris Hogan a star like Tom Brady did.
We need someone to throw him to. We need someone to throw the ball.
Every time I go to YouTube, I see this one stupid video from 5 years ago about the man who dominated Texas high school football. That man was Jared Stidham. This man is a winner. I don't know really how good he's going to be in the league, but he's got a cannon of an arm. That's the one thing that Bill Belichick can work with just a little bit is a big arm. They said he did very well in the preseason. You know, they could go Jordan Love. Jordan Love's got all the tools to make it happen. But are you going to start Brian Hoyer for a year if you're New England and let Jordan Love sit? That would be an abysmal season. But that's very interesting. Minnesota's pick is in, by the way. Pick 22 is in. Could be a wide receiver. Could be an edge rusher. Shane.
They love defense.
They love defense. I love defense.
Yeah, they've always had a solid defense. They built winning games around their defense. They're going to have to do it more so now without Diggs. But still having Thielen and Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook might be one of the pure best runners in the game.
Totally.
When healthy.
Yep.
I mean,
what?
John said we need O-line, and an offensive lineman I'm looking at here is Josh Jones, 6'5", 319 out of Houston.
Good player.
I think they have a shot at taking O-lineman. I know they like defense over there in that NFC North where it's a struggle to get points, especially if you're Detroit or Chicago. Both terrible offenses. But, they could take offensive line. Vikings, they've always had a thing with not really having an offensive line, and Dalvin Cook is a very good runner, but they need people to block for him.
That's a good point, Dylan. And I think before I do some shout-outs in a second, if they do go defensively, the two guys to watch out for, Jalen Johnson, the corner. We can go in a second, Dylan. Jalen Johnson out of Utah is a good corner. And I know A.J. Boyd and an NCTV man would be happy I said Jalen Johnson. As well as Yetur Gross-Matos out of Penn State is a good edge rusher to potentially replace Everson Griffin. Dylan, why do you have your hand?
We have breaking news, boys.
What's the breaking news?
Listen up. Vikings will make the pick, but the Patriots are trading their pick with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Interesting.
Chargers going to QB.
Chargers going another quarterback, baby. They're taking both of them. I don't know. Interesting. I wonder what the Chargers gave up, Dylan. Maybe you can give us an update when you know the draft compensation.
We'll do.
In. So we don't know who reported that, either probably Schefter or Rappaport.
It was Rappaport. And I also believe that the Vikings will go wide receiver to replace Diggs. I see Jefferson going to Minnesota.
He goes from purple and gold to purple and gold potential.
I got the draft update, the trade update. Patriots get picks 37, 71 for number 23.
Wow.
So they get a high second rounder as well as a pretty solidly high third rounder in exchange for the first.
Bill Belichick, I don't know what you're doing.
Move.
Don't know what he's doing. Don't even ask.
New England trading back. You know Bill Belichick just needs more football players. They lost a lot of good players this offseason. They traded a lot of players too. Duron Harmon, they sent a couple guys to Detroit. They lost a couple guys to Miami. They need pieces. Bill Belichick's a great drafter, a solid drafter. He's made some great picks over the years. He knows what he's doing, as Cortland mentioned. So who knows where they go with that pick, when they get it. But who knows? Why are the Chargers coming back? I see the Saints highlights on ESPN right now. But why would they trade back up into the first round? For what need?
Interesting. Very interesting. T. Higgins out there, a name that everyone's looking toward. I don't believe they go wide receiver, though. But they could. You know, people are taking quarterbacks, and then they're taking offensive tackles, or they're giving them some more talent on that offensive side. They could go for Higgins after Jefferson gets picked here with Minnesota.
They could also go offensive tackle, maybe. Josh Jones could be that guy. They need a offensive lineman in the Justin Herbert era, which is now ushered into L.A. But the pick is in for Minnesota at 22. Mike Zimmer, defensive coach. Rick Spielman, the very long-time GM. We've been banging the table for Justin Jefferson. Could be Brandon Ayuk. Could be Arturo Gross-Matos. Could be Jalen Johnson. There you see the front office members for the Minnesota Vikings. Beautiful fireplace there from Mike Zimmer. But we don't know what the pick is going to be just yet. We'll get
I just love watching those Saints highlights every year for the past 2 years.
That's got to hurt, Shane.
It makes me smile. It really does.
You know, but at least you know that you're going to be a competitive team. You got a good, solid pick. There's a lot of receivers on the board. Who knows who you're going to get? Maybe you get your guy Jordan Love, that New England's out of the way. They haven't updated the graphic yet. But Roger Goodell's trying to be funny and do the things. Let's see what the pick is, though. And it is Justin Jefferson, not a surprise. They go wide receiver. He was mocked to them with this pick, and it is Justin Jefferson. Yeah, Dylan. This one's a little obvious, though. This was not your best guess or your best prediction.
A point, and I feel like I'm on fire right now, boys. Great pick for the Vikings. You know, I don't really know their position, though. It's a bit odd there. They're a team that really can compete for that last, that added playoff spot that comes in soon. Packers, I feel, are just like the far and away favorites in that division. I don't feel the Vikings are as close to them as people think. The Vikings are a team that if they get in, they can get hot, but I never really trust Kirk Cousins. You know, I was sad at first when the Jets didn't sign him to that big deal. Now, singing the praises of Mike McCagnon, who used to be the GM of the Jets. Thankfully, he's gone, but that was one of the decisions that he made that was correct. I don't really trust Kirk Cousins. We know that he's beat the Saints a few times. Case Keenum beat him once. Shane, the backup, not Kirk Cousins. Anyways, but I don't believe Kirk Cousins can show up in a championship game, Super Bowl. I don't. Everyone's saying, oh, the playoff drought was over when they beat the Saints with Kyle Rudolph in overtime. But I can't really trust Kirk Cousins. I believe in Aaron Rodgers. I believe in a veteran, number 12 in Green Bay. And I just don't know where the Vikings are going right now. They're in like a mediocre stage.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the guy that they selected in Jefferson, a weapon for Kirk Cousins. His brother played quarterback at LSU. They grew up in L.A. And by L.A., I mean Louisiana, the Bayou. He was a zero-star recruit coming out of high school. He had offers from Tulane and Nicholls State. So he's a worker. He's worked his way up the chain, catching passes for Joe Burrow last year. They had a great connection. And yeah, a 6'1" receiver, a second-team All-SEC selection last year, who ran a wickedly fast 4.43 40-yard dash, probably one of the biggest risers from 2018 to 2019 in terms of draft stock. And he put up video game-like numbers this season, playing next to Jamar Chase. He finished second in the nation in receiving touchdowns with 18 scores. So he's a lanky guy, a good route runner, a guy who can play in the slot. Austin, what do you think of this pick to replace Stephon Diggs in Minnesota?
I think it's a good move. It is I would say, a little bit more defensive-minded team, and we know, and obviously in that division where scoring points is pretty tough. So I get it. You go for the offense. I think I actually do like this Minnesota team, and yes, that could be a lot of me hearing John in the hallways and all of his high praises he sings for his Minnesota Vikings. But Aaron Rodgers did not look like himself in the playoffs a bit last year. So
No.
And especially in that first half of the 49ers game, he looked lost, Dylan. So I'm not going to say they win the division, but come on, you got to give him some credit here. And especially, I think, I don't know, it's a tough place to be in. I like the move. I can see this team. They're underrated. Obviously, won that game against the Saints. Shane, you can cover your ears, so I'm sorry about that.
Like you were in school.
I am banning any Saints bashing until they make a bad pick with 24. We got to lay off.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for having my back.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right. I think this would be a good time to plug our social media and to give some shout outs. So thank you for watching. If you're stick with us so far, we're on pick 23 of the draft. The Chargers traded up with the Patriots. I got my terrific crew here: Austin Platt, Cortland, Parrott, Dylan Pescatore, Shane Smith, and I'm Ian Nicholas. Thanks for joining us, NCTV. Make sure to like and subscribe down below to our channel for stuff with the NC community, sports, and more. With our announcements, follow us on Twitter and Instagram at NCTV78. And also shout out to Andrew Galwa for the graphics tonight. So the Chargers have traded up to pick 23. They give up a second and a third this year to have their second pick of the first round. They took Justin Herbert at 6, their quarterback of the future out of Oregon. Anthony Lynn has done a good job with this team, even though they had a down year. They were a playoff team in his first year with them. And Tom Telesco has been with this team a while, the general manager. Do we have any idea where they go with this trade-up? The pick is in for the Chargers.
Offensive tackle.
Yep.
Jones, Houston.
Boom, right there, Dylan. I'm on your target.
All right.
Josh Jones, out of Houston.
Yep.
There's an answer I can give.
For some reason, they're looking at Jordan Love's room. He might be getting a little impatient right now, waiting to be selected. Quarterback at Utah State. Let's see
Patrick Queen.
Ooh. That's a good one. Let's see. Oh, right position, Shane, but the wrong player. It is Kenneth Murray, the Oklahoma inside linebacker. Cortland, you were talking about him earlier in the night, a guy who had over 100 tackles and 4 sacks for Oklahoma last year, born and raised in Missouri City, Texas. The youth football team had 4 other D1 players on it, so he's been with the winners his entire career, including an Alabama wideout. And he saved a woman's life with CPR last year. This is a leader. This is a man who will save the Chargers defense. Horrible pun by me. Cortland, what do you think of Kenneth Murray at inside linebacker for the Chargers?
Like I said before, in the early stages of the draft, he is a very smart player. He knows the field. He played in the Big 12, which is not known for defense, and he stuck out, which, you know, you may say not that hard, but he stuck out in a big way. He made tackles, and he made stops, and he limited defenses or offensive players on the other teams, which are explosive in the Big 12. He is smart, and he is a good all-around football player.
So they're going to pair him with Drew Tranquill, who was a mid-round rookie pick last year. They need 2 inside linebackers in that 3-4 scheme, I believe, and he's going to be one of those guys. 6'2", 243, a first-team All-Big 12 selection last year, a second-team All-Big 12 selection in 2018, and he was a Big 12 Defensive Freshman of the Year in 2017. So he's really Mr. Big 12. Austin, Shane, I'll leave it up to you guys as well as Dylan. What do you think of this pick for the Chargers, and was it worth giving up a second and a third to add this versatile linebacker?
He's got a great work ethic. He's got pass rusher skills, so yeah, I could see that.
I thought it was a good pick. The only thing that confuses me a little bit is trading up with the Patriots of all teams, giving up not only your first-round pick, but then a third-round pick as well for an inside linebacker. We haven't really heard much about this guy. Now, there are some other linebackers.
Some of us have, Dylan. Some of us.
Well, yes, people listen to Cortland. You hear all about this guy. But there's a lot of linebackers on the board right now. We talk about Queen that Shane said earlier and a few other players. It just confuses me. People, when they trade up, they usually go for a big-time guy, wide receiver, quarterback, running back. Never really seen someone trade up for an inside linebacker, but I guess the Chargers have some information that I don't know. They've been watching some film that I haven't, which is hard because I've been watching all this film the last few weeks. But it's been great. A great pick by the Chargers. Now we're on a Shane's team, the Saints.
Ian, with all due respect to the NFL and Roger Goodell, I'm going to shut them off, and I will let you, my friend, announce the pick.
Shane, I think that is the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. I am honored that in 3 minutes and 42 seconds, I will be telling you 2020 New Orleans Saints first-round selection at pick 20.
What you're essentially saying is, if they take Jordan Love, he's going to get mad at you, Ian, not Roger Goodell. For making the
I
pick.
think they want Jordan Love. Do you not want Jordan Love? You've been talking about him all night.
I would like Jordan Love, and you cannot have any more anger built up in you watching football, whereas watching the last 2 years of the Saints in the playoffs.
I couldn't said it better myself. Jordan Love is a guy who has a lot of arm talent. Utah State, not a big school at all, but he had a really big junior season for them before he declined last year. He threw 17 picks, but a lot of his teammates left and got drafted into the league. And while we know Utah State is not an NFL hub, so there was not a lot of talent for him to work with there. He's got the size, he's got the speed. He did have some legal problems early on in his career, but minor things. So people projected him to go in the first round. People have said Patrick Mahomes as just a comparison to Chuck out there just because he has a big arm. But outside of Shane, do you guys think the Saints need to draft their Drew Brees successor this year, first round or not, or should they wait another year?
I don't think so, not in the first round. Maybe a second or third rounder. Maybe they steal Hurts in the early third rounder. I don't really know when their pick is in the third round, which he would be a good pickup in the third round. As a Patriots fan, I was just scrolling through Twitter a second ago, and there's many Patriots fans that are saying, we've watched the draft this year for the first time in a very long time because, we haven't really need any players in the draft that much. So seeing Jordan Love go off the board to possibly the Saints to replace their Hall of Fame quarterback kind of tears me a little bit.
All right. Well, we got a minute 39 for pick 24.
I would not be sad though if they went wide receiver. If they took that dude from Arizona, the
Ayuk from Arizona State.
I think wide receiver is an interesting position here for the Saints. Every year you watch the Saints and they come up with some random name wide receiver catching passes in the playoffs. Who was Tommy Lee Lewis? Josh Hill, the tight end. I mean, I'm feeling like I'm creating players in Madden here when I'm watching playoff Saints football. But I think they go to a wide receiver. What I like with the Saints, and I think it makes them a different team this year, is the veteran experience they picked up in free agency. They picked up Malcolm Jenkins, one of the best safeties in the league. He led that Eagles defense to the Super Bowl championship against the Patriots in Super Bowl 53. And I think he's a game changer. I mean, the Saints defense has always been ridiculed. They have a few nice pieces, but they've just always been not there. The defensive coordinator change needs to be in effect. I think they go defense here, though. Maybe an edge rusher to pair up with Cameron Jordan.
Maybe. They also did draft Marcus Davenport, though. I believe last year or a year ago they traded up for him, and he's a very athletic player. They like him a lot. The Saints pick is in. I love Sean Payton. He's one of the best offensive minds in football, and lucky that he recovered from the coronavirus. But he knows what he's doing with this team. Hopefully they can get over the hump this year and make a Super Bowl run with Drew Brees, Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara. And there is Sean Payton, hard at work with the hoodie and a couple MacBooks in front of him. Austin, you thinking Jordan Love here? Or do they go defense maybe? What do you think?
Defense. I mean, I mentioned mind games. Does the Patriots trading down make the Saints think that they're really not thinking quarterback, and the fact that the really goes to show you maybe the gap between the top 3 quarterbacks and the Jordan Loves and the Jake Fromm and Jalen Hurts as well, or Jordan Love. So I think you go defense here. I mean, yes, they could go offense, but I think Drew Brees is going to come back. There's a lot of firepower, obviously, the way they've gone out. So I think you don't go for a quarterback. Taysom Hill is going to be a good NFL player. And Shane, you said it before. You can take the words out of my mouth, but I think you go defense here. You set up Brees for another good season with a solid defense in a tough division. Let's not forget, defense is what's going to have to win you ball games. Defense here. Dylan, what do you want to say?
I actually have a change in my prediction here, boys. So Drew Brees, we know he's at the end of his contract. We know he's coming on to that retirement. We know that the Bucks and the Atlanta Falcons have a good defense.
Excuse me, Dylan. I have to announce the pick for Shane. So,
offensive line.
All right. The Saints are picking in the 2020 draft an interior offensive lineman, Shane. Cesar Ruiz, the best interior offensive lineman in the draft, the first interior offensive lineman at the draft out of Michigan.
Out of Michigan, okay.
He's a guy who was expected to go in the first or second. A lot of people thought maybe Kansas City, but instead the Saints are protecting Drew Brees more. They already got Eric McCoy on the inside, who they got last year's center. They got Andreas Pete, and now they got Cesar Ruiz from Camden, New Jersey. He made 31 starts in Michigan, most of them at center, 26 of them at center, 5 at right guard. His father passed away when Ruiz was, I believe, in middle school back in 2007. So he's dealt through some hardship, but a really fundamentally sound player, a safe pick, maybe not the flashy guy. Who knows? Maybe you guys pick up Jacob Eason or Jake Fromm later in the draft, or Jalen Hurts. A lot of good, talented guys left. But it's going to be Cesar Ruiz, emotional, to be picked by the New Orleans Saints.
We do have, like Austin, we talked about before, Taysom Hill is the Swiss Army knife for that team. He could do it all. So whether he's in under center or Brees or Jalen Hurts in a couple of years, you never know. But Cesar Ruiz, they rank him at number 1 in his position that's coming out of the draft class this year. So give a little protection to Brees, maybe give Kamara a little more running room. I like it. Can't complain.
So instead of going with maybe a Patrick Queen who's still on the board out of LSU, they get a guy who has played plenty of good football, blocking for Shea Patterson in the Michigan Wolverines. 6'3", 307, ran a 5.08 40-yard dash, and he's compared to a solid player for the Chicago Bears, James Daniels. So, guys, what do we think about this pick from the Bayou?
I don't mind it. I like it. Got to protect Brees. Got to help out Kamara. Kamara didn't have the season that he had with Ingram last year. Tough division. You got to put big boys up front. I like the pick from the Saints.
Minnesota back on the clock for the second time in the last 5 picks. They took the 5th receiver of the first round in Justin Jefferson at LSU to replace Stephon Diggs and put next to Adam Thielen. So what are we thinking they go with their second first-round pick here at 25? Defensively, maybe?
Yeah, they're absolutely going defense. They have the wide receivers. They have the running backs. Madison, their backup, Dalvin Cook, he would start anywhere other than Vikings, without a doubt.
Gotta be Queen.
They already got a good linebacking core, though. You got Eric Kendricks, got Anthony Barr. I think Mike Zimmer loves corners. I'm thinking Jalen Johnson. This is my first prediction of the night as the host. Write it down. Maybe I'll take a half a point. I say either Jalen Johnson or Yetur Gross-Matos, because I think it could be one of those two guys. At Penn State is Gross-Matos, and Jalen Johnson is a lanky ball-hawking corner out of Utah. I don't really see anyone else it could be. They're still on the clock. They haven't officially made the pick, though.
A player that's fell a little bit is, I brought him up earlier, AJ Espineta. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it.
Pensa.
That's it. Player that's fell, I mean, we talk about Vikings.
I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. The Vikings have actually traded the pick.
Oh.
And the 49ers have traded up. They had 2 first-round picks, 13 and 31. And now they're moving up from 31 to 25, and they're back on the board. So San Fran, the Super Bowl runner-ups, will be back very soon.
This is a shocker. I'm shocked.
Let's see. Adam Schefter's going to give us the compensation, maybe. A couple mid-round picks will be heading to Minnesota for a 6th-spot move-up for San Fran. They took Javon Kinlaw with pick 13, a very good defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Cortland, any idea where they go here at 25? Maybe a wide receiver left on the board that could intrigue them?
Yes, no. It's kind of hard to think where San Francisco will go with this. Like we said before, defense is mostly set. They picked up a big player on the defensive line. So the only other way that I could see them is maybe a safety in Xavier McKinley out of Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I don't really see many options.
And Dylan Austin, you guys probably think it's going to be a wide receiver. It looks like by your facial expressions when I mentioned it. Who's the guy? Brandon Ayuk out of Arizona State. T. Higgins. Denzel Mims, maybe. Who is the guy? The pick is in officially from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and crew. Who do you think?
They knew they had their guy is because their pick is in. They knew that when they trade up, they got a guy in mind. I don't believe that guy is Ayuk or Mims. I think it's Higgins.
Yeah, it has to be. I was surprised that they took a defensive guy in the with their first pick. Obviously, they traded for DeForest Buckner, so I thought as Roger Goodell hypes up the crowd, which unanimously loves him. But it has to be Higgins.
Yeah, probably either Higgins or Mims. Let's see. Oh, it's Ayuk. I kind of ruled Ayuk out because he's a slot receiver, but they do take a kind of local guy, California to Arizona State, Dylan's future home for 4 years. And it's Brandon Ayuk from Reno, Nevada. He attended Serena College before transferring to Arizona State after 2 years, a small school in California. He has an 81-inch wingspan, the longest of any player under 6 foot in combine history. So he's got a massive catch radius, but he's not that big. But he's going to add a big threat for Jimmy G to pair alongside Deebo Samuel in his 2nd year and George Kittle in his 3rd year. He's a big slot receiver who had a breakout year after N'Keal Harry left for the Patriots last year in the 1st round. The 2 years where Arizona State has a 1st-round pick at wide receiver. What do we think?
I am shocked. I thought Higgins was their guy. He's the big name. They went with Ayuk, but I understand why. Because Sanders is a slot guy who's going to catch the ball over the middle. He's going to make a few big plays down the middle of the field. Ayuk's the same guy. 6 foot, 205, very quick, can play the slot. I think they're just replacing Sanders, a big contract guy, with Ayuk.
So Ayuk, a 22-year-old wideout, played some small ball, a worker, 6'1", 206, or excuse me, 6 foot 206. A first-team All Pac-12 selection this year. Ran a solid 4.5 40 at the NFL Combine. So he's got really all the tools you want for a solid complement. He's their 2nd first-round pick. They trade up for him. Javon Kinlaw at 14 and now Ayuk at 25. NFL.com comparing him to a very good receiver, Robert Woods from the LA Rams. So if he can bring some of that to 49ers, I think they'd like that. The Dolphins now on the clock for their 3rd first-round pick at pick 26.
What is the Niners offense now? We have Deebo Samuels, then we have Marquise
Kittle. Kittle's up there.
What?
Kittle.
George Kittle, their tight end. So they got a pretty solid offense.
And they got a running back committee as well. You have McKinnon.
Coleman, Beretta.
Mozart.
Raheem Mozart, the guy who had 5 touchdowns in that
Coleman.
And Coleman, they have a stable at running back. They have a great offensive line. Now they add our 2nd receiver to replace Emmanuel Sanders. Pretty much a bigger, more lanky Emmanuel Sanders, in a sense, in Ayuk.
See, I like this pick, and I understand why they did it. Personally, I would have gone with T. Higgins. Great, you have two guys. One's a little bit bigger than the other, but T. Higgins, he's still explosive. And then you have to worry about over the top, T. Higgins just going up and over you down the seam. And then you have to worry about underneath. So I see it. I understand it. I think T. Higgins would have been better.
If you're the Dolphins here, my goodness, are you the winners of the draft? You get T. Higgins as well. You get Tua, a guy to protect Tua, and then a guy who's going to throw to is going to throw to. I mean, my goodness, the Dolphins, if you're a Dolphins fan, you are jumping up and down right now, and the pick isn't even in yet.
Austin, don't get ahead of yourself here. I don't think they go Higgins here. I don't see a wide receiver. You know, Higgins, he's a guy who's dropped, and yes, you can pick up a quick wide receiver for Tua, but 3 offensive players with your 3 picks? I don't see it. I see Queen. I see Patrick Queen going to the Dolphins.
Another, Patrick Queen. I mean, I don't think they probably projected Queen to fall this far. Queen should have been a top 25 selection, and now, obviously, he falls. So the guys they could choose from, I know we said they wouldn't take a running back in the first round, but DeAndre Swift is a guy who's been mocked there a lot as the consensus #1 pick in the draft, a 3-down back out of Georgia. Could be the guy. AJ Epinesa, the very solid Iowa defensive end. They need pass rushing help. Marlon Davidson, a defensive lineman out of Auburn, who played next to Derek Brown's a good player. Grant Delpit, Xavier McKinney, and Antoine Winfield Jr. are all safeties that could also come off the board here. They need safety help on the back end after trading Minka Fitzpatrick.
I would go McKinney.
Mm-hmm. Probably the best player available at this point, the Alabama safety.
And what do they got to lose? It's a safe pick. They've already won the draft.
I know I said that I don't like 3 offensive players. I got a feeling that's DeAndre Swift here for my prediction.
3 minutes left on the clock for pick 26. We have, I believe, 6 or 7 picks left in the first round. It's been the first 5 or 10 picks of this draft were pretty expected. We've seen a bit of crazy stuff here and there. But overall, guys, what do you think of this draft, this virtual draft? It's run pretty smoothly, to its credit. It's taken a while, but what's the biggest surprise so far? What was the one pick that had you saying, wow, so far?
It's not a pick, but a trade. Patriots, of course. Like, you needed someone. You needed one person to help you, and that was a quarterback. That's all you needed out of this. They have 2 picks
now in the later rounds, Cortland. Do not worry. They will get their quarterback.
Yes, I know that, but although I do love Hurts, which I think now that they're going to maybe steal him, and then Bill Belichick's going to tell him you need to throw the ball with your arm, Jordan Love's also incredible. They could have got both, had a competition, always sparks better competition, sparks better play.
Mm-hmm.
Built them both. You know, you have 2 similar but different guys. So that's my shocker of the draft.
Mine is Jerry Jeudy falling to 15 to the Broncos. I'm shocked that the Raiders passed on him. I just, as one of the top 2 receiver prospects, the fact that Ruggs went 12 to Jeudy going 15 is just pretty shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got Ruggs, who's the 3rd leading receiver on Alabama, going as the #1 receiver in the draft over the guy who was the #1 receiver in Alabama.
I mean, that might be the steal of the draft.
Yep.
And something I'm looking out right here is for Green Bay. You know, a team that made that NFC Championship, then they got blown out. So they're at I believe they're at the end of the first round, Ian. Am I correct?
Yeah, they're not in the next 3 picks. That's Miami, Seattle, Baltimore. I'm pretty sure they are 30. So, yeah, 29 or 30.
They're at the 30 spot. I think they can make a move here. Maybe they move up with the Dolphins, you know. Dolphins, they had already 2 first-round picks. Maybe they don't like someone here. Maybe they don't really
trading Dylan. Hold on. Oh, my God, Dylan Pescatore, you are a genius.
No. Dylan did not project a trade, but he was just talking about the Packers in the moment. Am I wrong?
I predicted a trade. I said
make a move sounds like a trade to me.
Green Bay moves up the board. They're now at 26. Smart move from Miami, I got to say. You know, they already made 2 selections, so they're going to get even more picks, add more talent to that not talentless, but talent depleted roster. But now Green Bay moves up. Now the question is, we got a guy, I don't know who that is, in Jordan Love's room, but he's got a phone out ready to record in horizontal, so he knows his TV stuff. Could Jordan Love be the successor to Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay? Matt LaFleur, the second-year coach, Brian Gutekunst, the general manager.
I could see that. They don't need a running back. They have one of the best in the game who scored double-digit touchdowns last year, Aaron Jones, with a backup Jamal Williams, Devontae Adams. Why not? I mean, who's Green Bay's backup, Ian?
Backup quarterback?
Yeah.
I believe it's Tim Boyle, who is a nobody. And the only
player.
I know him because I know too many NFL players.
You are correct. Tim Boyle out of Eastern Kentucky.
There we go.
Wow, what a successor.
That's a quarterback of the future.
In his 3rd season, he's thrown in 2018 0 touchdowns, 15 yards.
Well,
wow.
So
What big stats.
The pick is in for Green Bay. Jordan Love, the quarterback off wide receiver, maybe a corner. But
boys, I have a little issue with that. So let's say they trade up for Love, right?
Yeah, hold on.
Miami wasn't taking a quarterback. None of these teams in the next 3-4 picks until Green Bay's pick is taking a quarterback. Seattle isn't taking one. Baltimore isn't taking one. And the Titans aren't taking one. Why did they trade up?
Dylan. We'll talk about why they did it in a moment and break down why they traded up. But it is official. The clock is ticking. And Aaron Rodgers' time as a Green Bay Packer, he's getting up there in years. He didn't have a greatest year last year, although they did make it all the way to the NFC Championship game. That was a big reason because of their improved defense, though. But Jordan Love, the Utah State man from Bakersfield, California. In high school, he was just 5'6", 130 pounds. He's currently 6'4", 224. So a growth spurt, to say the least. He had just one FBS offer heading into college, and it was Utah State. He took it, and he had a couple of up and down years where he displayed a ton of arm talent. He can throw at a lot of different arm angles. He can hit throws on the move. Compared to kind of a bootleg Patrick Mahomes, NFL.com compared him to Blake Bortles, which is not the greatest comparison. What do you guys think of the Aaron Rodgers successor, Jordan Love?
I have no clue what they're doing here. Zero clue. You have Aaron freaking Rodgers. Aaron freaking Rodgers. He took him to the NFC Championship. One of the best quarterbacks in the league. What kind of message does this send him when you're taking a quarterback with their first-round pick? That's telling him, oh, bro, you're out of here in 2 years. I don't care. You're probably on the downside of your career. It just sends the wrong message. I don't like this one bit.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is a guy who has had some moody problems with the Packers organization over the past few years. Maybe that was more Mike McCarthy than anything, and he's gone.
He did. The Packers do like drafting quarterbacks in the late him in 2005 in the 24th pick.
Yep.
So maybe they see something in Love that they do Rodgers.
Well, work for him back in the day, guys. You know, they take Love here with 26. They took Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre, the greatest Packer quarterback of all time, was 35. And they originally had a bit of a rough relationship, but they were able to now they're best friends. And, hey, both of them had great careers after that. Rodgers, a star, and Favre had a couple good years in Green Bay before he went to Minnesota. So let's talk a little bit about Jordan Love. 21 years old, 26th pick, second team All Mountain West Conference, and he was also the New Mexico Bowl game MVP. Both of those were back in 2018 now. He ran a 4.74 at the combine, so he can move. And last year, 3,402 yards through the air, just a 62% completion rate, 20 TDs, but 17 interceptions. He also had 32-6 touchdown interception ratio the year before, much better numbers in 2018 with better talent around him. So that's the breakdown on Jordan Love.
One thing that I want to point out is the Packers made this move. I think it was a good move, not great, but the Dolphins, I think, were the winner of that trade. They traded down to 30. Keep in mind, they still need a running back. They said, hey, let's just drop down. We could either pick up Taylor or Swift. The two teams above them, Seattle, I don't think is going to take a running back. The Ravens aren't. They have basically a running back quarterback. So Tennessee doesn't. They have a freight train in the backfield. So Miami just traded down. They're going to pick up a running back, and that's it.
I'll give you a hot take here. This is not even relating to the draft. I'm going to say the Packers are going to utilize Jordan Love the same way as the Dolphins are going to use Tua Tagovailoa. If Aaron Rodgers, with all of the talent that is around him offensively, struggles in the first couple games of the year, I wouldn't be surprised if they give Jordan Love a chance.
You're insane. You're insane.
That is my hot take. Say whatever you want.
Austin.
Insane.
Austin. What?
Austin, that's a cold take, buddy.
That's
Austin. Aaron Rodgers isn't that bad yet. Jeez.
4 games you're giving Aaron Rodgers? He's
midway through the year.
Jordan Love is going to be sitting behind Aaron Rodgers at the bare
For
minimum.
how many years? For not that long.
I'll bet you, put it on the record right now. Next year, week 5.
Week 7. Week 7.
Oh, I'll give you 7. Week
To
7.
their bye week. If their bye week is early, give them to their bye week.
Talking bye weeks.
Week 7. Aaron Rodgers is still the quarterback for the Packers, and you owe me Chick-fil-A.
Ooh. I would take that.
I like that.
So remember, guys, Aaron Rodgers, one of the greatest quarterbacks of his era, did not start a game his first 3 years in the league, Austin. He played in 7 games. He started in none. He became the full-time starter in 2008. He's had the job ever since. So,
Ian, I'm trying to think outside the box here. What's the height and weight on Jordan Love?
Jordan Love is
6'4", 225.
exactly right.
6'4"?
6'4".
Boys, I know it. Wide receiver.
Ah, you got a joke.
I mean, they do need
No, I'm
help. They
serious.
need a lot of help, let's be
You're not
honest.
serious. He's never played wide receiver in his life, Dylan.
A lot of wide receiver. You got a lot of quarterbacks go to wide receiver. You know, Terrell Pryor, Bryson Miller at OSU
Hill.
years
I
ago.
didn't think anyone was going to be able to top Austin's take.
No, come on, boys. I mean, that's not that hot of a team.
That's not bad. I'm on Dylan's side here.
He's got to play. Okay, Dylan, you owe me $100 if Jordan Love starts a game
Oh,
receiver.
we've moved on from Chick-fil-A here.
Now, boys.
Yeah,
6'4".
Dylan's in college. He might not, have the funds to pay you.
Seattle is a team. We have picks to go. There are more picks to come. So let's get back to the picks. The Seattle Seahawks have not used their own first-round pick in, I believe, 8 or 9 years. They always like to trade back. They always like or they have another team's first-round pick. But the pick is in. So Seattle is actually utilizing.
They're not going running back. They have Chris Carson.
Pro-size.
They're pro-size. He's a workhorse.
I'm thinking Josh Jones, the offensive tackle out of Houston.
I was just about to say that, Ian.
Got to get O-tackle here.
Slide him in at right tackle. The only guy they have at right tackle is Cedric O'Bowie, the former Cincinnati Bungles draft bust out of Texas A&M. They got Dwayne Brown at left tackle. He's not getting any younger. So you bring in Jones, start him at right tackle out of Houston, move him to left eventually. I think that's what they have to do. And speaking of Utah State, Bobby Wagner, arguably the best Utah State player of all time,
He's doing kind of well.
only 3 Utah State players ever drafted in the first round. Jordan Love becomes the 3rd tonight. So there you go.
Maybe they go McKinney.
Maybe looking for that guy. They do have Quandre Diggs. They could use a second safety, and McKinney can play both spots.
I still think they go either D-line or offensive line. I don't really see them needing much else.
Yeah, maybe Yetur Gross-Matos is a defensive end who, no Jadeveon Clowney anymore. or maybe they bring him back on another 1-year deal, on a cheaper deal because he's not getting any offers right now that are in his range that he likes. So maybe they bring in a pass rusher to
Well,
replace.
he likes millions and millions and millions, and I don't think no one's going to pay him that. So
I don't know
maybe
why-
they do go D-line here and kind of say, hey, we kind of moved on from you, and then he may be crawling back once no one offer him.
That's that South Carolina smarts there, Cortland.
Of
I
course,
think
Dan.
it's got to be Josh James here.
Jones.
Josh Jones.
The
Jones.
receiver they got last year, DK Metcalf, is an absolute animal. He is good.
Talk about the receiver class last year, though. DK Metcalf, AJ Brown, Terry McLaurin. What a draft! You got Nicole Hardman, Darius Slayton. I mean, that's going to be one of the best receiver draft classes in a while. I'm probably forgetting somebody who's that good.
I mean, think about the Chiefs. What are they going to do here, boys? You know, they could. What if they went wide receiver? Who knows?
Let's see.
I mean, they kind of have everyone, so.
I don't even know if they have a hole.
Let's see. Seattle's on the board. And they take Jordan Brooks, the inside linebacker out of Texas Tech, to pair alongside Bobby Wagner, maybe a replacement for KJ Wright. But a Texas Tech linebacker, 367 tackles in his career. That's the 7th most in Texas Tech history. He led the team in tackles in 3 of the last 4 years. A second-team All-American last year. A Butkus Award finalist for the best linebacker in the nation. Lost that out, though, to Isaiah Simmons, an Arizona Cardinal now. The 6 foot, 240-pound inside linebacker, Jordan Brooks. He can also play a little bit of edge rusher, so maybe he can come in and be a guy to help replace the production of Jadeveon Clowney. So that's pick 27 for you. He even played a little running back. No, that's linebacker, excuse me. Hey, he's got the size to play running back. He's, throwing low to play receiver, whatever. That's your pick.
I don't like this. I don't like this pick at all. They should have just took Jones. Sorry, should have just took Jones, the offensive tackle. I mean, every year we talk about how bad Seattle's offensive line is, and now they took a linebacker. I mean, Seattle's known for their defense and how good it is. I don't believe they had a big drop off last year. They made playoffs. They almost beat Green Bay. I don't really understand this. That Russell Wilson, I see him scrambling around almost every play, going back and forth, trying to make something out of nothing because their offensive line stinks. Why not just pick Jones?
Good point. A solid player, but maybe not what they needed. Very athletic. Ran a 4.54 40-yard draft. 4.54 40-yard dash, I should say, at the combine. They compared him to a New Orleans Saints player, actually, Shane, A.J. Klein. So a solid player in Jordan Brooks. Maybe not a superstar, but a guy who's going to come in and be a solid player for the Seattle defense.
I just don't understand this, honestly. I'm with Dylan. They should have gone with Jones out of Houston. He's 6'5", 320. I'm actually a little surprised he fell this far. They need help on the O-line. Their defense is set. Their wide receiving core is set. Their running back core is set. They have a great quarterback in Russell Wilson. Protect that guy. Keep him around for a while.
And speaking of guys that should be around for a while, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens popped onto the scene last year. Jackson, the last pick in the first round a few years back, took over for Joe Flacco and won them 14 games in the regular season before losing to the Tennessee Titans and Derrick Henry in the second round of the playoffs. They got 3.5 minutes left to make their pick. Maybe we got a wide receiver here to pair with Marquise Hollywood Brown. Cortland, you don't think so, but there's a lot of good receivers left, and there's not a lot of receiver depth there. They do have Mark Andrews, another Oklahoma man, but they could use another wideout, don't you think, guys? Or what do you think?
No. They have all the offense they need in one player, Lamar Jackson. I say they go defense here, maybe get a linebacker or an edge rusher because, Derrick Henry just steamrolled them, so maybe they need help there. Lamar Jackson will score all the points in the world until someone decides to stop him, which I don't think will be for 2 or 3 years. So they need defense.
Derrick Henry, though, is an anomaly, Cortland. I mean, Derrick Henry ran over the entire league, not just
the Chiefs.
Not the Chiefs. Dylan's right.
Well, I think he ran out of gas, but whatever.
I could see them going receiver here. They have former St. Willie Sneed,
Not that good.
Hollywood Brown, who
Very
drafted
good.
last year, but he's hurt consistently,
Uh-huh.
and Miles Boykin.
And I'm pretty sure not a lot of people here know who Miles Boykin is, a second-round pick out of Notre Dame last year, a big player, but not that productive as a rookie.
Right.
Ace Claypool
Higgins,
is what?
but I like a linebacker, like Cortland said. I like Patrick Queen.
That would be a great value pick at pick 28, and that could be the pick, Dylan, because they don't have a great inside linebacking core ever since they lost C.J. Mosley to your Jets. They got Patrick.
Get on the field. He played one game. He was out for the rest of the year.
Well, maybe.
I'm going with T. Higgins here as their pick. He can play the
Ooh.
slot. He can play on the inside, outside.
The pick is in, so they won't be trading back. Will they be getting Lamar Jackson a weapon that he could need? Or are they getting his defense a big addition to the front seven? They have a very good secondary. You know, that 1-2 punch of Marlon Humphrey and Marcus Peters is awesome at corner. So they have the secondary on lock.
I think they go edge rusher here. Dylan has been talking about out of Iowa, AJ Espenza, or out of Penn State, Gross Matos. Both great players on the line. You said they have a great secondary, Ian. Maybe they just help their defensive line.
And one more player that can sneak in here. If they want edge rusher, Dylan, Zach Bond is a guy out of Wisconsin. Those Wisconsin linebackers are always good. And he's a guy you can move around. He can play inside and outside.
I just like Queen here. I think he's the pick. Clear and concise.
So pick 28, Baltimore. Pick 29, Tennessee. They do have some needs. Who knows where they'll go with that? Maybe right tackle to replace Jack Conklin. Maybe they go Josh Jones. And then pick 30 is the Miami Dolphins, who now have the 49ers pick. Packers pick, my mistake. I picked 30.
Dolphins must. I'm almost positive they'll go running back there.
Miami.
Swift could be the guy.
Yeah, Miami.
Now, Cortland, do you think if Higgins drops that they could take Higgins?
They
They would've
could.
taken Higgins already.
I mean,
They traded
If
that pick, I think, in the hopes to get a running back and more picks. I think they would have taken Higgins if he was there.
There still hasn't been one running back
Exactly.
pick in the draft yet.
That is true, Austin.
yeah,
I
but if
think-
you look at the running backs that Miami has, I mean, Jordan Howard,
He was good
Patrick-
for one
yeah.
year on the Bears.
Yeah.
basically looking at their lineup here, the only name I recognize is Samaje P. Ryan, just because I was an Oklahoma fan, and everyone else it was one and done or who. So I mean, they have a quarterback. They got O-line. What's the third piece there? Running back.
I see running back. But I think Jonathan Taylor is very underrated. You know, the Big Ten is a great conference. You have Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, and those players get a lot of popularity. Taylor is running for 200 yards in a 43-20 loss to Michigan or Ohio State. Doesn't get any really popularity, doesn't get any really, like, people don't pay attention to him.
He flies on the radar a lot.
They don't say Jonathan Taylor is the guy you think of when you think of Big Ten running. You think of Ohio State running back, Ezekiel Elliott a few years ago.
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins. You think of the big schools. You don't think of Wisconsin because they've had a few losing seasons these past few years.
But to your point, Dylan, Jonathan Taylor, in the beginning of the season, everyone's like, oh, he's Heisman, 100%. There's a lot of the Heisman talk, and then it kind of just fell off the radar of everyone.
I don't want to get started on Heisman because Heisman's always quarterback and it's always on the best team. So
let's see. Pick 28, Baltimore Ravens are
Queen.
selecting, and they will take Patrick Queen, the linebacker at LSU, who will play on the inside. And next to Patrick Onwusar, we have a new number one, a great cover linebacker, an athletic cover linebacker, a guy that defensive coordinator Wink Martindale will probably have a lot of fun using. Born and raised in L.A., just 30 miles away from where he would play his college ball at Tiger Stadium. He's the first player from his high school to receive an offer from LSU in Louisiana. He was a four-star recruit, and his father played defensive back at Nicholls State. So he's got an athletic family. He's a very good player. A lot of people thought he was the number one inside linebacker in the draft, right up there with Kenneth Murray. It is a great value pick for Baltimore. They got Calais Campbell to add to that front seven a few weeks ago from Jacksonville, and now they get Queen, the college football playoff national champion, who was the defensive MVP of a championship game. He had 8 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss, and a sack in that. So a big-time player who showed up in big-time moments, as you see his highlights against Clemson right now. What do you guys think? Dylan, you saw this coming.
Put another one in the books, boys. Another prediction, linebacker for the Ravens. Ever since Ray Lewis, they've had a bit of a hole there. We talked about Derrick Henry just steamrolling their defense in the playoffs last year. Offense is an issue. I saw a wide receiver like Shane talked about, but they feel like they're good at wide receiver. They feel like they can roll with Boykin. They can roll with Brown and Ingram at running back. So I think the Ravens, they knew what they wanted. They got the linebacker, and now we have an interesting pick here with the Titans. They can do a lot of things here, but I like offensive line. I like Jones from Houston.
So let's see. Patrick Queen, the pick at pick 28. The next 3 picks, Tennessee is on the clock at pick 29, looking to make a deeper playoff run this year after extending Ryan Tannehill. The Dolphins have pick 30, and Minnesota traded back with San Francisco, so they have pick 31, formerly the 49ers pick, as I just mentioned, and that will be their second pick of the first round. So,
Tennessee here, you have to, general manager, you have to back up your decision to re-sign Tannehill by getting a guy who's going to protect him and obviously then give Henry big holes. So it would make absolutely no sense here if they don't get a guy to back up the guy you essentially put all your faith in, and a guy who obviously just Tannehill, a guy who just watched his running back tear up practically the whole AFC to get all the way to the Super Bowl. You have to back up your big money decision and get the Houston man.
And Queen becomes the 4th LSU player to be picked in the first round tonight. Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, and the other linebacker or defensive player from LSU that I'm blanking on right now. That's their 4th player in the first round, so great for them. And actually, I'm reading this thing on NFL.com. Peter Schrager for Good Morning Football this morning said Patrick Queen would be the perfect fit for Baltimore, and he lands in Baltimore. The 6-foot, 229-pound linebacker, so he's not a big guy, but he's one of these new age guys. He ran a 4.5 40, who, is going to come in, he's going to play sideline to sideline guys, and he's just going to make plays for this defense as a new age cover linebacker.
Yeah, I think it's a really good pick. Queen's a great pick. Now we move on to the Titans. Austin brought up Ryan Tannehill, and you guys know how I feel about Ryan Tannehill making $35 million a year. I'm not going to go into it, but they got to go offensive line. They got to protect Tannehill. They got to help out Henry. Their defense, I feel, is very good. They had a lot of great chemistry throughout the season, especially as it went on and they benched Mariota and they got Tannehill in there and everything started clicking when Henry just turned it on in beast mode for those last 5 weeks and then playoffs. I think offensive line is the pick here. We haven't seen a tackle go in, I believe, like 10, 11 picks. I mean, it's been crazy. Teams got to realize that you got to boost your offensive line if you want to get that offense going.
Dylan, actually, the last pick of an offensive lineman was Cesar Ruiz out of Michigan to the Saints at number 24.
Right. The Saints.
Right. But Josh Jones is still on the board here, so I like it.
And Dylan, Ryan Tannehill took me to the fantasy land of championships last year in a 2 QB league when I picked him up in week 6 for as a backup, and I started him and just rode his points to the championship.
Yeah, I mean, you should be paying him $35 million. The Titans shouldn't.
Well, he had one of the most efficient seasons a quarterback has had, quarterback rating wise, but an underwhelming
7 for 9. You're pretty efficient throwing 7 for 9. You're not throwing.
Yes, I'm talking the regular season, however, not the playoffs.
He could pass to Derrick Henry, and I'll just count those points all day.
The pick is in for the Titans. Mike Vrabel has some weirdly dressed people in his house. He's got a person in a Titan jumpsuit. I don't know what that is, but I never questioned Mike Vrabel because he could beat anybody up. He's a big guy, a scary guy, he's a good coach. And they also have a good GM, too, and John Robinson, who's been there a few years, rebuilding this Titans team. The pick is in for the Titans. 4 more picks left in the first round. Tennessee, Miami, Minnesota, and then the Super Bowl champ, Kansas City Chiefs. So Miami should go running back pick 30. Minnesota should maybe go defense with pick 31. We have any ideas where the Chiefs will go with the last pick of the night?
Could they go running back?
Maybe.
I don't think so. Damian Williams is a really good player.
They got the 2 Williamses, but it feels like there's always some injury concern there.
I know it's crazy. What if they take T. Higgins?
I was just about to say that, Dylan. Just about to say that.
Higgins just say, we're the Chiefs, we're the Super Bowl champions, we got no holes. We just add a 6'4" Clemson wide receiver, boom.
So
Have him and Tyreek Hill. Him and Tyreek Hill just.
So for Tennessee, it's an offensive tackle, but it's not Josh Jones. It is the other tackle for Georgia, who played right tackle alongside Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, the Giants selection at pick 4, Isaiah Wilson, who is projected to be a late first rounder, and here he goes to be the Jack Conklin replacement in Tennessee. A solid player he is, and he's going to help pave holes for Derrick Henry and protect Ryan Tannehill.
Clear and concise pick here, boys. No other choice here for the Titans.
A good second-level blocker as well. A solid player, good feet. He was a little slow at the combine, ran a 5'3", 240, but there's a reason why he did that. He's a huge man. He's 6'6", 350. So he's going to be a big building block for this Titans offensive line, which is pretty solid, but not great in pass protection. They compared him to Phil Lodeholt, who's an NFL veteran for a while, projected to go at the end of the first round, and he goes in the first round. A big, broad right tackle for the Titans.
I want to see T. Higgins to Kansas City right now.
He might fall to the second round, to be honest, at this point.
T. Higgins is an amazing player. We know the Dolphins are going running back. That's already set in stone. Swift or Taylor, take your choice. Why not?
Honestly, Dylan, the Dolphins should just give us like a nice check saying, thank you for your help, because we've helped them. We solved all their issues.
Got their issues. They built a new offense today. And I like what Brian Flores is doing down there in Miami. I just think the Chiefs, they can just say, Andy Reid will be like, yup, I'll take that 6'4" wide receiver. I'll put him in our explosive offense, and we'll say, yup, we're good to go.
So Isaiah Wilson, emotional after being picked. A solid pick for the Titans. But you got to mention it. The Dolphins have done a great job tonight. They entered the draft with 3 first-rounders, 5, 18, and 26. They take their quarterback of the future in Tua Tagovailoa, pick 5 out of Alabama, the second quarterback off the board. They take Austin Jackson, the left tackle out of USC, with pick 18. And now with pick 30, after trading back 4 spots with the Green Bay Packers, the Packers took Jordan Love, the quarterback out of Utah State. And now Miami probably going to go running back. So I'm going to go down the line here. Cortland, DeAndre Swift, or Jonathan Taylor if they want to go running back.
Oh, Swift, no question. Taylor, I like, but Swift, he's been good for, 2-3 years now, and he's just shown sustained success. Georgia has great running backs, so I say Swift.
The last from that pipeline, Sony Michel as well with the Patriots. Shane, what do you think? Taylor or Swift?
I'm going to go J.K. Dobbins as a better receiving back. They have Jordan Howard that could just bury it down the throat of the defense, and then you have J.K. Dobbins just sitting there. That's where I'm going.
I like that one. Austin, where do you see Dobbins now in the conversation? Do you take Dobbins over to guys like Taylor or Swift, or do you roll with one of the first two?
I'll stick with Taylor. I was at that Pinstripe Bowl game a couple years ago when Taylor absolutely just ran through the Miami. It was Miami that they played, the U, and he just completely just ran right through them. And no, he could not be stopped. Over, I believe, 200 yards rushing. Player of the game by far. They're going to look at that. And obviously, playing a Miami team, they're going to be able to look at that. And I look at Georgia, obviously, we know 2 great guards on that line that helped out Swift and Ohio State as well. So Wisconsin, not the biggest name, especially in the Big Ten. Dylan mentioned it. I'll go with Taylor, who I think just has more talent given what was around him.
And lastly, to Vimel Kiper Jr. Dylan Pescatore, who we going here running back for Miami if they go running back.
Shane, I thought it was a great idea going Dobbins. You know, I've watched him for the past 2-3 years dominate that Ohio State offense, but I got to go Jonathan Taylor. The guy's just a power back, going to give you 200 yards every game he's gotten for Wisconsin, a team that doesn't win that many games, so he's not getting that many yards in garbage time. He's just pounding the rock. Wisconsin, I know a few years ago, they had Hornibrook at quarterback, a lefty, not like Tua as a lefty. He actually wasn't good. Hornibrook was actually pretty terrible. He couldn't really throw the ball that well. That's why you don't hear his name tonight. Anyways, Taylor's a great back. I think he kept his team in that Big Ten championship game against Ohio State, I believe, 2 years ago. And I think that's the right pick for Miami. I think Taylor is just a powerhouse back, help out Tua, get Devontae Parker involved. That great offense right there. I'm very excited to see where the Chiefs go with right here.
So Jonathan Taylor, one of the more decorated running backs in college football history, 21 years old, 5'11". He should go soon, if not in the first round. The six-time all-time leading rusher in NCAA history, and the first player to rush for 6,000 yards in a 3-year span. And top 10 in the Heisman voting in all of his 3 years with the team. So, again, a dominant player, not a great pass catcher, but he didn't need to be. A unanimous All-American first-team selection in each of the last 2 years, and the winner of a Doak Walker Award, the award for the nation's top running back. 2,003 yards and 21 rushing touchdowns last year. He also caught 252 passes, 252 receiving yards, and 5 touchdowns out of the backfield.
My hot take is after the Dolphins select a running back, probably Swift because, Dylan's hasn't been right. The Vikings, I think they're going to either go quarterback or safety. Xavier McKinney from Alabama is still on the board. We've talked about him a lot. So maybe he goes, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Christian Fulton from LSU is still on the board at cornerback. So both those guys, I feel like Vikings will choose one of those.
Maybe Jalen Johnson is a big physical corner as well at pick 31. And who knows, maybe Anthony Harris doesn't return to Minnesota. The star-free safety got franchise tagged. They haven't really been able to get him a contract extension. There were rumors he could go to Cleveland in a trade. So they might take a safety, a cheaper, younger option. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not watching the draft. Is the pick in for Miami?
Correct.
The pick is in.
Interesting. So they're going to take a selection here. We are in Miami, right? Yes. A lot of picks for Miami. It's getting confusing up here. 3 picks. They got a running back here. I thought they might have traded this pick, but apparently they like their guy. They're going to take a running back here, as we hope, and then we move on to Minnesota, and then we go to Kansas City, and this 4-hour night is concluded.
Just about, Dylan, just about.
I mean, I've seen Austin close his eyes a few times. He might have to get the Clippers out to open the eyes,
Austin.
Do it.
I'm coming awake.
Eartha plata.
It's the latest you've been up ever, right, Austin?
No. The Rangers and Kings. You guys talked to the LA Kings guy. That Stanley Cup final was the worst. I was up till 2 a.m.
Whoa.
Nightmare.
That's very late. All right. So they're showing us all the draft rooms right now on ESPN of the top running backs. They showed Swift. They showed Taylor. Now they're showing Dobbins. And Adam Schefter popped up on the screen a moment ago. And, no running back has been selected in the top 29. But with Miami and KC still on the board in the first round, it's a very real possibility that one, if not 2 of those 3 guys could go in the first round. So the pick is in. Brian Flores and Chris Greer making their 3rd first-round selection of the night. Flores, the second-year head coach. Greer, the GM.
As we're in some downtime here, I just want to point out, I saw this on Twitter, Ohio State has had 8 defensive backs selected in the first round since 2014.
DBU, question mark? Maybe not LSU anymore. You got Marshawn Lattimore for Shane Smith's team, the Saints. Gary and Conley for the Texans. You got Eli Apple, the bust.
A little salty there, Ian.
and the Raiders picked him up, and then they didn't pick him up. They signed him, and then they unsigned him. So that's all you need to know.
I think Eli Apple had a good season last year with New Orleans.
Well, how come on the team?
I think Ian's salty that he just didn't help the Giants, but
yeah, he's getting a little mad. It's getting a little late.
Eli Apple,
Not tonight, boys.
not a great player. I'm just saying, not a horrible player, not great. Okay, this pick 30's taking a while. Who knows? They've been pretty smooth with this draft tonight. To Goodell in the league's credit, it has not been bad, but this pick is taking a while. The pick is in.
Dolphins could go defense here. Might get
Wouldn't be surprised if McKinney comes off the board here.
Imagine if it 2 tackles. That'd be funny.
What if we got this Auburn corner? He's got a long name, boy. So forgive me if I forget it.
Noah Igbono?
Let's see what Dolphins take. Let's see. Oh, you knew that. That is Dylan. I'm not gonna lie, Dylan. I'm pretty sure this entire night, because I'm not gonna lie, Dylan did not know a whole lot about the draft a few nights ago. Now all of a sudden, Dylan knows every pick.
Dylan has a camera in Roger Goodell's room.
He's sandbagging. Dylan is sandbagging.
Dylan earlier today said he wasn't going to be watching the draft. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's cheating at this point.
I can't be watching the draft. I'll give you a 360 of my room. I don't care.
He's trolling Twitter.
You know all the nooks and crannies.
Dylan, you did not know who this man was a minute ago, and now you know him?
Well, he was a quarterback, and he stood out to me. I didn't really see any other cornerbacks. He had a pretty cool name, so I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Sure.
I gotta say.
I think there's a Spygate scandal going on in Florida.
Hey, I do not do any of that camera stuff. You can ask Cortland. I don't even know what.
No, he does not do camera stuff.
All right. Well, this Noah
is the only thing he knows.
Try to pronounce that.
Ian, as the host, you actually have to pronounce it. It's the rule.
I'm gonna call him.
Rules.
Call him Noah Ig,
Mm,
former wide receiver. From but translated to corner.
I'm a little confused on this one. You had some great cornerbacks kind of still on the board. That was a little higher up. Fulton out of LSU. If I'm not mistaken, was AJ Terrell taken?
yeah.
Yeah. So, but still, Fulton's a great cornerback. 6 foot, 200 pounds. I mean, Noah. We'll just call him Noah. He's only 5'10", 200 pounds. So I want to say a little undersized, but we'll see.
So I think given the fact that all the offensive guys have just really not been taken and so many guys have dropped down, I really think that just with Brian Flores, there's no way he would have allowed them to not only trade down and get more picks, but to get 3 guys in the first round offensively, Dylan.
Yeah, breaking news, boys.
The Vikings are drafting Tyler Bass, kicker out of Georgia Southern.
Breaking news, we have a trade.
Not with the Vikings because they're in.
No, not the Vikings. It's the Chiefs. They will be trading out for a team that hasn't made a selection tonight. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Maybe a quarterback of the future.
Steelers go running back.
Really? Connor
isn't durable.
But maybe
I like that. They don't need a wide receiver, that's for sure.
What if they go Fulton?
Jacob Eason, the quarterback out of Washington, maybe that's their Big Ben successor.
Nah.
I like Fulton out of LSU.
They don't take Jake Fromm from Georgia, do they?
Jake Fromm doesn't have the arm talent to go in the first round, in my opinion. He's a
Hurt.
good player. There's Booger McFarland on my screen. I don't know why he's on my screen. There's no real reason. Anyway, Minnesota's pick is in at 31. We're still investigating Dylan for how he figured out who Miami took at pick 30.
Can check everywhere, Ian. I'll invite you over. 6 feet, though. 6 feet away.
The corner out of Auburn, a junior.
Say his name.
Wide receiver in high school, committed to Auburn. Played there for 3 years. Switched to corner prior to the 2018 season. So he's only played corner for 2 years. He became a starter that year and returned as a starter last season. He had 92 tackles and a pick. Of Nigerian descent, a solid player for that Miami secondary to pair with Byron Jones.
Has to be Higgins here for.
No way. No way.
Jeff Gladney, another corner off the board, and another TCU man. We've been waiting for Minnesota to take a corner all night. It's not Christian Fulton. is another TCU man, Jeff Gladney, 5'10", 190 pounds, who they will be adding to play opposite Trey Waynes in Minnesota. Actually, no more Trey Waynes. They lost him and Xavier Rhodes. So they really needed a corner, and they got one.
Interesting selection here, Cortland. Another TCU product. Do you have any notes on him?
Again, he's just a solid cornerback. I mean, yeah, you may be thinking Big 12 cornerback. That's kind of funny. He's a little undersized, 5'10", 190, but we just saw previously Noah, we'll call him again. He went to Miami, so I guess that 5'10", about 190, 200 is a great spot. This guy's a ball hawk. He just sits in the back of the field, is explosive too.
He's a very physical corner. That's one thing you'll see in these highlights is not a lot of, big leaps over guys for picks. He just rips it out of his hands there for the pick six. Very physical. A first-team All-Big 12 selection this past season. He's a second team the year before. Pro Football Focus is a big fan of his, so that's good to see from the advanced analytics side. 5 career picks and was invited to the Senior Bowl. So a solid player. They take a perimeter player on offense in Justin Jefferson. They take a perimeter player on defense. A lot of corners going in his first round. And the last one is Jeff Gladney, back-to-back corners taken. In the last pick of the first round, on the horizon, the KC Chiefs at pick 32.
Yeah, I believe my source was actually wrong on that trade, guys. That's my bad.
Now what you want to see.
First time I was wrong tonight, I guess.
Fake news.
Andy Reid with the Hawaiian shirt. I'm a big fan of that. And Brett Veach, the very good young general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs, who has built a title team. Will the rich get richer? Will they add a receiver? There's a couple good receivers left. Denzel Mims and T. Higgins, the biggest guys left on the board, out of Baylor and Clemson, respectively.
I'm going Christian Fulton from LSU cornerback.
Good point.
I can see that. That's a good pick. I agree with that, Shane.
We have a couple solid
Well,
corners.
that's the first time in our friendship that you've ever agreed with me.
Probably.
That's great. And before we go,
when he says the Saints are good, what do you want me to do?
No,
They got a lot of places they can go here. They can go wide receiver. They can go corner. I think they just go wide receiver. They just say, I'm the Chiefs. I'm the big bad Chiefs. I go wide receiver. But I can see cornerback here too. I mean, I could see either.
there were rumors that they wanted to trade up if Henry Ruggs slid. They were maybe interested in picking him up, but obviously he didn't slide at all. He was the first wide receiver off the board at 12. So maybe they are interested in a burner. But Jalen Reagor's off the board, and he was really the only burner left in a sense.
They already have one in Hill.
I know. They wanted to add. There was a report that they wanted to add another one in Henry Ruggs, but obviously that didn't happen. 4 minutes left for the last pick in the first round. Again, before we go, I want to shout out everyone working on the crew tonight. Austin Platt, Shane Smith, Cortland, Parrott, and Dylan Pescatore. Also our advisor, Roman Cebulski, and our graphics man working on the side, Andrew Galois. For our first ever live coverage of the NCTV NFL draft coverage in the virtual era.
I just want to point out some early second-round picks. Bengals have 33. The Colts are at 34. The Patriots have a 37. So they could do something there unless they just trade it away. The Dolphins have 39. I have a feeling I said this before, they might take a running back. They still need one. They've filled all their needs except running backs. So the Browns have 41. Then moving down, the Colts have their second pick of the second round, 44th. And the Dolphins have another pick at 56. So Dolphins, so far, the winners. I think they're going to continue that trend.
I wonder who called out the Dolphins for being the winners before the draft.
I mean, I guess the front office of the Dolphins did.
That was actually me when Ian asked us maybe check my watch. Hold on.
A day ago.
When the draft started, Ian asked us, what's the team that you're looking out for in this draft? And I do remember saying Miami. So I might not have
With 3 first-round picks would win the first round. But great prediction.
You
They
got
also traded down, Ian, and they felt out the draft very, very well. They know that the offensive guys haven't come off the board the way that they thought, which is why they didn't go running back. They went defensively. Chiefs pick is in. I can finally maybe go to bed. But
what pick is in the second round?
First pick is Cincinnati.
No, the Miami pick in the second round. Their first one.
39.
They can definitely get Taylor Swift right there. No question.
The pick is in for Kansas City, the last pick of the first round. We unfortunately will not be torturing ourselves with a live stream from rounds 2 through 3 and 4 through 7 on Friday and Saturday. That would be a little bit too much, I think.
Yes, Ian, of course.
No, I'm all for it. My wife will handle the bedtime for the kids. Let's go.
Oh, we got Shane on board.
Shane can set up his own live stream.
You can come over and babysit and be a mother's helper.
I don't think you want to see me react to the Jets picking D lineman in the second round.
Well, let's see. It should be interesting. Will the rich get richer? They will in some way, but what will they go with is the question. I believe they didn't have a first-round pick last year because they
Sorry, Ian, to cut you off, but watch out for an LSU running back here.
And you show us the
Edward Blair.
Uh-huh.
I watched him a few times in the playoff.
Uh-huh.
He's very powerful. He's a small body guy, but I think he can really bust through the hole.
All right. He's a very good pass catching back too.
He's a small body, but
How do you pronounce his name?
Edwards-Helaire.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That's how you say it.
Write it down, boys. That's a confirmed pick.
Oh, so
I like Dylan's selection. He is underrated. I mean, he's not in the top 3 of running backs. I like him. We were talking about him in, I think, 2 episodes ago in Beyond the Whistle.
Yeah.
And I said he was a great back. I think he's NFL ready. He can block, he can catch passes, and he can run. So
Albert Breer said that a minute ago, Dylan. So I hope you didn't steal it from him.
Who?
Never mind, Dylan. Seems like Dylan's been using Twitter all night. But the pick is Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Ian's so jealous right now. Ian, why are you so jealous? I just know what I'm doing.
Dylan, I just wanted to show the people.
I'm not on Twitter right now.
Dylan, you're looking down.
I'm in the group chat. I'm making sure everyone knows that I got the right pick. I like to get a lot of credit over here.
I'm not on that chat.
All right.
We'll just score a turkey ball, Dylan. Let me just
So Dylan, so here's the biggest takeaways from the draft. The Chiefs get richer on offense. The franchise quarterbacks, there are 4 of them. And Dylan is active on social media. Those are 3 big takeaways from the first round.
I'm going to let you have my phone.
next year for when we do a draft.
It's even charging.
Dissection.
It's charging because it has to stay active. The Bengals are on the clock, apparently. I don't know how they're on the clock at pick 30.
No, please. No.
All 7 rounds tonight. Let's go.
I don't know how they're on the clock. ESPN.
I'm a one-round type of guy, boys. I only go 1 round each time, okay?
Uh-huh. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's only 5'7", 207 pounds, but very shifty, probably the best pass-catching back, and we know Patrick Mahomes likes to throw the ball.
Hey, can I just point out, I called this, 2 weeks ago or something, whenever we were doing that on the Whistle episode. I said he was going to be one of the top backs off the board.
Okay, but whoever thought it'd be this late in the draft and it would be this guy?
Okay, he's the first running back off the board.
Cortland's trying to get into the prediction game.
Hey, I did pretty good.
Helaire, a first-team All-SEC selection, national champ this year, obviously, 21-year-old back. He did not impress at the combine. He only ran a 4.6 40 for a guy who obviously is not that big, but he was very productive out of the backfield for him. And his pro comparison, according to NFL.com, Devonta Freeman, the current free agent, but a very good undersized running back for the Atlanta Falcons for a few seasons before he got season. So that is your first round of the NFL draft. Helaire, 1,400 rushing yards and 16 rushing touchdowns this year. Also caught 55 passes with another touchdown in the backfield. And he will be the last pick of the first round. So I will give everybody a closing statement before we head out here, starting with Dylan. What are your biggest takeaways from the first one?
I said it before. I'll say it again. Miami Dolphins won the first round of the draft. 3 first-round picks. They traded back, and they just got what they needed. They got cornerback. They got a quarterback and cornerback, and then they got another player on offense, offensive tackle, that is. I think Miami's just set, man. I mean, I don't believe in Josh Allen. I am a Jets fan, so it's a little bit tough to stay unbiased, but I'm not a Josh Allen fan. You know, he's not very accurate. I love the Dolphins, man. They're almost making me a Dolphins fan. You know, it's tough being a Jets fan. I might have to come over here in the Miami area and go to a Dolphins game once in a while.
Well, you are in Jupiter, Florida right now, dealing with the rest of the Pescatore family, so the allegiances might be switching. Shane, your Saints got Cesar Ruiz, but is that your biggest takeaway from the first round? What's your biggest takeaway?
Besides Judy falling, I do like that Cowboys pick with CeeDee Lamb at number 17. Their offense is going to be good from a fantasy football perspective. I think you can move Zeke Elliott up the boards a little bit with 3 stud receivers between Gallup, Cooper, and now Lamb. I think that running game is going to be open for him. I just think that was a big pick on Jerry Jones and his $250 million yacht.
So the big takeaways for the wide receivers is a great spot. Austin, what about you?
I think it's the Chargers, a team that I really think that going into the draft, I said probably Brady was the favorite to go there. They needed one position, really, quarterback. They have that guy now in Herbert, and they believe in Taylor. I don't know how, but I guess they do. And then, their second pick, they get Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma. And we mentioned defensively in the Big 12. You don't really see that. But this defense now, Bosa, Murray, and Derwin James, folks, heads up, and Chris Harris Jr. That was the pick I said for one of the steals of free agency. This team is dangerous. 2 years ago, they were right with the Chiefs until week 16 when I'm pretty sure Oakland blew them out. And that was the end of that. But if you can compete with the Chiefs, I don't care what year it is, in the past 3 or 4 years, you're a team that can be scary. Watch out for the Chargers.
Don't forget about Casey Hayward, Desmond King, Melvin Ingram. That's a very good defense. And they got the leader on the inside, Kenneth Murray. And lastly, our producer, Cortland Parrott. Cortland, Patriots did not make a first-round selection tonight. Is that your biggest takeaway from the first round, or is there something more?
Jamie's probably pretty excited about the
I would say it's a big takeaway, but Patriots fans are kind of used to it. Big takeaway, of course, Dolphins won the draft. I think I can confidently say that now. One thing I'm a little surprised on, T. Higgins out of Clemson didn't get drafted. I thought for sure that he would go up there. He's a big guy. We've been talking about him all night. Also, name we've mentioned a few times, Xavier McKinley didn't really go anywhere. The safety out of Alabama, 6 foot, 200 pounds.
Great fantasy situation. Look, he's not
guy that sits on top of the field, knows everything.
Running back, because I think the guys have said it.
Other than that, I don't see many shockers.
He'll be fun.
A lot of tackles off the board,
they're going to use a lot of
that's something to see. That
not only do they have Damian Williams,
they
signed DeAndre Washington. I think we'll see a little bit of Darwin Thompson. So it's going to be a crowded backfield. They also get Darrell Williams back.
Jordan Love. So I mean, that's what everyone's going to be talking about.
Like Pete said, he should have been the Super Bowl MVP.
That's yards and wrap this one up.
There. So
I think we can too, unless you know who Cincinnati already took with pick 33, Dylan.
I'll give one right now. You know what?
So, I like the fact that a running back didn't go in round 1.
This
is not going to be my favorite
fantasy
rookie running back. I'm going to be really excited to see where Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, and J.K. Dobbins go. I think those are going to be better fantasy fits.
There we go. Maybe he is Mel Kiper Jr.
We had to talk to Dave.
We will not be, though, doing the second round or third round of the draft. Maybe Shane will be. Maybe we'll see Shane online somewhere.
I got to ask you, how do you feel about the Eagles taking Jalen Reagor?
This is all you're going to get. I don't know who's
they need
still
a
watching.
receiver. He's not going to be my favorite guy.
I don't know. You get an award. We'll figure that out
because they still have Alshon Jeffrey
right now. Your team is actually picking the draft
right now, and if those guys are going to play, it's going to be tough for Reagor to get those targets that we need. I would have rather seen them take Justin Jefferson. I think that would have been a smarter pick. I think he's a better player.
So
we'll see how it all shakes out by the time we get to training camp. And if Jeffrey's healthy, if Jeffrey's not there, then Reagor's stock will certainly be on the rise. But this has been a bad night for fantasy. I mean, you talk about CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys, Jerry Jeudy to the Broncos, Ruggs to the Raiders. These were not the situations we were hoping to see. And so we'll see by the time we get to the end of the weekend if some of these guys end up in better situations. I would have really loved to see the Packers taking Denzel Mims. That would have been a really good destination and better than that bad Jordan Love pick. But this has not been a great night for fantasy in terms of where these receivers ended up, and certainly so far where the running backs have gone.
All right. not a very happy Jamie Eisenberg there, maybe giving the fantasy aspect of all of this a C or even a D or an F. We'll send it back to you guys on set.
Yeah, we didn't see an F from Pete Prisco today. His worst grade was a D for that Jordan Love for the Packers, and that was the one and only grade below a C minus. Pete Prisco, for the most part, handed out a lot of A's and B's. We've got some betting props to take a look at, and there were some not super long shots, but pretty long shots. When you look at offensive lineman, wide receiver, and running backs off the board, Andrew Thomas was the first offensive lineman off the board. He was at 3-1. Henry Ruggs, the first wide receiver off the board. Many thought it would either be CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. He was plus 350, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 5-1. A lot of people thought it'd be DeAndre Swift or Jonathan Taylor.
I think in the case of Andrew Thomas, this is a perfect example of how the combine can influence people's opinions and perceptions, where it's really probably the most meaningless